This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 449 Fame. Giving up the chance to leave and choosing to stay, Achilles not only wanted to challenge the gods, but also didn't want Chiron to stay here. After all, despite how smooth the centaur said before, both of them knew that even if there was no guard here, it would still be difficult for them to leave safely. No one knew when the gods would find out that Achilles had escaped, maybe one day, maybe just a moment. And once he was discovered, he might still have his indestructible body to rely on, and Chiron might not be able to leave. In this case, it's better to let the teacher leave first. It's enough to leave him alone as the protagonist of this drama. Nonsense, Achilles. Where do you think this place is, and who do you think the God King is? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've learned some skills. There are so many more powerful beings in this world than you. If the God King is angry, you will never survive. But teacher, if Zeus is really so powerful, then why can you come here safely on Mount Olympus in his domain? Achilles spoke in a deep voice and looked in the direction Chiron came from before. You once told me about the power of the original gods, but if this is true, then I would never leave, because such a powerful god would not be blind to what is in front of him. And if this is false, then let me expose his powerful eyes. No matter what the result is, I don't regret it. Besides, if I can't even defeat the God King who has been replaced twice, how can I overturn the fate of dying in war? Silently, Achilles' last words touched Chiron. Yes, he almost forgot that his student was carrying such a prophecy, and that was why the centaur let him leave. Moreover, at this moment, Chiron himself was also a little shaken. During the Battle of Typhon, he avoided the disaster in Silvermoon City and did not see the battle between the God King and the ancestor of all monsters. But as early as the turning point of the Second Era, he had personally witnessed the great power of the previous God King. Even if it was from the east to the west of the continent, it was only one step. From the starry sky to the sea, it was just a matter of turning the palm. In front of such an existence, he actually entered the God Mountain safely, which was originally unreasonable. But perhaps because he was too worried about his students, he did not realize this before. Maybe you are right, Achilles. If you want to break your fate, you need the courage to face death. Maybe this is your chance. In that case, you should make good use of this sword. The person who gave it to me told me that this sword is destined to come to the world for a while at the end of this era. This belongs to it and to the fate of the sun, but its real owner may not be you. So, if one day you think someone needs it more, don't hesitate and follow the result you want. Seeing that Achilles had made up his mind, Chiron finally just sighed. It is certainly not a good thing to be young and arrogant and not know the height of the world. After all, he did not know how to be odd when he became famous at a young age, and he did not know where the real power in this world was. But think about it seriously. Even if the former gods ruled the sun, moon, and stars and possessed the strongest power in the world, did they overcome fate and reverse the result of failure? I am afraid not, and they all lost miserably. Even if the gods are immortal, what is the difference between their end and death? One has disappeared, and the other is still hanging in the sky, looking down on the people in the world in deep sleep. The king of gods is like this, let alone Achilles. If the existing methods cannot fight against the destined death, it is better to let him go in the direction he wants. After all, I can save him from the sacred mountain, but there is no way to change his fate. This step can only be taken by himself. I have had many students, but now think about it, they actually all died along the path they chose. You are not the first, but I hope you are different from them. Of course, I will, teacher. Maybe war is my disaster, just like Ares' oath. He said in person that only one of him and I can survive. Touching the stone box in front of him, the young hero said slowly, "He is right. Just as the prophecy says. Between me and war, only you die and I live." Along the narrow road, Chiron finally left Olympus again. The centaur's mood was a bit complicated, but he was also somewhat relieved. But in addition to this, the doubts in his heart gradually surfaced in his mind. Before, Chiron ran around and didn't think about it carefully. But now that he thinks about it, Achilles actually makes sense. The secret passage connecting the inside and outside of the sacred mountain was built by the sun god, and it was no problem for him to hide it from other gods. But the question is, as the king of gods who are rumored to have achieved great divine power, as the master of Mount Olympus, Zeus actually knows nothing about this? Chiron didn't know the answer, but he didn't know if it was a psychological effect. When he thought of this, he always felt that someone was staring at him. But maybe he was overthinking it. After all, even if Zeus really found out, he couldn't sense the other party's gaze. Okay, stop looking, he's gone. Haha. I really have to say that the so-called witchcraft created by Hecate is indeed magical, and her attainments in the spiritual field also surprise me. Even from such a distance, he can feel your gaze, and this sensing ability is far beyond the reach of many gods. I don't know when at the top of Mount Olympus in another space overlapping and interlaced with the Golden Palace. The blonde and handsome god drank the wine, holding a moving beauty in his arms. In front of the two, the void was slightly rippled, and everything in the Temple of the Sun was so clearly visible. There is no doubt that no one except Zeus can watch the sacred mountains so casually in the Asgard domain. And the reason why he appeared here is also very simple. Since there is no need to worry about Hercules' affairs for the time being, and the battle between the god court and Athens has just started, as the king of gods, he does not need to stay in the sacred mountain and go anywhere else. And just as Achilles said, since there is no way to hide things from the Lord of the spirit world in the spirit world, and there is no way to hide things from Erebus in the lightless realm, then there should be no way to hide things from Zeus on Mount Olympus. Moreover, even if we take a step back, Ares' act of stealing the power of thunder during the day is enough to attract the attention of the god-king. If he didn't acquiesce, even if the god of war was his offspring, he would never be able to use the power of thunder and lightning. Even in the records of later myths, only Hera could let dark clouds and thunder accompany her when she traveled. As for Ares, this waste, is he worthy? Haha, it's interesting to talk about it. After all, climbing, his doubts are reasonable. As the king of gods, I actually acquiesce to the existence of such a secret passage on the sacred mountain, and you should be very surprised, because how did he know this secret passage? Logically speaking, no one should know about this place except you and Helios. Don't look at me. I didn't reveal this. Smiling and talking to the beauty in his arms, Zeus seemed not to see her changing expression. He acquiesced to the existence of this secret passage. On the one hand, it was natural that knowing this secret passage was the open passage, and on the other hand, it was naturally because of this beauty. Since Helios sealed the starry sky, the goddess of fame who lost her lover did not hesitate to change her target. To this day, Zeus still remembers this woman crying in front of him about her miserable experience, telling how the god of speech was useless, and Helios deceived her feelings again. For this matter, she asked the king of gods to help confirm whether she was not contaminated by the power of the mother tree, and Zeus agreed. Then, just like many times in the past, after confirming, the two rolled onto the bed. It's Iapetus, only him. Clymene gritted her teeth slightly, ignoring Zeus's teasing, and instantly grasped the key point of the matter. So that's why the god of speech has always ignored her and treated her like a clown. Damn, isn't it because of you that I'm here today? As the goddess of fame, it's an instinct driven by the priesthood to desire a higher status and power. You should understand me, instead of blaming me after letting me go. If you weren't so unknown, how could I have come to this point today? I did this mostly because of you. Your Majesty, this is an offense and contempt to you. Humans and gods like this should be sentenced to death so that the world can respect your authority. Word by word, although he is a nominal husband, Clymene seems to be facing an enemy, or a stain on her divine life. Since you want to live in seclusion, just stay there for the rest of your life. Why do you want to come out? It's fine if you come out, But why do you want to go against the king of gods? Clymene knew too well how ruthless Zeus was. Although he seemed to be nice to her, she could tell from the fact that he had never made their relationship public that she was nothing in his eyes. She didn't want to be considered a traitor by Zeus. However, in the face of the goddess of fame's advice, Zeus just shook his head. Don't worry, I know you only have me in your heart. But Clymene, what they did is what I hoped for. Achilles, the sword of the angel from the spirit world, the centaur from Silver Moon City, the sun. Do you know, I saw this sword a long time ago, at least I saw part of it. Do you know how I felt when I saw it at that time? You don't know. Fear, worry, envy, anger, helplessness. After all, at that time, I was too weak in front of the person who created this sword. Your Majesty, Somewhat confused, Clymene obviously couldn't keep up with Zeus's thinking. Who can make the god king feel afraid? No, that's just before the god king touched greatness. Everyone has a weak time, and the former god of wind is also like this. But Clymene didn't know what she should say, so she had to remain silent. But she didn't realize that the words of the god king were not meant for her. Strictly speaking, in Zeus' eyes, the goddess of fame is just a decoration. A more beautiful ornament. At most it is a little special, because it is a god. In addition, he has many more ornaments like this. I know he wants to overturn the sacred mountain. That's fine. The mountain can't fall, but everything else can be discussed. This mortal wants to challenge me. That's fine too. I will never attack him before he comes to me. Ignoring Clymene, Zeus continued. After hesitating for a moment, thinking he had found the right idea, Clymene asked carefully, Then, Your Majesty, are you going to give him a fatal blow when he is most proud? Of course not. Smiling again, Zeus shook his head and said casually, If I want to kill him, why bother so much? As the king of gods, all gods in this world should obey my orders. Why should I do it to a mere mortal? Even if that day really comes, my messenger will naturally come forward. He will invite the highly respected gods in the world and suppress this mortal. Such a story makes sense, right? Zeus's smile was very warm, but Clymene shuddered for no reason. Highly respected gods. So, what exactly does the king of gods plan to do? Who does he want to invite? Who does he need to invite? Or he just wants to see who will really come if he invites. Whether they come or not, this is an answer. Although it is a forced answer, it is also a choice. And in this land of heaven and earth, the only one who is truly qualified to force those gods to give answers, apart from the original gods, is Zeus. Your Majesty is really farsighted. After a low compliment, Clymene felt panic at this moment, but inexplicably, she was a little excited. Yes, that's it. This is what she wants. Fame, power, and someone who holds everything in his hands. The king of gods is so unfathomable. He must be the final winner. And these, how can Iapetus give her? One night passed quickly. The next morning, Apollo took his sun chariot, and Hephaestus also came to the temple of the sun with the prepared things. Although he was a little surprised at Achilles' calmness, the craftsman god did not ask much. He was just a worker, and this mortal was just the material for his work. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 450 Baking Oven. Yes, it's a good place. The materials have been prepared, and all the necessary preparations have been completed. The suspended chair, which looks like it was cast in gold, surrounds the temple. Bathed in the residual breath of the sun god's power, Hephaestus is very satisfied with the environment here. Not to mention his temple in Olympus, even the crater of Lemnos Island, the power contained is far less than this place, which is undoubtedly good news for the craftsman god. After all, as long as the materials are in place, he is still confident in refining artifacts. But he has never trained a human with the power of the sticks into an artifact or a human puppet. Even for Hephaestus, this is a huge challenge. If you are not careful, there is a possibility of failure. Come on, start. This net is given to you. just as a souvenir. How about it? My craftsmanship is not bad. The golden net was not taken back. Anyway, it was already something that was exchanged. Hephaestus did not show hostility, but smiled at Achilles. I heard that Her Highness Hecate of Silvermoon City is the origin of witchcraft, and the first alchemy was also created there by a man named Hermes. In your impression, how does my technology compare to alchemy and witchcraft? Of course it is far inferior. The goddess of the magic web has never considered herself the pinnacle of witchcraft, and the ultimate of alchemy is even more difficult to guess. You want to compare with them? I'm afraid you think too much. Speaking lightly, although Achilles didn't know the true level of the god of craftsmen, he still felt that the other party thought too much. Not to mention anything else, just the stone box that sealed the sword Leviathan is something that the other party can't do. Is that so? Maybe. If there's a chance, I will go and see it. Nodding slightly, Hephaestus was not very angry. After all, Achilles is about to be a dead man, and there is no real great achievement in alchemy at present. The conversation ended here, and the god of craftsmen waited silently in the temple. As the seconds passed, the shadow outside the temple gradually tilted. When the sun reached the noon mark, Hephaestus's face became solemn. He raised his right hand slightly, and invisible power surrounded his palm. Since the sun was sealed in the starry sky, the scorching sun running in the sky has become 3 rounds of alternating suns, representing morning, noon, and dusk respectively. At this moment, the temple of the sun itself replaced the noon that was touring the sky, and the unused morning sun and dusk exuded their own power. 3 distinct and different flames floated out of Hephaestus's hands, and they together formed a huge furnace, enveloping Achilles. The power of the morning sun was added to the thunder fire, bringing vitality to the destructive thunder and lightning. The dusk was added to the earth fire, making the flames of the earth's core lava more heavy. And the stove fire had no sun to connect with it, so it had to spontaneously attract the emotions entangled in the temple of the sun. It turns the desire of the world's creatures for the sun into fuel, forging the heroes in the furnace. For a moment, the 3 flames seemed to have reached a certain unity under the power of the sun from the same source. The space in the furnace seemed to be distorted beyond recognition, making it difficult to see what was inside. But the next moment, Hephaestus felt a chill coming from the furnace, making him feel a chill from the heart. Styx, what a pity. If the Styx was not so repulsive to divinity, I would really like to use its water to quench it. His expression changed slightly, and then relaxed again. Through the flames that made up the furnace, Hephaestus looked at the figure inside. If you want to start smelting, the first step is to weaken the power of the Styx on the other party. You don't actually need to do this kind of meaningless resistance. After all, this is not the underworld. No matter how powerful Styx's power is, it can't be endless. Your persistence has no meaning except to bring you some pain. If you can shake the will of this mortal, maybe you can be more relaxed. However, although there was no sound in the furnace, the power of the Styx did not weaken. Hephaestus realized that he was doing useless work, and the other party would obviously not give up so easily. It's up to you. It won't take any more time. Since this is your own choice, as long as you don't regret it. After observing the situation for a while, he determined that there would be no changes in the short term. Hephaestus then leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes to rest. This was the first stage of forging, and there was no technical content. It was just a pure strength confrontation. He didn't expect to completely wear out the power of the Styx, but at least he had to suppress it first. And this step just takes enough time. Swish. The flames burned, and 3 different colors covered everything. At this moment in the furnace, compared with before, Achilles' body had already changed a lot. The golden net that bound him was taken off and placed in the flames on the side. 3 different flame halos surrounded the hero, constantly colliding with the blue breath. This was the power of the Styx consuming each other with them, and as Hephaestus said, Achilles did gradually feel some pain vaguely. However, this level of pain was obviously not taken lightly. Sitting in the middle of the furnace, Achilles touched his arm, and the previous stone box appeared in front of him after a flash of light. The sun. Compared to the god king's thunder, its power seems to be more powerful. Just as Hephaestus didn't take him seriously, Achilles actually didn't take the god of craftsmen seriously either. The surrounding flames were burning, but if he hadn't been counting on the other party's so-called tempering, the young hero would have drawn out his long sword and split the divine fire in front of him. Even at this moment, he could feel the restlessness of the stone box. The sleeping artifact was longing for perfection, but Achilles suppressed this fluctuation. After all, now was not the time. The god of craftsmanship in Olympus, he should have some abilities. Achilles didn't know, but he was willing to give it a try. So in the endless flames, time passed slowly. On the first day, nothing happened. Even if he consciously restrains the power of sticks in his body, Achilles is actually not able to actively control this power very well. It only passively protects its host, rather than becoming part of his power. This is an indestructible shield when threatened. But it is obvious that the young hero cannot actively control this shield that is strong enough to resist divine power. On the third day, the flames remained. In the furnace, Achilles remained unchanged. The young hero didn't know if the goddess of the underworld had noticed what was happening here and if she had any plans. But at least so far, his strength does not seem to have diminished, and he is still firmly resisting the divine flames. On the seventh day, the change finally happened. Some materials that had never been seen before were thrown down from outside the furnace and landed next to Achilles. In just an instant, they were easily reduced to ashes by the flames and then sucked into the chest cavity in the form of smoke. Achilles felt that his blood was flowing faster and faster, his strength seemed to be stronger, and his senses seemed to be sharper. This is a supplement for you to strengthen your body. You should have felt it. This is a formula I specially prepared based on your constitution. It is poison enough to kill any living creature except you. But in you, it can stimulate your deeper potential. Hephaestus's voice came from outside, and his voice was no different from before. Strengthening this human body is also part of his building plan. Hell, let's continue. Achilles accepts all comers. On the 14th day, Achilles, who had gradually become accustomed to the falling dust every day, noticed something new again. This time, the material that fell into the furnace appeared to be some kind of oily liquid. When it fell on him, the young hero felt as if he was a little bit alive again. Styx's power seemed to really fade away. No, it didn't fade away, but merged with him on a deeper level. But on the surface, the cold current that isolated the divine fire weakened, and a little heat hit his face. Bring it on. His expression remained unchanged. The young hero knew what the god of craftsmen was planning. The power of the Styx will contain the power of the outside world. But if the divine fire is allowed to exert pressure from the outside, and then processed with this special material, it is possible for him to truly integrate with the power of the Styx bit by bit. At that time, he may still be immortal, and even more difficult to hurt than before. But what follows may be some flaws that he doesn't even know about. Hephaestus. It seems he does have some abilities. But if that's all there is, I'm afraid it's still far from enough. Faintly expecting, Achilles waited in the flames. This is a crisis, but also an opportunity. If he wants to defeat death, every bit of this strength is an indispensable accumulation for him. Clang, clang, clang. The bells rang, and another day passed on Mount Olympus. 48 days have passed in the blink of an eye since Hephaestus went to the Sun Temple. In the past days, even if he asked every day, the god of war only got the answer of wait quietly. The arrogant mortal remained unmoved under the divine fire, showing no signs of being refined. Until a few days ago, Ares wanted to persuade Aphrodite to give up. However, this evening, he finally got good news. Concerning that mortal concoct, the god craftsman has made a breakthrough. According to this trend, it won't take long for him to succeed. Aphu. Have you received the news too? In a good mood, the god of war knocked on the door of the temple of the god of beauty. Because of a series of previous mistakes, Aphrodite had ignored him for a long time. Fortunately, today's news has finally improved. Even without the help of the Mother Goddess, that damn mortal can't hold on anymore. Of course I know. After all, if I still count on you, then I'm afraid I won't be able to accomplish anything. With an annoyed glance, Aphrodite saw Ares' intention at a glance. Recently, I have neglected him a little. Although this nominal husband is a little incompetent, it still has some effect. The goddess of beauty knows that it is okay for her to scold him, but she must always make him feel that he has gained something. Just like gambling among mortals, it is okay to lose money, but you can't lose money all the time. Let the first person win money first, then let the bystanders follow into your gambling table, and then let the people who follow lose together. Just when they are upset, give them some chances to win, so that those who stay will be lucky and those who leave will regret. Back and forth, in the tug of war, the winners and losers will eventually make the players unable to leave. This is how gambling in the world works, and it is also the same when dealing with gods like Ares.
I'm tired.
Speaking lightly, Aphrodite turned and walked into the temple. She seemed to not want to communicate, but she did not drive the other party out of the temple. Seeing this, Ares' eyes lit up and he hurriedly chased after him. Aphrodite, wait for me. The night deepened and the moon hung on the branches. The flames of the sun temple are still burning, and the temples of the gods are always bright. The sacred mountain tastes part of the day and night, and today is no exception. This night is still very long. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 451, Destroying the Mountain. It was a dark night. The moon slid across the sky, and two silhouettes hung on the year disk. It was winter on Earth, but the sacred mountain was still full of spring. As the mountain transformed from the body of the ancient mountain god Uria, Olympus was actually both a dead object and a different kind of living object. So it could repair itself after being damaged and would also expand the length of its branches when it had some power left. In this case, the positions of different temples shifted slightly, and the Temple of the Sun was the most obvious example. When its owner betrayed the divine court, the new sun god only used it as a tool for parking the car frame. This palace, which had lost its spirit, slowly deviated from the main peak in the spontaneous movement of the mountain range. It was located closer to the south of the entire Olympus Mountains, standing at the highest point in this area, taking on the cyclical scorching sun. Yes. Compared with dozens of days ago, the interior of the temple had changed drastically. 3 light balls whose interiors could not be seen clearly were suspended in the air, surrounding the 4 directions like 3 pillars. At their center, a huge furnace was burning silently. Around the furnace, dozens of beings that looked like humans but had no life on their bodies were constantly throwing things into it for forging. As for Hephaestus, he was sitting on a suspended golden chair, looking at the flickering ball of light in the sky. This was a fragment of the sun. Without it, the world would have lost its sunshine long ago because of Helios's fall. Even if it was just a fragment, the authority it represented was no weaker than Hephaestus's priesthood as the god of volcanoes and lava. If the sun god was a natural noble, Hephaestus was like Zephyrus, the god of the west wind. His priesthood was not naturally powerful. If it weren't for his talent as a craftsman, he probably wouldn't have been invited back to Olympus by Zeus, or even sit on the position of the main god with the help of faith. Unfortunately, I can't contain it at all, and Apollo can only control it with the help of the artifact. Before, I thought it was just that the god king didn't allow it, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Turning the chair, Hephaestus circled around the light ball that symbolized the sun at noon. Indistinctly, a spirit of madness and chaos was emanating from the inside, which made him stop the idea of approaching. The source of the sun, the core of the priesthood. What kind of power can shatter the authority of the gods? Is it the legendary previous generation of the god king, or is this actually what Zeus did? Looking at the light ball in front of him, Hephaestus couldn't help but laugh at the arrogance of the mortals in the furnace. The ancient sun god, the titan who once dominated half of the starry sky for thousands of years, but his end now is so miserable. Even the priesthood and authority given to him in the present world were shattered by unknown means and turned into stars scattered on the earth. In this world, who dares to say that he is invincible in the world, and who can win forever? 3 eras have passed, and there has never been such an existence in the world. Those who are weak survived, while those who rely on force eventually died. What does this have to do with me? Midnight is about to pass, and today is the 49th day. It won't be long before his body will be completely integrated with the power of the sticks, thus reaching the peak of power. However, this moment is the strongest time in his life, but also the weakest moment, because his soul will be exposed. Everything I did not hurt him, but made him successful, so the power of sticks did not stop this process. But when his body and this power merged, it was also the time when I took out his soul. Without the soul, no matter how powerful and immortal the body is, it is just a dead thing. It will only become the nutrient of the new artifact and can no longer stop my refining. Pay attention to moving away from the light ball. Hephaestus silently waited for the arrival of midnight. The casting of the artifact is not so fast, and separating the body and soul is only the first step, although it is the most critical step. Legend has it that 7 is a sacred number belonging to spirituality. He chose to complete this step on the 49th day when the moon was full, and there was a similar reason. Well, it's time to put the last material. Time passed silently. At a certain moment, Hephaestus opened his hand and threw the divine blood into the furnace. The fire was blazing, but there was no life inside. This mortal occasionally communicated with him at the beginning, but recently, he didn't know whether he knew that his death was approaching, but he didn't speak. But it didn't matter whether he spoke or not. He covered the furnace and was nervous. He only had one chance to be together. The flames burned, and in the furnace, above Achilles' head, the divine blood dripping into the furnace turned into mist in an instant. His eyes flickered slightly, and the breath of the divine blood was so clear. There was no need to judge at all. Achilles recognized its owner. Ares, there will be no one else. His divine blood began to surround the young hero, contributing to the final transformation. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and Achilles let out a long breath. As time passed, an unprecedented sense of power began to spread in his body. Although he has no divine power, in the muscles and blood vessels of the young hero, a huge power similar to that of giants begins to gradually brew and spread. This is not an orthodox ability, and it cannot compete with the truly powerful gods. But this unprecedented sense of power made Achilles' heart agitate even more, and he even wanted to rush out and kill everyone right now. No, wait a minute, I haven't reached my limit yet. It's going to be soon, don't worry, you will be one soon. Trying to suppress his thoughts, Achilles pressed his hands on the stone box in front of him. The stone box trembled slightly, and the things inside seemed to break free and merge with the light group outside. But Achilles will not let a sword control his actions. A weapon is a weapon, and it will always be in the hands of the user. Wow. Laugh. The flames continued to burn, and the last cold current surrounding Achilles gradually retracted to block it. However, at this moment, the young hero could no longer feel the heat of the surrounding flames. These powers can no longer affect him. This is the true indestructible body. Mentally tense, Achilles secretly waited for the completion of the final transformation. After a while, it was time for him to leave this furnace. Time passed bit by bit, and in the Temple of the Sun, Hephaestus stared at the furnace in front of him. The flames are burning brightly, and the three-color divine fire seems to know that it has reached the most critical moment. At a certain moment, when the silver cart reached the middle of the road, the god of craftsmen suddenly sat upright and reached out towards the furnace. The physical arm began to transform into a state that could contact the soul, and the divine body changed its nature under the will of its owner. However, at this moment, Hephaestus's expression suddenly changed, and he subconsciously pulled back, pulling a puppet over and blocking it in front of him. Bang! Bang!
Bang!
3 consecutive vibrations were completed at the same moment, and then a golden light rose from the furnace, and then instantly tore apart the barrier formed by the flames. It's like a scorching sun rising in front of you, stinging people so much that they can't open their eyes. When Hephaestus came to his senses, the puppet in front of him had turned into ashes, and the mortal who should have been in the furnace was standing in front of him. How could you know this sword? His eyes flashed. Hephaestus seemed to have seen something incredible. A divine sword intertwined with gold and red was held in his hand, and the scabbard made of purple-green crystal was scattered on the ground. The boundless aura flows in the divine sword, and at this moment, it is like a real sun god standing in front of him. Before the craftsman god could speak, Achilles took a step forward. The point of the divine sword was pointed back, and the hilt hit Hephaestus' chest hard. Just for a moment, the suspended golden seat suddenly shattered, and the short body fell to the ground of the Sun Temple. Hephaestus was not defenseless, but his efforts were undoubtedly in vain in front of a truly high-level artifact. And unlike other artifacts, perhaps because it is integrated with the core authority of the ancient sun god, although it has a strong curse, Leviathan also has areas that other artifacts cannot reach. That is, under certain circumstances, such as when a part of one's past is close at hand, even if the person holding it does not have divine power, he can still fully exert its power. Tread. I hate it when someone talks to me in heaven, especially when the person talking is a god. Reaching out to push away the smoke, Achilles slowly stepped forward. However, looking at Hephaestus falling on the ground, he was a little surprised for a moment. It turns out you are a lame man. I thought you didn't bother to stand on the same land as me. Oh, please forgive me for being presumptuous. After all, there is nothing wrong with me imagining gods like this. Where did you get this sword? Ignoring Achilles' rudeness, Hephaestus stood up with difficulty. To him, Achilles' touch with the sword hilt was not that scary in itself, but the moment he touched the sword, he seemed to feel the burning of the sun. Few gods can ignore this kind of damage, even if he is the god in charge of volcanoes and lava. This has nothing to do with you, Mr. Craftsman. Actually, I plan to use you to try this magical sword that can bring dusk, but you helped me after all, and you were the first person to witness my new life. So I'll let you go today, but if you still dare to stand in front of me, I will never show mercy next time. Achilles has never been a good-tempered person. Even in the original myth, he once dragged the enemy's corpse behind his galloping horse in anger and treated the enemy's remains cruelly. However, Chiron's teaching still had an effect, so the young hero glanced at the palace and then looked at the somewhat lively holy mountain. The moment he left the furnace, a beam of light connected to the sky shone directly into the starry sky, and the divine sword that could see the sky seemed to echo the stars in the starry sky. However, the barrier covering the ecliptic was as stable as a mountain. It failed to attract the sun in the starry sky, but only made the quiet, sacred mountain boil. Mortal, do you know what you are doing? He casually turned the disintegrated seat into its original state, but Hephaestus discovered that the runes inside the golden seat had been reduced to ashes under the burning of the sun. The god of craftsmanship had no choice but to put it aside and look at the hero who was about to leave. This is Olympus, and the god king is still here. I don't know how you were caught by Ares with this sword, but if you escape now, you may still have a chance. But if you anger the god king, you will definitely die. Give me this sword, or tell me who forged it, and I can help you leave. This is your only way to survive. Only? With a smile on his face, Achilles just shook his head. The god king is the ruler of the world. He rules all living things on Mount Olympus. I'm tired of hearing this. But in my opinion, he doesn't have much ability. Even the Sea King he appointed to rule the sea can't command the ocean at all. Craftsman, since you can forge iron, then forge it well, instead of interfering in the wars of warriors. Since the God King is not eternal, but can be replaced, then the throne is rotated. Why can't it be my turn? The God King cannot fight against fate, so if you want to defeat fate, you can't be weaker than the God King. So the young hero stopped talking to the god of craftsmen and sensed the location of Ares. Since the other party had sworn that only one of them could survive, he would fulfill his wish. Let's just cut off his head and see the immortality of the gods. Well, found it. According to the induction of the breath, Achilles tilted his head slightly. Ares and the goddess of beauty were both there, which saved him from wasting any more effort. Holding the sword Revedin, the next moment, 3 balls of light rushed here, in no particular order. However, for some reason, Achilles turned the sword and only took the one that symbolized dusk. Come on, don't be impatient. Let me see your true power first. If you are just like this, then you should stay in the box honestly. The sword was raised sideways, and he was also rude to his own weapon. Achilles took a step forward and aimed at the mountain with light in the distance. The first step to overturn Mount Olympus is naturally not to fight the god king. Before facing the last enemy, start by destroying the mountain where the temple of the god of war is located. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 452 Rescue. At midnight, the moon was full in the sky. The light of the silver moon shone from the west, dragging a long silhouette on the sacred mountain. Behind the main peak of Olympus, in a majestic palace made entirely of bronze, the god of war woke up from his bed. The moonlight shone through the skylight on his sculptural body, and Ares looked a little unhappy. Due to Aphrodite's reward today, he had just fallen asleep. But before he could rest, the keen sense brought by the war theocracy woke him up. There was more than one person in the palace at this time, but compared to Ares, the goddess of beauty was still stretching her body on the bed covered with roses, pomegranates, and myrtles without any awareness. Even if she did not actively exert her power, the sleeping Aphrodite was still enough to charm everyone. However, the awakened god of war had no time to appreciate this beautiful scenery that had been appreciated by countless people because, in his perception, a magnificent breath was rising in a corner of the mountain range. Wow! The next moment, just as Ares expected, a brilliant beam of light rose from the ground, as if connecting the sky and the sacred mountain together. However, feeling the breath coming from the beam of light, Ares was relieved. It's the power of the sun. What is Hephaestus doing, making such a commotion in the middle of the night? Well, no. It seems that he said that the smelting of the artifact is about to make a breakthrough in the next 2 days. So, is this his method? Without doubting anything else, Ares just shook his head slightly. At this moment, he couldn't help but envy Hephaestus's talent. Since the sun was sealed, it's not that no gods are interested in the remains of the ancient gods that replaced the sun. However, except for Apollo, who can use the power of the sun-golden chariot to drive it on his behalf, no other gods can use their power. Before today, no one knew that the craftsman god could actually draw the power of the sun. Even if it is only used indirectly, it is also a remarkable ability. Both of us are born of the mother goddess, but he can't compare to me in appearance and strength, let alone a wife as beautiful as me. So, what if he can forge iron? He is just a craftsman. With a cold snort, Ares didn't plan to continue watching the other party's casting. Scare him in the middle of the night, thinking that something had happened. What a waste of time. Especially seeing that Aphrodite seemed to be awakened by the huge movement, Ares hurried forward. Well, what happened? Nothing. Just what Hephaestus said during the day. There has been a breakthrough in the refining of the artifact, and it has nothing to do with us. Although the warning in the dark is still there, Ares still said it casually. You know, his spiritual perception from the divine power is not always effective. For example, the accident that made him lose face, in the end, nothing happened. C3 to 113. Perhaps it was just because the power of the sun was too strong. You know, the mother god once said that if the sun had not split, the ancient sun god would have mastered the power to rival the god King Earth Mother. In this case, it is inevitable that he will instinctively feel threatened. Is that so? It seems that the progress is quite smooth. Opening her eyes, Aphrodite stretched gently, causing the god of war to widen his eyes. Ignoring Ares's fiery gaze, Aphrodite looked through the skylight at the rising light column in the distance. The power of the sun was so warm and ardent that the rising sun in the middle of the night alarmed all the beings on and off the mountain. However, just like Ares, even though the light column rose, no gods went to check it out. As early as dozens of days ago, the casting of Hephaestus was already well known, so naturally no one would be surprised. But as she looked at it, Aphrodite suddenly found that something else seemed to appear in her sight. What is that? The beam of light dissipated in an instant, and the originally scattered light seemed to return to the origin. Ignoring the departing function, Thea's eyes kept wandering in the void, as if looking at an invisible existence. It wasn't until Zephyros's breath gradually faded away that the constantly moving existence stopped moving. As if he understood that he really couldn't hide from Thea's gaze, finally, after a wave of fluctuations in the void, the girl in red clothes and skirt revealed her figure. "It's you." As if she recognized this god she had never met before, Thea asked again, "Why did you stop me?" "Of course it's because that sword doesn't belong to you. Besides, I promised others that I would help that boring guy." Randomly kicking away a piece of gravel floating in the starry sky, Hecate sat directly on a small irregular celestial body. Her expression was obviously a little unhappy. If it hadn't been for what happened today, she would be sitting on the moon wheel now, tasting the newly made juice. Well, not cider, just juice. Before it turned blue, she always felt that juice tasted much better than wine. "I want to help, but I don't want to." "No way, I actually don't like that guy named Achilles at all. He looks very humble, but in fact he is very arrogant. After thinking about it, I decided to come to you." "Well, anyway, don't think about going anywhere today. The affairs of the world have nothing to do with you." "So, did we know each other before?" Thea asked again without questioning anything else. Although she couldn't be sure, she had a hunch at this moment that the other party would come to her for more than just these reasons. She didn't seem to want to get involved in this matter, especially when invited by Zeus's people. After calming down at this time, Thea also realized it. Maybe she shouldn't just go there, at least she shouldn't just listen to Zephyrus' one-sided words. But the question is, if it's just to find something to do, then the other party can stop the god of the west wind. So, why did she choose to stop herself? Before? Of course I didn't know him, and I don't need to know him. Just stay here, why bother so much? Pouting her lips and shaking her calves, Hecate said she didn't lie. Even if Selene hadn't been involved, she would still choose to stop Thea instead of others today, and she would not stop Zephyrus from leaving. There was no way. As a person who holds grudges, although Hecate had never taken the initiative to retaliate against the goddess of light, she would not stop others from dealing with her. Especially this time, since she took the initiative to step into the abyss that could not be avoided. "This is fate," Hecate said seriously. She made a prophecy before coming, but she didn't see anything. But if she didn't see it, she didn't see it, and she didn't care much. Do what you want to do, don't care about what others think. Hecate had learned it as early as the Golden Age. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 454, Bewitching and Dividing Stars. The edge of the dim starry sky was deserted. Only the fragments of celestial bodies slid along the inertia like a star instrument that never stopped. The closer he got to the edge of the starry sky, the denser the darkness and broken stars became, and the thinner the thickness of the space became. I don't know how far he escaped, until the sense of danger behind him gradually dissipated. Zephyros finally breathed a sigh of relief. The starry sky is too big, especially the starry sky outside the core. Once he encountered danger here, the god of the west wind could not guarantee that the god king would be able to detect it in time. I didn't expect that the Mother of Light would have such a powerful enemy. Fortunately, I left in time. Otherwise, the existence that could be the enemy of Thea would probably not be something I could deal with at all. I couldn't help but feel a little scared. In the realm of true gods, Zephyros still had a long way to go. Compared with these powerful existences at the peak of divine power, even if he summoned the other three wind gods to help him, the god of the west wind did not think he had much chance of winning. In the final analysis, if it weren't for the balance of the laws of the world, all of these beings might have the possibility of further advancement. It can be regarded as letting me experience the difference in power. Compared to the Mother of Light, Apollo is still too immature. Shaking his head slightly, Zephyros exhaled. It is likely that Theo will not be able to go to the human world, but his mission still needs to continue. But just before he was about to leave, some doubts emerged in the heart of the god of West Wind. Divine power level 20, this limit under the laws of the world, he has experienced it today. And according to his own perception, even the Queen of Heaven Hera, in fact, is still different from Thea. Zephyros didn't know the reason. Perhaps it was because the Queen of Heaven's divine power was not so aggressive, or perhaps it was because the faith of thousands of years was indeed not enough to support Hera's promotion. In short, even in the war of gods that broke out on the sea after the meeting of the Golden Apple, the god of West Wind had never felt such a strong oppression today. It can be seen that compared with this ancient Titan god, the Queen of Heaven is indeed inferior. But what about Her Majesty Athena? 1 against 3, and still has the upper hand, but I have never felt a similar sense of oppression from Her Majesty Athena. Why is that? Suspicion flashed through his mind, but Zephyros finally didn't think much about it. Just like seeing the sword in Achilles' hand, even if it was related to the ancient sun god, the god king was still in charge of the mountain. Whether Athena was hiding something or not, the power of the god king was the guarantee to sweep everything. As long as Zeus did not show a decline, as a loyal minister of the god king, Zephyros had nothing to fear. Well, loyalty like me, known to the world. Nodding secretly, the god of the west wind identified the direction. Next, he had 2 more places to visit. It was okay to fail once, but he would not fail the trust of His Majesty the God King twice. No matter coercion or inducement, those who should come must be present. Compared to the empty return from the Mother of Light, Zephyros's subsequent journey was much smoother. First, in the extreme south of the starry sky, the West Wind god met the nominal brothers and sisters of the Hades gods, 2 gods who had also been out of the world for a long time. Ether, the god of skylight, and Hemera, the goddess of daylight. As gods born under the stirring of the power of the original gods, they accepted Zephyros' invitation very happily, but they still needed to make some preparations. For a while, the West Wind god was a little confused about whether they had really made a decision. But until he was sent out of the palace where they lived by the goddess of daylight, Zephyros still did not question it. Anyway, he had already made it clear that this was an invitation from the God King, and it would be fine if they refused directly, but if they agreed on the surface and then refused later, it would be beyond their control. Having completed part of the task, Zephyros did not stop. He continued to move along the orbit of the starry sky, and finally stopped in a star field full of dead stars and dust. The last target, Khaos, the god of lightless celestial bodies, he lived in seclusion here. Unlike the place where Thea lived, if the goddess of light had not often traveled to the human world, Zephyrus would probably not have thought of finding the Titan god here. As I said just now, Your Highness Phoebe, I dare not tamper with the order of the God King. Whether you accept it or not, please give me an answer. Your Highness Zeus. The token containing the breath of Zeus was dragged in his hand. The god of West Wind looked at the departing Phoebe and silently waited for the reply of the goddess of light for a while. As he expected, compared with his wife, Zeus had no intention of interfering with the outside world. He didn't even plan to come out to greet her, but stayed alone in his palace. Fortunately, there was another. As a person of the same kind, the god of West Wind believed that the goddess of light would find a way to persuade her husband. Even if it didn't work in the end, as long as she was willing to come, it would be enough to get the job done. Top. Dark columns and colorless reliefs. Pearls, jades, and gems dotted the ancient temple, but they seemed particularly out of place. Listening to the voice behind him, Khaos still stood quietly. His tall figure was not covered with many clothes, only a thick cloth wrapped around his waist, and his thick muscles were clearly visible. Like two extremes, there is never any extra decoration on the body of the god of lightless celestial bodies. He doesn't like it, and he doesn't think it's necessary. Phoebe, are you trying to persuade me again? The voice was heavy and low, like the heavy rumble of a celestial body moving. However, Phoebe didn't reply. She just lifted her skirt and walked slowly to her husband's side. How do you feel? In recent years, the source power of the world should have increased a lot. In your perception, how far are you from that step? Like heaven and earth? Or from the abyss to the starry sky? The voice was calm, and Khaos seemed to be very open about it. However, standing beside him, Phoebe silently clenched her sleeves. Yes, like heaven and earth. How could she not know it? As an existence that had fought with the Father in heaven, Phoebe understood the pressure very well. Even if she was backfired by her own priesthood, even if she controlled the connection between the sky and the earth, her father still had the strength to suppress them. And her husband, Khaos, even after so many years, is still far from that realm. Phoebe, you have to understand that if you want to take this step, the important thing is never the power itself. Stars and darkness, only these two priesthoods that match me can support me to move forward. But the latter is not what I can imagine, and the former, you should understand. Shaking his head slightly, Khaos did not continue. However, standing beside him, Phobos did not want to understand. This is not a reason, Khaos. You can't do it now, so you wait here, waiting for the favor of fate? Have you never thought about doing something, doing what you can, instead of staying here and doing nothing? The voice became louder and louder, and Phobos tried his best to make his voice sound gentle. But looking at Khaos, who was still unmoved, the goddess only felt a sense of powerlessness. Don't you have any idea of moving forward? If the purpose of living is to exist forever in a cold place, then what is the difference between this and death? Khaos, listen to me. You are not without a chance. Phoebe took a deep breath and suddenly hugged her husband from behind. She hadn't done this for a long time. Since the first quarrel, she couldn't remember when she had been tired of Khaos's boredom. No fun, no enjoyment. No ambition, not even willing to use what he already had. She didn't know whether it was because the great divine power was too difficult, so Khaos put aside all his thoughts. Or maybe he was such a person, but it took her 10,000 years to see clearly. But Phobes didn't want to wait, especially now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she missed it today, she would probably only feel regret and regret every time she thought about it in the future. Khaos, listen to me. You told me before that with the changes in the human world and the spread of the blood of the God King, you gradually saw some of Zeus's secrets. The kingship in the human world may be related to the reason why he achieved great divine power. The greater his authority, the stronger his strength may be. This is what you told me. I believe you will not lie to me, right? Silently, Khaos did not refute. 3 generations of God Kings, they all finally crossed this insurmountable barrier. No one is not curious about the secrets, even he is no exception. It's just that Khaos will not take the initiative to do anything. He just observes the world quietly, and speculation comes from this. These speculations are both his conjectures and his excuses for hoping that Phoebe will give up entanglement. The path of the God King may not be replicable. This is their unique specialness. No matter what the other party wants to do, it is impossible to succeed. Okay, since you admit it, then you continue to listen to me. Holding tighter, Phoebe's eyes seemed to be dancing with flames. You know, I often go to the mortal world to meet the gods. And recently, a big thing happened in the mortal world. The Olympian god court is divided into 2 factions. They are fighting each other, but the God King turns a blind eye to it. Today, the arrival of the god of the West Wind brought a piece of news. He told me that the mortals from Silver Moon City are making trouble in the god court, and we are the reinforcements he wants to invite. The tone is getting higher and higher, and Phoebe's voice is getting sharper. Reinforcements? How ridiculous. It's a joke that the king of the gods needs our help to deal with a mortal. But Khaos, do you think Zeus is a joke? No one thinks Zeus is a joke, not even his enemies. But the god of the lightless celestial body still didn't speak. He really wanted to know how Phoebe thought of all this and what she wanted to say. If your guess is right, Khaos, let me guess why the god king did this. A great power is worth doing this for, either to increase its power or to defeat another great power. Then is there a possibility that these two things can be equal to one thing in the God King? The voice fell back. Even in his own place, Phoebe subconsciously whispered a little. If Khaos's guess is true, then perhaps Zeus's act of defeating the original god itself can increase his power. So, Phoebe, what do you want to say? What does Zeus want to do have to do with me? The tone was still calm, like a tall iron tower. Although Phoebe's guess was so shocking, Khaos's attitude remained calm. I want to say, if this is true, then the first enemy of the God King may be the tentacles of the spirit world in the human world. His second may be eternal night and darkness. A king who does not want to rule everything must not be a qualified king. Khaos, do you think Zeus can succeed? Without waiting for a response, Phoebe gave his answer. I don't know, but I believe he can. After all, our daughter gave birth to his offspring. And if he really succeeds, then as a qualified king, what will Zeus do when he sees the primitive gods that he can only defeat but cannot really do anything about? Khaos, you can't unify the starry sky because the God King wants to too. But no one has ever stipulated that the symbol that supports the power of the Lord of Darkness cannot allow two greats to dominate the ups and downs of the world together. You told me in person that the source of the world is still rising, and the real darkness is no exception. Silently, Khaos admitted that what Phoebe had just said did make his heart beat for a moment. Yes, this is not impossible in theory. A complete symbol can only support one greatness, but if the power of a certain symbol is too great, it is not impossible to continue to divide it. As the original, matter, main body, Gaia is great, and now only the earth is still there, but she is no longer as good as before. Since the current darkness can create the Lord of Darkness who is not a weakling among the great gods, if there's a way to separate him, is it okay? Khaos didn't know, because he knew too little about the great power. This might be possible, or it might just be his delusion, but it was indeed a way of thinking. But this thought only lasted for a moment, and the next moment, Khaos felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. The starry sky was so cold, especially the lightless celestial bodies. But as the god of the lightless celestial bodies, he still felt the coldness now. Yes, this is indeed a good idea, and it even made him feel moved. However, were all the things just now really thought of by Phoebe? Khaos didn't know, but he knew that even if he lived in seclusion for an era, the world might not have forgotten his existence. Zeus didn't forget, Erebus didn't forget, and perhaps there were others who didn't forget either. An existence standing at the top of the greatness, no matter how low-key it was, would not be forgotten. Phoebe, maybe you are right. As if convinced, Khaos stretched out his right hand. As the void fluctuated, a strange-shaped object fell into his palm. Since you want to go, then go. It's just that your power is not enough, so I will lend you half of the celestial body that I control. With it, you can do everything you want. What about you? Won't you come with me? The goddess was surprised, but she was a little dissatisfied. But looking at Khaos's back, for the first time in 10,000 years, Phoebe felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. As for me, wait a little longer. Wait until a more appropriate time. Without looking back, Khaos's heavy voice echoed in the temple. Since someone still remembers him, he can't hide, but as long as he hasn't done it himself, everything has room for maneuver. As for when it will be his turn, Khaos is not sure when it will be appropriate, but at least it's not now. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 455, Before the Golden Palace. Although she didn't get the result she wanted most, when Fubo held the cross-shaped stone shelf, she still felt very happy. After so many years, she finally convinced her stubborn husband to stop clinging to the dead starry sky. You must know that even in terms of area, the god of lightless celestial bodies is actually the actual controller of most of the starry sky. But what does sheer quantity mean? No matter how vast the desolate star field is, it can't compare to the splendidness of the 12 constellations of the zodiac and the fireworks on Earth. I am the god of light, not the goddess of Hanji. Although there is nothing wrong with the starry sky, the human world may be more vast to me. Stepping out of the palace, Fubert showed a smile to Zephyros, who had been waiting for a long time. Apat's method really worked. Didn't he get what he wanted now? Your Highness Zephyros, as the God King said, I will help the gods' court to suppress this arrogant mortal. As for Khaos, he still has some things to do. But even so, he has expressed his sincerity. Putting the substantial cross in his sleeve, Fubai tried to mobilize the rights that originally belonged to the husband. At this moment, countless celestial bodies were reflected in her heart, as if they could be manipulated by her at any time. A steady stream of power began to float throughout her body, and the entire starry sky seemed to be opening its arms to her. In front of Fubai, the god of west wind also felt this change. Just like the ancient sea god handed over the authority to control the offshore sea to his children before falling asleep. In just a short period of time, the goddess of light, who met again, has become more threatening than before. It was as if he was breathing with the starry sky, and he seemed to be integrated with the celestial bodies scattered among the stars. But there was still a vague gap between the two, making it difficult for them to be harmonious. Titan god Khaos, this is only part of his power. He glanced regretfully at the stone temple behind Phobao, and Zephyros finally nodded lightly. As long as there is a beginning, the ancient god will not be able to decide what happens next. In that case, I would like to thank His Highness Fubai. Please come with me to the holy mountain and put an end to that mortal's farce. Leading the way, Zephyros rushed in the direction he came from. After being delayed in heaven for so long, I don't know what the situation is like on the sacred mountain.
Boomstreepje.
At this moment, on Mount Olympus, where Zephyros was thinking, the battle had already escalated more than once. Among the mountains, a giant taller than 10,000 feet held a sledgehammer and struck Achilles on the body. The young hero is no longer the same as before. He seems to have become familiar with his new body in the fierce battle. The originally uncontrollable power of the sticks spilled out of his body and transformed into a set of ferocious black gold armor on his body. When the giant hammer landed on the armor, the biting coldness spread along the weapon to the giant's body, causing it to retreat continuously. But Achilles just sneered and raised his sword to kill the enemy in front of him. The more he fights, the braver he becomes, and the stronger he becomes, especially whether the number of enemies is greater or less has no effect on Achilles at this time. Let your path come your way, I will only go all the way. In the eyes of Achilles, there is only one enemy, the god of war. Madman, damn it, and that loser Hephaestus. Clang. The sword blades collided, and another weapon was broken into two pieces. Looking at the artifact approaching him, Ares could only get up and dodge. Strictly speaking, the god of war standing on Mount Olympus is not afraid of Achilles, who relies on the power of the artifact. After all, the other party is not the resurrected ancient sun god, nor has he ever touched the realm of gods. No matter how fast he learns, in the eyes of a true god, his use of god-level power still seems a bit immature. However, theories are just theories after all. When Ares' weapon was cut off for the first time, he unstoppably fell into a disadvantage. The enemy can't hurt him, and he dare not touch the divine sword that looks like the sun setting on the dust. From the beginning to now, the god of war feels extremely aggrieved. Damn it! Even if I have a truly ordinary artifact, as long as it has the ability to not be destroyed, how can this mortal force me to do this? Hephaestus, you deserve to die. Gritting his teeth, although the opponent could not really defeat him, Ares, who was constantly dodging at this moment, felt like a monkey jumping up and down. Especially the delay in the other gods from the divine court coming to help made the god of war even more angry. What are you doing? Are you all watching the show? However, thinking so, Ares refused to ask for help. If you have the ability, just keep watching and watching us reduce the sacred mountain to rubble. I was angry, but had no other choice. Seeing the hero attacking him again, the god of war had no choice but to take out another weapon and face him. Ha 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 ha. Clang. Swinging the sword down, black traces were revealed along the trajectory of the sword's edge. The void cracked, and the vegetation turned to dust. In front of the god of war, Achilles was laughing and chasing Ares. Ares, why did you escape again? I remember your oath. Only one of us can survive. Now that I'm here, why don't you dare to challenge me? Mortal, if you have the ability, don't use this sword, but relying on the power of the weapon is nothing. Looking at his broken 18th weapon, Ares finally cursed out loud. However, after hearing the questioning of the god of war, Achilles laughed out loud again. Haha, Ares, I don't know who started it secretly and set a trap for me. Who was the first to rely on the power of the artifact to plot against me in the world? Come on, I won't bully you. As long as you are willing to shout 3 times, saying, Ares can't beat Achilles, and voluntarily give up the title of god of war, then I will let you go today. When I fight on the sacred mountain and seize the throne of the god king, I may be able to return this title to you. Ha ha ha. The voice shook the mountains, Ares' face flushed, and the gods in the golden palace also changed color when they heard it. Seizing the throne of the god king is a taboo in the hearts of the god kings of all generations. Only Zeus still smiled gently and drank the wine filled by the goddess of youth in one gulp. If Zeus gets angry when a mortal shouts about seizing the throne of the god king, then he'll have no time to spare, so he naturally has no reaction. Although this human's idea is a bit ignorant, it can be seen from this that the God King can also see how rampant the people of Silver Moon City are on weekdays. Even if Achilles is an exception, there must be a suitable environment to breed this exception. Moreover, according to Zeus's understanding, his existence is probably not uncommon. Those believers of the Lord of the Spirit World are fine. They at least worship God, but their doctrines only have the supreme and only original God. But those wizards really don't take the gods seriously. Everything has its source, not just humans but also gods. Hecate, if there is a choice, I really don't want to fight with you. Sighing softly, Zeus always has some special affection for this first goddess he has seen in his life. However, today, it seems that the conflict between them is inevitable. Slightly raising his head, Zeus's eyes seemed to pass through the top of the golden palace. Zephyrus left with his token. How could he really not pay attention? But for him, coming or not coming, this itself is already the answer. Everyone, don't worry for now. The god of the west wind has returned, and I think this farce should be over. His Highness Phoebe is invited. Let's see what the Titans can do. With a smile, Zeus continued to look at the battlefield. Can a Phoebe deal with this mortal? Boom! Outside the golden palace, between the mountains, the giant hammer hit his body again. Compared with the giant who revealed his true form, Achilles is undoubtedly so small. However, measured by strength, the gap between the two is probably the opposite. The sword Leviathan, the once undefeated sword in the hands of the sun god of the 9 realms, was eventually reshaped by the fire giant Surtur in the destruction. Now it carries the authority of the true sun. Even if you look at the whole world, there are few artifacts that can compare with it. Holding the invincible sword, after being interrupted and chased one after another, Achilles finally took his eyes off Ares for a short time. Very good, the god of war is very good at hiding, worthy of being the god of war, but I don't know if you have the same ability. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill your wish. Standing in the sky, Achilles leaned on the sword in the void, and he finally stopped his steps. Endless light and heat began to gather in his palm, making the already gorgeous sword even more dazzling. Khaos's victory lies in Athena's spear, and the victory of the 9 realms comes from the former sword of Leviathan. The collision of victory and war seems to be staged again here, and the three giants are the soldiers who fell and sacrificed on the battlefield. Come, wait for me to strike you with my sword. Achilles took a step forward and raised his hand to strike. However, at this moment, he suddenly looked towards the sky. In the dark night, some streams of light suddenly turned up from 10 to 100, from 1,000 to 10,000. Countless streams of light fell from the sky, and each one contained endless divine power. And they all had one, and only one common landing point. Okay, you have another one. As expected of the gods, this is your specialty. Instead of being angry, Achilles smiled and slightly deviated the trajectory of the long sword in his hand. Then a light arc that tore through the night sky rose from the sacred mountain, directly shattering the falling stars in the sky. Power, not enough. And since you want to hide, I will make sure you have nowhere to hide. With a flickering eye, Achilles released his restrictions by holding the divine sword that was enough to burn the sky. The next moment, a light group symbolizing the sunrise arose from the direction of the Temple of the Sun. It landed on Leviathan in an instant, causing a violent wave. And in Achilles' perception, in almost an instant, the power of this already powerful artifact became several times stronger. The last one. After struggling for a while, Achilles finally did not do it. Although he did not know what the connection was between the sword in his hand and those light balls, the young hero only knew what the three suns were. Silvermoon City has never lacked similar things, which are cursed objects containing the will of ancient gods. Although these three suns are much stronger than the three suns in Silvermoon City combined, they are essentially the same thing. And once all these things gather together, I am afraid that nothing good will happen. Zeus, God King, since you don't come to see me in the temple, let me see you. Let me use the sword in my hand to weigh the weight of Khaos's temple. No longer paying attention to Ares, the three giants, or the two gods who hurried over from the sky, Achilles looked at the main peak of Olympus, the golden palace built on the sky-supporting mountain. This palace was not originally called this name, but after occupying Asgard, Zeus changed it to this name. This place has therefore become the beginning of the new sun, shining on the world, the source of light in the world. Swish! The sound of the wind passed by his ears, and the young hero leaped towards the majestic and magnificent golden palace. Only one palace away from the legendary king of gods, Achilles finally let go of his last bit of vigilance until this moment. If the king of gods is really as powerful as rumored and can subdue the gods of Olympus single-handedly, how could he still be unscathed and not be stopped at all? Ares, I heard that you are the son of the king of gods.
Grinning, Achilles raised the sword.
Now you can't run. In front of your father, under the gaze of all the gods in heaven and on earth. War and me, let's see who is better. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 456, Darkness. On the top of Mount Olympus, Achilles raised his sword and pointed it forward, with infinite light surrounding him. And this time, as he said, Ares was indeed unavoidable. Even if he was angry that the gods did not help him, the god of war did not dare to let this madman enter the golden palace in front of Zeus and Hera. But the good news is that this time he is no longer alone. In the sky, two magnificent auras pressed down one after another, echoing Ares from a distance. The three powerful gods released their power without restraint. Even if each of them was not a strong man in this field, the combined strength of the three was enough to make any true god look at them. Who? The god of war didn't want to say anything more as his aura locked onto the hero in front of the golden palace. Even if the opponent's victory was only due to the power of other gods, his own failure was an indisputable fact after all. Words were so pale that Ares could only stop this mortal now. Then he was brought to Zeus, and he was allowed to see with his own eyes the power that only the king of gods possessed. Taking turns to sit on the throne? Even I, as the legitimate king of gods and the son of the queen of heaven, have never dared to have such a delusion. How dare you say such a crazy thing? Swish. Facing the sword of Achilles, the bronze glow shone on Ares' body. He didn't want to face this powerful artifact directly, but he was an immortal god after all. At the same time, Phoebe in the sky also raised the cross in his hand, stirring up the clouds in the sky. As soon as she arrived at the sacred mountain, the goddess was startled by the golden sun rising into the sky. Without Zephyrus's reminder, Phoebe, who felt embarrassed, once again took the initiative to call the stars in the sky. There was no sun or moon, and no one knew how long the night lasted. After all, no matter whether it was supposed to be day or night, the golden chariot that brought light failed to drive into the starry sky as promised. So in the deep night, storms and meteorites fell from the sky, like an alternative heavy rain, falling on Mount Olympus. Good come. Achilles laughed loudly, and with a burst of golden flames rising into the sky, the four auras collided without reservation. Mountains collapsed and sank one after another, and only the main peak where they stood tall and unshakable under the protection of the power of the God King.
Boomstreepje.
The War of Gods, which had just stopped for a moment, was staged again in a more intense form. Outside the Golden Palace, the vast power of gods vented everywhere. However, inside the Golden Palace, the pillars engraved with gorgeous reliefs supported the palace, and the sound of a pin drop could be heard in front of the long table of the banquet. Zephyrus returned as promised, and also brought back the ancient gods who did not belong to the god court to help in the battle. However, no one needed to explain. The gods could see that for Achilles, who had absorbed another round of sun, the existence of Phoebe was of no help. Moreover, since Phoebe came to help, the speculation about Zephyros's whereabouts has also come to a conclusion. The god of west wind went to the starry sky, the place where the ancient gods lived in seclusion outside the god's court. As we all know, before Zeus showed his great power, the god's court had never had the ability to take the starry sky into its hands. Until the god king showed his strength, his power was enough to support him to gather the starry sky. But before any action was taken, the Typhon rebellion put an end to it all. Until today, Zephyros went to the starry sky with the token of the god king, but only Phoebe responded. Did the god of west wind only visit her and return in a hurry, or did the gods of the Titan era still refuse to bow to the god's court? Zeus, it seems that Zephyros's method does not work. Others may choose to wait and see, but Hestia does not need to care about these. Sitting on the throne that belongs only to the Lord God, the goddess shook her head slightly. If it doesn't work, I will help Ares capture him. Anyway, he was the one who started this unnecessary trouble. At most, we can just keep him in custody and not do anything more. The sound of the battle outside the Golden Palace became more and more intense. In fact, the gods also agreed with the statement of the goddess of the hearth. Although Zeus' previous explanation seemed logically self-consistent, the gods did not understand his choice. They just respected the power of the king of gods. As a living king of gods, it is understandable that you don't want to have a grudge with the original god because of a mortal, but this time it was the other party who came to cause trouble first. If it was the original god himself, Zeus' choice could still be understood as cautious. But if it was just a mortal who was valued that was feared, it would be too ridiculous. Now that Hestia asked this question for them, it naturally aroused their approval. And he is right. If there is a problem with the artifact of the original god, we can just return it. But letting a human wreak havoc on the sacred mountain is probably not a good thing. If your majesty is reluctant to do it, I am willing to help and take down this lunatic. Apollo also expressed his opinion rarely in the temple with a sonorous and powerful voice. Originally, he had neither good feelings nor bad feelings towards Achilles. But now it is different, because the sun pulled by the golden chariot was absorbed by the powerful artifact, and the palace where the chariot was parked had already turned into a sea of fire. Even if it were just these, Apollo felt an inexplicable threat and disgust on the indestructible sword. Obviously, although Apollo, who was acting as the god of the sun, did not know the origin of the sword. He still felt it. After all, the first owner of Leviathan was once the god of sunlight and fertility in the 9 realms, but under the guidance of fate, it eventually became the murder weapon that killed the sun god. The two main gods spoke one after another, and immediately aroused a wave of approval. No matter what their original views on this matter were, Achilles' contempt for the gods made every god present have some opinions. For a while, the voices inside and outside the Golden Palace sounded at the same time, and only Zeus sat high on it, quietly listening to the opinions of the gods. He occasionally nodded, but more often smiled in response, and never expressed any opinions. As time passed, the voices outside the Golden Palace became louder and louder. Obviously, this battle between gods and men was approaching its climax. If Zeus' power had not stopped it, the Golden Palace would have been broken into pieces in the War of Gods. Until this moment, as if he had finally waited for something, Zeus suddenly raised his hand and stopped the gods from talking. "Everyone be quiet." With a sincere smile, Zeus's eyes slowly swept over the gods in the palace. Under his gaze, the Golden Palace returned to peace again. During this trip, Zeus watched the god of west wind go to 3 directions in the starry sky. These were actually 3 questions he asked, or 3 invitations he issued. Now that the first 2 have had results, the third and most important one is finally coming to light. It's a coincidence that if this mortal from the spirit world hadn't made a fuss in the God Mountain, I would have something to summon the gods. Because today, a guest just happened to come to visit the god's court. I originally hoped to solve this trouble in advance, but I didn't expect that I would still make a fool of myself in the end. Tapping the armrest, Zeus stood up from his seat. The 3-color scepter hung silently at his waist, and the god king seemed to be ready to go out to greet him. He finally came, but if he didn't come, even if he didn't want to, I would have to limit the intensity of the war on Earth. After all, for Zeus, who had deceived so many gods with sweet words, his most luxurious thing was trust. "You promised me that we would advance and retreat together, but I didn't believe it. Only if you set up the enemy first, then I will believe that you really have no intention of regretting." Boom. Outside the temple, golden light illuminated half of the sky. The long sword wrapped in flames tore through the divine power protecting the god of war and slashed him hard. The body, which was like cast in gold, immediately cracked a bloody wound and then slowly healed in a burst of green light. Hebe, the goddess of youth, daughter of Hera, the cupbearer of the gods. Although her strength is very ordinary, she has a companion artifact that most gods envy. The liquid flowing from Hebe's golden cup can make people stay young forever and restore the damaged to their original state. With the help of the golden cup, Ares could finally try to block Achilles' sword head-on. Even though every hit would be painful enough for ordinary people, it aroused the ferocity brought by his blood and priesthood.
Bang!
Taking the meteorite from the sky, Ares threw it at the enemy. Achilles just split it with a sword, and the 2 halves of the meteorite fell behind him, smashing a basin in the world. The more they fought, the more the young hero felt the joy and fury of the sword in his hand. It seemed to be eager to drink the blood of the gods and let the enemy feel the same pain as it. Ha! Ares come again. Flying into the air under the night sky, Achilles laughed loudly. This kind of battle is what he wants, and defeating the enemy in such a battle is the glory he won on the battlefield. The young hero vented his emotions wantonly, and his loud voice shook the 4 fields. So much so that he did not notice that the sky suddenly stopped, and Phoebe and the wind god were full of disbelief. Oh, the gods are nothing more than that. Raising his sword, Achilles was about to inflict another heavy blow on Ares. However, in just a moment, the young hero suddenly swung his sword back. His hair stood on end, and a sudden sense of fear struck his heart. However, the next moment, Achilles suddenly found that his sword seemed to be blocked by something. He took a step forward, turned around, and drew his sword. But what made Achilles relieved and surprised was that he did not feel any resistance. "Who are you?" With his muscles tensed, The young hero stared cautiously at the three figures that suddenly appeared behind him. A man and a woman stood on either side, and Achilles felt a momentum that was slightly stronger than the god of war. As for the black-clothed man in the lead, Achilles could not feel any breath on him, God King, or his subordinates. If you are not a member of the god court, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. For some reason, Ares did not take the opportunity to attack. But just by looking at the two gods who acted as servants, Achilles knew that the people in front of him were not easy to deal with. If they were already enemies, then they would probably have to fight. But if not, then there is no need for him to make many powerful enemies out of thin air. God King? God King's subordinate. The voice was not high, as if it was coming from in front of you, or from far away. Achilles only felt that the person in front of him clearly did not conceal his appearance, but he could not see clearly anyway. Holding the artifact in his hand tightly, the infinite light and heat gave him some confidence. The young hero raised his sword slightly, as if threatening. Isn't it? Then you'd better leave. This is my grudge against Olympus, and has nothing to do with you. Yeah. As if smiling, the man in black shook his head slightly. I don't know what kind of grudge it is that is worthy of you going to such a big fight. Someone tell me, maybe I can make peace with it. Really? What if I want the position of God King? Some were unsure of the man in black's approach, so Achilles directly tried to test him. If the other party is a member of the Olympus divine court, then he will never be tolerated to be so presumptuous. However, unexpectedly, the young hero saw the man in black in front of him nod his head, as if to express his approval. No problem, as the God King, there is nothing you can't do. If you want to be a God King, you must have enough ability. In the past, when Zeus became the God King, he first experienced a calamity of life, and then a calamity of death. I have been to the abyss, broke through the palace of the second-generation God King, suppressed the Earth Mother, and defeated the demon king Typhon. Compared to him, what great things have you done that you actually want to sit on the sacred mountain and rule the earth and the sky? The big thing I've done? Watching the scene, although Erebus had no fluctuations in his heart, he finally nodded slightly. Since Zeus wanted this conference, he would give it to him. With this grand event, both he and the gods of Olympus would be more determined than ever before. This was exactly what he wanted, and the Lord of Darkness could not think of a reason to refuse. So he also raised his hand slightly and smoothed the afterglow of the sun's power that was dissipating near the sacred mountain. Since the King of Gods invited me, I won't refuse. I've lived in seclusion for a long time. It's okay to join in the fun. Erebus agreed, and Zeus was naturally delighted. The door of the Golden Palace was opened, and dancing nymphs were invited into the palace. Melodious music began to hover over the sacred mountain, and fine wine and delicacies were delivered to the top of the mountain for free. Achilles' turmoil was over, but what happened today was destined to spread to heaven and earth in a very short time after this banquet. The war in the world was just the beginning. Humans were brave because they had gods behind them. The gods' fights naturally needed a bigger backer. Swish. It takes 9 days and 9 nights to go from the sky to the earth. The same goes for going from the earth to the abyss. After being knocked down from the top of the sacred mountain, Achilles' fall never stopped. The earth seemed to not exist. When his body fell to the ground, he continued to fall without stopping. Unknown to him, the God King in the 9th heaven was still watching his end. Although Erebus didn't seem to want to let this mortal go, Zeus never wanted as if. He only wanted absolute, as long as he could control the result. So as long as he didn't see his final whereabouts, Zeus would not be at ease. So, with the God King's concern, the mortal who wanted to swing the sword at the God King continued to fall into the abyss. Passing through the complex world below, passing by an increasingly powerful underground kingdom, he continued to fall until a certain moment, as if he had passed through another boundary, and he came to the underworld. Perhaps because of the power of the original god, Achilles did not appear at the gate of the underworld, but directly appeared in the sky there. Flashing past the lavender moon, the eyes watching him couldn't help but move slightly. However, until the end, there was no change at all. It seemed that he didn't notice it, and it seemed that he didn't care. The purple moon hanging in the sky of the underworld exudes a strange power, awakening countless dead people. Achilles was like a shadow under the moonlight, but his falling speed was the same as before. No matter. Or this sword is indeed irrelevant to the will of the spirit world itself. The voice hesitated, but he did not do anything extra. He just watched the figure continue to fall until he fell into the rushing Styx.
Boom. Hua.
There was a loud noise, followed by countless waves, and the Styx surrounding the entire underworld seemed to be slightly shaken. In this shock, Achilles, who had lost his power, seemed to be about to wake up in severe pain. However, at this moment, a wave hit, causing the hero who was wandering between life and death to fall into a coma again. Hua, hua la la. The water of the Styx kept rushing, and the eyes above the 9 heavens never moved away. After an unknown period of time, the owner of the Styx seemed to finally realize this uninvited guest. The river water surged slightly, and a god with a cold temperament emerged from it. Styx, the eldest daughter of Oceanus, separated from them early. As the head of the Styx, she also holds some power in the underworld. Hades was not taken seriously by her, and Zeus, who once swore to be the keeper of the oath, was never really treated differently by her. Even Zeus, who was toasting to the Lord of Darkness at this moment, wanted to know what she would do when she saw Achilles falling. Achilles. The ethereal and distant voice echoed by the river, and the sound of the waves was like an accompaniment. Styx looked at the hero rolling in the river. Her expression was elusive in the shadows. No one knew what she was thinking, but for some reason, Zeus vouched for his intuition about women. He felt that the goddess seemed to be a little happy to see Achilles, who had fallen to this end, and even lost the power of the Styx. In addition to being happy, she also had some regrets. Intuition cannot be used as evidence, and Zeus didn't understand why. However, just as he was puzzled, the water of the Styx began to surge again. Styx's figure disappeared in the waves, as if he had never been there. As for Achilles, he moved forward amid the surging waves, floating towards an indescribable place. Tartarus. The god king looked puzzled and could not understand Styx's behavior. But what he could be sure of was that if this human fell into the abyss, no matter what the outcome was, it would probably have nothing to do with the present world. It was not like he had never been to the abyss before, and the changes there frightened even him. Whether this human was taken in by the existence inside or directly wiped out depended on his own luck. In this way, Erebus could be considered to have killed him. Killing a human holding a spiritual artifact, this behavior was probably not superior to the action he planned to take against Silvermoon City. Thinking in his heart, time passed by every second. At a certain moment, amid the surge of the Styx, the pale and quiet figure that seemed to be dead finally fell into the huge mouth of the abyss. It was not until he saw this scene that Zeus's last worry was completely put to rest. Once you enter Tartarus's belly, don't think about getting out again. In this way, the matter is perfectly concluded. Nodding slightly, Zeus raised his glass again in the Golden Palace. The Dark Lord's cooperation surprised him, but since the other party had no intention of doing anything weird, he naturally had to apologize for today's test. He had nothing substantial to give. After all, the other party probably wouldn't value what he had. So after thinking about it, Zeus had no choice but to express his attitude in other aspects. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 459 Fairy. On Mount Olympus, the banquet for the gods has just begun. The mountain is particularly glorious because of the most distinguished guests, and the gorgeous clouds illuminate the sky in the east of the earth. The fragrance of flowers dances in the air, and the birds in the sky linger. But at the same time, far away on the southeast edge of the continent, in a town not far from Silvermoon City, 2 young people finally waited for the day and were able to continue their journey. What a long night! This time is much longer than every time in the past. Even in the coldest winter, the same situation has never occurred in the extreme north of the continent. If it delays any longer, I will even think that the sun has fallen from the sky and the world will never see the light again. The primitive sled made of 2 wooden boards is tied to the rope, and it only takes a little force to lift heavy objects in the snow. As he walked forward, Hercules couldn't help but sigh at Amon's ingenuity. In the winter day when it just snowed, this is undoubtedly a good invention. Although he was not stingy with his own strength, Hercules would not refuse its help. The sun will not fall. If it really goes out, I'm afraid the whole world will fall into turmoil. Gently shaking his head, the young man following Hercules immediately looked up at the sun that finally rose. Starlight flickered in his eyes, and the originally huge ball of light finally revealed its true appearance. A golden chariot. Would it be a divine artifact similar to the sun boat? Amon didn't know, but it didn't prevent him from having a little interest in it. If he was given a chance to choose, in addition to the gods who control time and space or spirituality, the one that interested him most was probably the eternally burning sun. Walking in the town, the two chatted casually. Today's town seems very active today, and the flow of people is more than twice as dense as usual. Obviously, the sudden long night in the past period of time made everyone feel uncomfortable. So when the day came again, they all came out of their houses, releasing their long-suppressed spirits and thanking the gods for their gifts. Various prayers rang out in the city, and Hercules alone heard more than a dozen. But there was nothing strange about this, because the residents here not only had nothing to do with Silvermoon City, but on the contrary, they were mostly from the West. For hundreds of years, ordinary people from the continent who gave up their faith for various reasons gathered here, and they built their own residences together. Silvermoon City rarely paid attention to this, and other kingdoms were even less likely to come here to pursue prisoners. So over time, the settlement gradually expanded, and this unmanaged town was formed. Haha, young man, I know your doubts. But as you can see, this town has no owner. It's not that no one has tried to manage it. There are even nobles who have fled here and want to bring this place under their rule and pass it down from generation to generation as the nobles of the blood of the gods. But what is their result? Those powerful clergymen certainly don't care about a group of refugees, but it doesn't mean that they can allow a country that does not believe in their gods to be born in their territory. So anyone who tries to do this has already died. I think you shouldn't do this, right? Under the guidance of the guards to the center of the town, Hercules finally saw the owner here again. A middle-aged man in his 40s was also waiting for his arrival. It's just obvious that although the great hero is not interested in power and status until now, this famous businessman still has doubts about him. You worry too much. Of course I won't do this. I just want to get what I need on this trip. After a slight silence, Hercules spoke in a deep voice. He then reached out and pulled, and with a loud bang, the hero pushed the things on the sled behind him down. The heavy object fell to the ground, and in an instant, the whole manor shook slightly, and the cloth covering the surface was scattered in all directions. A wild boar that was several people tall rolled out from it, but the middle-aged man was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Ah, it seems that you have lived up to your trust. Hero who came from afar, your bravery really amazes me. To say alive is to capture alive, so you are much more powerful than those knights who bear the curse. Taking a few steps forward, the middle-aged man circled the huge wild boar a few times. There were some signs of injury, but the prey was obviously still alive, which was what made the middle-aged man most satisfied. What he needed was a living Erymanthus boar, not a dead body. Only living things can be used as sacrifices to the gods. Only the gods themselves are qualified to decide its life and death. You flatter me. There are so many heroes in the world who can do this. Capturing a wild animal is not a feat worth boasting about. But anyway, since I have completed your request, will you keep your promise and give me the reward I deserve? Hercules did not take credit for it, but just put forward his request again. In order to travel overseas, he undoubtedly needed a ship. But even if he came to the territory of Silvermoon City in person, the hero still didn't know where to find what he wanted. Fortunately, at this time, Hercules happened to meet the middle-aged man who had just issued the bounty. He hoped someone could help him catch the Erymanthian boar without harming its life. So, after a display of force, the two hit it off and quickly made an agreement. Of course, hero from afar, no matter where you come from, since you have found a sacrifice for me to offer to the gods, I will naturally not break my oath. The middle-aged man nodded affirmatively, without hesitation. If the gift to the gods has flaws, it will not reflect my piety. The middle-aged man led the way in front and invited Hercules to go to the house with him to talk, and the great hero naturally had no reason to refuse. Soon, in the core of the manor, the middle-aged businessman spread out a map on the table. What is this? This is a sea chart. With a little bit of pride, the middle-aged man spread out a huge sea chart as tall as a person on the table. There were strict divisions of large and small marks on it, and there were even many marks that Hercules could not understand. I remember you were going to prepare for going out to sea, but since it's a voyage, you must have a goal. Depending on the goal, I will give you different suggestions, so, young hero, where do you want to set the end of your adventure? I heard that there is a huge whirlpool above the East China Sea. After a moment of silence, Hercules tentatively spoke. However, to his surprise, the face of the middle-aged man in front of him suddenly changed when he heard it. It was not fear, but just a little fear, but there was also a little shame in the fear. As if he was lost in memories, it was not until a long time that the middle-aged man looked at the hero in front of him with a complicated expression. So that's it, you are also going to that big whirlpool, so the hero, who came from afar, are you also going to pursue the legend of the bronze creator? What if it is? What if it's not? Not much, whether you are going there or not. Let me tell you a story. Shaking his head slightly, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and then told his past memories. About 30 years ago, the middle-aged man had not yet come to the town under the jurisdiction of Silver Moon City. He was a nobleman from Olympia who believed in the almighty king of gods. Until one day, the young nobleman was summoned by the priest of the church. In the majestic and solemn temple, he took on a task that would take him to the end in front of the statue. You mean, the priest of the king of gods asked you to drive a large ship to the whirlpool of the East China Sea and pretend to fall into it accidentally. He told you that you would meet an imprisoned god there, and what you need to do is to repay his kindness with the greatest malice, and then repay his kindness with a curse? Hearing this, Heracles was shocked. Hearing this, he couldn't believe what he heard. Is this true? Although in his heart, the gods are not so bright, the great hero never thought that the king of gods would do such a thing. No, this may not be the intention of the king of gods himself. After all, gods and humans are often not the same. I don't know who this order came from, the monarch of Olympus, or the priest who wanted to please the gods. But in the end, the young me took on this task. The middle-aged man took a deep breath while sitting in a chair. At that time, I thought I could do well. After all, a god who was identified as a sinner was not worthy of my sympathy. But until I personally experienced the despair of falling into the endless darkness, and then the hope of being saved in despair, I was shaken for the first time. And this is just the beginning. When I saw the prisoner locked in the sea, I felt the mistake I made. So, you didn't do what the priest said?
No.
After a long silence, he finally uttered this word. Although the middle-aged man did not give a reason, Hercules still understood. Fear of power, fear of priests, fear of power, and the influence of past education. Obviously, even if the middle-aged man at that time felt regretful, he still did what the priest asked. He finally returned with honor and was rewarded by the priests, but maybe one day later, he, who was no longer young, finally felt remorse. He finally gave up all his status in Olympia and abandoned his past faith in the God King, and chose to come to Silver Moon City to start over. At that time, I figured it out. No matter what I choose, it actually makes no difference. Repaying kindness with hatred at the request of the priest is showing the evil of mankind to the Creator. And even if I give up doing this, I will be punished by the priests after leaving, which only shows him the despair of the good people in the human race. No matter what I choose, the result has already been determined, so I backed off at that time. But now, I regret it again. Maybe it was a good choice to muster up the courage to die there at that time. Silent, Hercules was a little confused. He completed the trial under the guidance of the god of West Wind, but heard such rebellious remarks here. He didn't know whether it was true or false. But Hercules' intuition told him that the man in front of him was not lying to him. So, the sacrifice you want. I have abandoned my past beliefs. Now, I believe in the goddess of the wilderness. I hope to offer this wild boar as a sacrifice to her, hoping that God can forgive my sins. Putting away the chart, the middle-aged man suddenly smiled. But I've changed my mind now. Mighty hero, you may not know that the wild boar of Erymanthus once escaped the arrows of the goddess. It may seem huge, but its agility is rare in the world. The fact that you were able to subdue it without killing it has proven your strength, so I decided to go there with you and return to the place that I regret. My morals are so despicable, and my past was so cowardly, but I still want to try and kill my past self. You young hero, will you accept my request? Certainly. Nodding affirmatively, although his doubts about the gods were still not dissipated, Hercules still reached out his hand decisively. Everyone has the right to regret. I am atoning for my past. So tell me your name, my unexpected friend. Although this journey is destined to not be easy, I am willing to go with a friend like you. And if you die in the end, then I will take your name with me. From now on, everyone in the world who knows the existence of Hercules will definitely know the deeds you left behind. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 460, Setting Sail and Stopping. Oileus, a hero who is ordinary in this world but barely left his name in the original destiny of the world. He was the father of Ajax the Younger and a crew member of the Argo. According to later records, the son of Orlons made a big mistake after the victory of the Trojan War. He blasphemed the Apollo priest who hid in the temple of Athena and was punished by the goddess and fell into the sea. However, Khaos never lacked arrogant heroes, and so did Ajax the Younger. He grabbed a reef in the waves and arrogantly declared that even if all the gods on the holy mountain of Olympus united to attack him, he would save his life by himself. And the result is naturally obvious. The angry Poseidon set off an endless tsunami, and Ajax the Younger died in the turmoil of the sea. Of course, this has nothing to do with the world now. Today, Orlons has not married or had children and has never left his name in the world. He is just an ordinary human being, and even his ability in sailing has been demonstrated in another opportunity in advance. Since then, he left his hometown with regret. Until today, Oileus met the young Hercules, who was following the footsteps of the bronze creator just like his young self. He finally made up his mind to pick up what he had lost in the past. So, is this what you called the ship before? Well, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it can sail on the sea at all. Or, rather than saying it is a ship, it is more like a large coffin. On a beach south of Silver Moon City, the young man Amon was carrying a high bag. Like a young man who had never seen the world, he expressed his doubts without hesitation. However, Hercules actually had similar feelings about Amon's doubts. Because what was presented to the two of them at this time was a huge cylinder lying on the beach. The diameter of the cylinder was very long, probably as high as several floors. There were all kinds of protrusions and gaps on it, which seemed to prove that it was not as simple as it looked. The two ends of the cylinder are not smooth sections, but semicircular spheres. Judging from the appearance alone, it seems easy for viewers to understand its structure. This is not a solid cylinder, but a hollow device. It may be possible to live inside it and store material wealth. However, in any case, from the perspective of a ship, it seems a bit strange. Especially how can such a thing sail on the sea and reach the whirlpool of the East China Sea? Yes, this is a ship. It's just that it is a little different from what you understand. Without any servants, Orleans opened a heavy box. In an instant, the colorful crystals almost dazzled Hercules' eyes, but he immediately realized the energy contained in these crystals. What is this? Elemental crystals. The specific explanation is very complicated, but you can understand that wizards casting spells is a manifestation of mobilizing energy. It is often generated in an environment with extremely high concentrations of elements, such as the mystery locks in Silver Moon City, which are said to be able to do this. As for the use, reaching out and patting the huge cylindrical device, Oleus explained seriously, "These crystals are the driving force of this big guy. It was with it that I could travel back and forth between the eye of the sea and the human continent. Unlike what people often think of the sea, the real ocean is actually much more dangerous than you think. Especially after leaving the near sea and entering the sea area that was once the battlefield of the sea gods. Sea monsters stained with divine blood, descendants of the ancestors of all monsters, or even gods themselves pretending to be monsters. It is said that the son of the ancient sea god and the father of all monsters, Phorcus, is like this. If you drive this real big ship, you can't go back and forth safely even with the protection of the breath of the sea god. Because the breath of the gods will attract many things in the deep sea. Unless you let the gods escort you, no one can be truly safe. But I can kill them. Believe me, there may be monsters in this world that I can't defeat, but we shouldn't encounter them so easily." Still hesitant, Hercules said hesitantly. Although he is willing to believe his new friend, the great hero still has doubts about the coffin in front of him. Can such a thing also travel on the sea? In all these years, he has never seen such a ship. Well, I believe in your strength, Hercules, and that's why I decided to go with you. But I also hope you can understand that there are few ships in the world that can withstand the collision of demigod-level power. If you don't want to defeat the sea monster halfway, but eventually die in the sea, then I advise you not to do this. After all, these ocean experiences are like sea charts. Each of them is a guiding light stained with life and blood. Pull open a buckle plate on the cylinder, and Oleus poured a box of crystals into it. He then took a step back, with some memories in his eyes. Be prepared to witness, just like I did back then. It was from that day that I finally got rid of the inherent prejudice against wizards in my heart. The buckle closed, and Hercules found that the gap on the cylinder in front of him disappeared with naked eyes. The next moment, just like a dead object, the creation that originally emitted weak energy also completely lost the trace of the extraordinary realm. At the tail of the cylinder, the bulge of unknown purpose suddenly shook and turned into several large and small fan blades. And in the perception of the great hero, the weight of the thing in front of him was also no longer constant. What is this? As you can see, this is a ship that can sail underwater. It can close the inside and outside, isolate all extraordinary fluctuations, and can simply use the changes in matter and the conduction of force to drive this behemoth in the water. It's a very shocking invention, right? It's really shocking. Looking at the cylinder, with a diameter of several people and a length no smaller than a large ship, Hercules couldn't imagine it. If the extraordinary power is not used, how can such a coffin move in the water? But since Oleus said so, it should be impossible to lie to him. After all, whether this thing can move or not, we will know after a try. So, this is the sea ship of Silver Moon City? It can only be said that it is one of the sea ships designed by the White Tower. And as far as I know, they are also planning to involve something that can be used in the sky and in the sea at the same time. As he explained, Oleus also remembered an interesting story about this kind of ship. It's a bit legendary. Do you know how this kind of ship was thought up? Shaking his head slightly, Oleus didn't know whether he should believe this legend or not. It is said that in a dream, a wizard was chasing a white dragon. He lost his goal in the chase and wandered around aimlessly. Finally, he walked into a strange library. Talking heads, endless circular corridors, countless books. He seemed to have left something there and finally gained the qualification to read. And the inspiration for this ship came from a book called 25,000 Miles in It. What a wonderful story. Not taking it seriously, Orleans just said it, and so did Hercules. But dreams and the like, just listen to them. Maybe the wizard who invented this ship did get inspiration from a dream, but being able to turn it into reality ultimately depends on his strength. In short, the problem of the ship has been solved, and there is no need to find a trader who is familiar with the road. The biggest problem of going to sea by himself no longer exists, and Hercules can also breathe a sigh of relief and make final preparations by the way. But, speaking of which, has my trial been temporarily suspended? Somewhat puzzled, it had been a long time since the killing of Hydra, but the god of the west wind still hadn't come to find him. Although Hercules had changed his opinion of the Olympian gods again at this moment, the stories that happened to others were not enough to change the ideas he had developed since childhood. Never mind. Since the god of the west wind didn't come to find me, I guess it's not urgent yet. If he really needs me, there's no possibility that he won't find me. Nodding secretly, the great hero felt that he was really worrying too much. As the god of the west wind, the invisible wind is his best medium. As long as the other party wants to find him, he will definitely be able to find him. What's more, since the last time he killed the giant lion, the other party left a mark for him. Tisk. I don't know what the mark of the gods is for. On the beach not far from Silver Moon City, the young man Amon was working hard as a crew member. However, at the gate of the real Silver Moon City, a bird woke up from its slumber, revealing a human expression just right. Silver Moon City. This is Silver Moon City. It is said that they believe in the Lord of all spirits, the God of gods. Familiar title, familiar authority, and witchcraft and alchemy all started from here. Amon's interest in this city is not a day or two. However, when it really came here, the bird suddenly found that an invisible barrier blocked the entrance and exit. The big net that originally covered the world was distorted here, and its string was marked with large and small knots in another form. Except for the existence recognized by it, no one can come and go freely here. Of course, if it only stopped at this, it would not stop Amon. He only needs to replace an ordinary citizen to easily pass through this net. However, the problem is that although Amon is so confident in the status and characteristics left over from his peak, there are still things in this world that he is afraid of. For example, the outer god who destroyed Heminu was like this. A sword that destroyed the world, a power beyond the limit of great divine power. Although Amon was 90% sure that it was only a one-time power, he still didn't want to try whether his replacement could deceive the other party's spirituality. So although he was also 99% sure that the other party did not add his power to this so-called mystery lock, he still did not intend to take the initiative to break through this barrier. This is different from other jokes. If it is really a creation-level power, then with his empty power at the moment, even if he creates more incarnations, he may not be able to escape death. But if that's the case, there's nothing we can do. I want to go in and take a look, but I don't have the chance. If there's really no chance, I'll have to ask kind people to create an opportunity for me. As if a little helpless, the bird gently flapped its wings. After searching for a while, it finally chose a suitable target. Although I don't know where this mark came from and what it has to do with that powerful human, it doesn't matter. After all, they are gods, and they are all the same. They don't take mortals seriously, just like Amon didn't take the lives of this world seriously. So since your mark has fallen into the city, do you go in or not? The result is unknown, but for Amon, it's nothing more than achieving his wish or having fun. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 461, Above Board. In the Khaos world, the gods have always had a loose concept of time. One day or 1 month, several months or 1 year. In their eyes, there is no difference. Unless something major happens, almost all gods seem very casual except for fulfilling their duties. Even for the work of the duties of the gods, only Apollo and his ilk who use artifacts to exercise authority need to do it personally. Otherwise, for the true gods who hold power, they have 10,000 ways to solve the problem. Of course, where there is a norm, there are naturally exceptions. For example, the most loyal subordinate of the King of Gods, the god of the west wind who runs between the human world and the mountain of gods, is like this. After witnessing the suppression of the Hydra, Zephyrus hurried back to the mountain of gods before he could give Hercules the next instructions. And now that the trouble caused by Achilles has just ended, he has no free time to enjoy the long-lost banquet, and he rushes to the human world again. What happened on Olympus was just a temporary accident, and Hercules was the problem he needed to pay attention to. Especially, the God King also told him that he had arranged a companion for the mortal hero. Although he didn't know who that person was, Zephyrus naturally didn't dare to neglect it since he could make Zeus speak. After all, as the #1 subordinate who thought what the God King thought and was anxious about what the God King was anxious about, the god of the west wind never dared to neglect Zeus's instructions. Then the question is, let's not talk about where the companion is now. The most important thing is, where did Hercules go? With a helpless look, the invisible air flow hovered in the sky of a swamp and then turned into a human form. Zephyrus's eyes shuttled back and forth, but he never found anything. This is where the Hydra was defeated before, and even the wind that roamed around brought him a positive answer. Under this swamp, Hydra was being suppressed by the dismemberment. Its poisonous blood continued to flow out and seep into the ground. If poisonous swamps appear in other places in the world in the future, perhaps the blood of the Hydra has surfaced under the movement of the earth. All this was done very well. Even Zephyrus himself could not do better in the world. However, what annoyed him was that the hero who had accomplished all this disappeared again. I can't find him again. Although I didn't come to find him in time, didn't he know to wait for a while? Without the guidance of God, how can your trial go on? The god of west wind never expected that he could lose people not only in the jungle in the north, but also in the wilderness and swamp in the south. In theory, this is all a problem of Zeus assigning him tasks in the middle of the journey. But obviously, the King of Gods is not wrong, and Zephyrus can't use this as an excuse to shirk the blame. So, after complaining in his heart for a while, Zephyrus calmed down. It's just looking for someone, nothing big. This is not the first time. And having learned from the last lesson, this time he has a backup plan. Smiling slightly, the god of west wind was a little proud when he thought of this. Unlike some gods, he would not make the same mistake twice. This is already a very good quality among the immortal gods. After a slight sense, it didn't take long for Zephyrus to connect with the mark he left in advance. The location in the east seems to be close to the sea. In this direction. But it seems that he has stopped moving. Has he entered a certain city? After making a judgment, without hesitation, the god of west wind immediately turned and headed in the sense direction. In the entire world, there is no city he can't go to. Only Athens is a bit troublesome, but as long as he doesn't make trouble, he probably can't find his trace with a divine weapon that no one operates. Let's find the other party quickly and arrange the task. Then take this opportunity. He can have a good rest for a while. Who? Cross the mountain and cross the river. Invisible air flows in the clouds, and ant-like creatures wander on the ground. I don't know how far I have passed. At a certain moment, Zephyrus finally sensed that his mark is close at hand. As expected, Hercules should be in front. After all, no one can silently touch the mark left by another god without being discovered. But no one told me. How dare he enter here? From invisible to visible, Zephyrus suddenly appeared on the treetop and directly startled a group of flying birds. Flapping their wings desperately, the birds left the nearby trees in panic, but at this moment, the god of the west wind had no time to pay attention to these. Standing on the tree and looking far away, it seems that because it has just passed through an invisible barrier, in Zephyrus, a huge black shadow is standing at the end of the sight. Floating in the air, 12 high towers rotate clockwise. Built on the earth, a magnificent building complex. There is no outermost wall, only a road and a gate running through the central axis. Zephyrus knows why this is, because these blasphemous sinners think they are the chosen sons of heaven and believers protected by the Lord. They believed that, Most cities are defenseless, and that a truly powerful country does not need walls to defend against enemy attacks. If a kingdom is under siege, it only proves that it is destined to be destroyed because of its weakness. And in this world, no kingdom is more powerful than them. Silver Moon City is exactly like that Achilles. Muttering in a low voice, in front of the god of West Wind, the huge city only showed the tip of the iceberg. Just like before passing through a certain barrier, Zephyrus had no sight of the city at all. Standing outside the city at this moment, he could not see the specific scene in the city. According to unreliable rumors, this is the ability that a goddess seemed to have specially given to the mystery lock that enveloped the city. Because she heard that Helios, who was still the owner of the Sun Golden Chariot at the time, had a hobby. That is, whenever he drove the chariot to patrol the earth, he always liked to observe the secrets of various places. But this has nothing to do with Zephyrus, it's just some visual tricks. What really makes him embarrassed is what he should do next. According to the location of the mark, Hercules is actually in this city. However, the god of West Wind can be sure that this city will never welcome the gods of Olympus. Moreover, even without considering these, the mystery lock covering the plain alone made Zephyros feel helpless. The god king once told him personally that under the great power, no god had the confidence to defeat the god of the demon net in the world. So, in the final analysis, if he wanted to enter the city, he had only one choice.
Bronsegate.
Looking into the distance, the vision of the god of West Wind was blurred inside the city. However, there was also the only clear thing, that is a tall arch made of bronze. Bronze Gate. Zephyros had heard of this name, not only because many spellcasters who had come to Silver Moon City to study spread it after leaving, but also because of the meaning represented by this portal. After all, the outermost portal that runs through the central axis of Silver Moon City was named this way to commemorate the truth of history. They wrote the history of the Bronze Age on it, recording the merits and sins of every god and man. Prometheus, the fire thief, the treacherous priests, the coldness and ruthlessness of the god king. Even Zephyros himself is on the mural on the bronze doorpost. That is real history, although it is only real in the eyes of humans. It describes the meanness of gods, as well as the greed and stupidity of people. But even so, the god of the West Wind is still a little uncomfortable. Hercules, I hope he doesn't believe these crazy words. If it really doesn't work, I will have to tell him that he is actually the son of the noble god king, and he is different from those mortals. After hesitating for a while, Zephyros was a little undecided. The application is completed and the topic has been delivered. With a sound, the light silver metal sphere vibrated again. However, after listening to the other party's words, Zephyros also roughly understood the meaning. It turns out that this peculiar registration method is still batch-based, which is really interesting. I just don't know what the content is specifically. After all, the object they are facing is just a group of birds. Huh. Shocked violently, the god of the West Wind looked around, but found nothing. For some reason, he always had a bad premonition. However, looking around, he found nothing. There was only a group of birds of various colors looking at each other, and the iron lump that brought him here. Huh. Imagination, it should be too tired. Damn it. I just came to find someone, but why should I register with a group of birds here? I am a god. Damn it, when I find Hercules, I must tell him that no matter what, he should not run away again. He spoke with great emphasis, and his anger was evident. However, after his anger, Zephyros could only bear it helplessly. There was no way, the situation was stronger than him. He could not escape from what he had to do. In order to prevent the king of gods from questioning him, to prevent a big problem, and because he had paid too much. After all, compared to the Bronze Gate, this place was actually more dangerous for the god of the West Wind. In short, no matter what, Zephyros could only choose to go through this so-called process. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 464, Title and Departure. Wow. The north wind howled, bringing the winter cold. In the maze of Silver Moon City, the god of West Wind felt that he was on guard every moment. However, reality never changes according to personal will, and I don't know how long he has been waiting here silently. Until he got the feather pen that belonged to him, the god of West Wind finally felt that he saw a little hope. It's finally here. Let's start quickly. He can't wait any longer. End this journey as soon as possible. As a god, he doesn't belong to this damn exam at all. Only the banquet on Mount Olympus is his destination. Even if he stays here for one more second, Zephyros feels that he is wasting his life.
Ha!
Brother, how are you prepared for this exam? The feathers all over his body exploded for the third time, and the god of West Wind turned back fiercely. But all he could see was an ordinary three-legged sparrow. You can talk. Shocked, Zephyros was a little surprised to hear this. I just found out that there are very few birds that can talk, but I didn't expect to meet one. But the next moment, he was looked at as if he was a fool.
Ha!
What's the question? Are you stupid? If you can't talk, why were you brought here to take the exam? You can talk, so of course I can talk. Silently, the god of West Wind felt his claws harden. However, after thinking for a moment, he had to admit that the other party made sense. Not surprisingly, the dozen birds brought here were treated differently because they were all different, but it made sense, but it couldn't eliminate the strange feeling in Zephyros' heart. As a god, I was mocked by a bird. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. The reason why this happened is that the birds here are too different. After comforting himself for a few words, the god of West Wind still had to face reality. Regardless of whether this was reasonable or not, he could only choose to ignore it at most. It's impossible to kill birds here, but you wait. At this moment, Zephyros secretly swore that when he returned to the sacred mountain, he would eat a whole bird feast for a month. However, the god of the West Wind wanted to ignore it, but the three-legged sparrow did not intend to let him go.
Ga-streepje.
Brother, you don't look very smart. Are you really ready for the exam later? If you really don't know how to do it, I can let you learn from it then. Learn from it. You. Almost unable to catch his breath, Zephyros' claws exerted a little force. Learn from it. Isn't it just plagiarism? With a click, he couldn't help but break the slender feather pen. No need. I won't bother you. Just kidding, it's just a so-called test. How could it really stump the gods? Let him plagiarize? It's a joke. However, he just asked a stupid question, and he couldn't refute it immediately.
Ha!
I hope so. I also hope you can pass the exam on your own. But brother, why did you break the pen? Shaking his head slightly, the three-legged sparrow didn't seem to believe what the god of the West Wind said. But it finally changed the subject and pointed at Zephyros's broken feather pen. It's just a pen. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. Sneering, the god of the West Wind didn't care at all. It's just a pen. What a fuss. It's broken. What's the big deal? Animals are animals. If it were someone else, they would definitely not care about such a small matter. Ding. Mr. Bird, I'm sorry to interrupt your communication, but regarding the problem of intentional damage to the test supplies just detected, please cooperate to solve it. A familiar voice sounded from behind, and Zephyros turned his head stiffly to take a look. The pale silver metal sphere was floating there. The sound just now was undoubtedly made by the other party. After a moment of stunned, the god of the West Wind finally looked back in the direction of the three-legged sparrow. If it were anywhere else, he would have 10,000 ways to make a feather pen. But here, he didn't dare to use any power related to God, even divine arts.
Ha!
Why are you looking at me? Don't you have money? If you don't have money, just pluck your own feathers. You don't expect me to do it for you, do you? Don't worry, considering the cost of work and compensation, you only need to pluck 5 feathers. It's not strange to use materials to pay off debts. After a while, I don't know what kind of mood he was in when he plucked 5 feathers, and Zephyros received a feather pen again. The tool was lost and recovered, but the feathers on the body were a little sparse. Listening to the voices coming from the side, this time, The god of the west wind pretended not to hear anything the chattering sparrow said. For a long time, until the silver ball made another ding sound, when more than a dozen papyrus papers fell down after a space fluctuation, Zephyros raised his claws slightly and grabbed the paper tightly. I finally saw the question. For a moment, an inexplicable feeling surged in my heart, but the god of west wind quickly suppressed it and prepared to start answering the questions. Although he encountered many problems before, it was not his fault. If he had to blame someone, he should blame the strange order of Silver Moon City. Fortunately, there is no problem now. Holding the feather pen, Zephyros felt that his confidence was back. As eternal gods, most of the gods on Mount Olympus did not know much about human knowledge, with only a few exceptions. For example, the king of gods Zeus, and the goddess of wisdom Athena. Of course, the god of west wind is also one of them. At first, he was just because of the attention of the king of gods. Later, he was curious about the source of faith. Over time, Zephyros read a lot of books, and even among humans, he thought he was a knowledgeable bachelor. Come on, Silver Moon City can't use advanced witchcraft knowledge to test a bird. If that's the case, then he will admit it. Taking a deep breath, the god of west wind spread out the test paper. Next, it's time for him to show his strength. Sha-sha. 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 In the temporary open-air examination room, the birds who received the papers wrote furiously. If you only look at the movement of the pen, without seeing the existence of the pen, I am afraid no one will believe that this is a group of birds answering. However, among the many birds who are writing the questions seriously, there is a bird that is motionless and stands out from the crowd. What is this? The claw holding the pen trembled slightly in front of the papyrus. At this moment, Zephyros felt a little confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? I don't know at all. Looking at the questions in front of him, the god of the west wind couldn't say even a word. Even if he really saw the so-called advanced witchcraft knowledge, he probably wouldn't have such a reaction. To be honest, if he really saw such content, I am afraid Zephyros would not write at all. On the one hand, he wouldn't. On the other hand, it proved that he must have been discovered. No one would use such a professional and difficult content to test a bird, even a bird that can talk. So, no matter how dangerous it is here, if things are impossible, the god of the west wind will make the right decision. However, the reality is not like this. At this moment, Zephyros looked at the test questions in front of him, and his heart was only at a loss. Question 1. It is known that there are 3 rows of numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now choose numbers from them and arrange them. Get 3, 6, 4, 1, 2, 8, 9, asterisk 2. Please give the answer to the missing numbers. Question 2. It is known that there is a blackbird and a tortoise racing. The tortoise is 100 cubits ahead of the blackbird, and it moves forward 1 cubit every breath, while the bird's speed is 10 times that of the tortoise. The blackbird believes that it can win this race because its speed is much faster than the tortoise. But the tortoise believes that the other party will never win, because when the blackbird catches up with the leading 100 cubits, it has continued to move forward for a distance during this period of time. When the blackbird caught up with the distance again, the tortoise had already moved again. So no matter how hard the blackbird tried, it would never catch up with the tortoise. Please give a conclusion to the above questions and make a logical explanation. Explain who will win, why, and where the opponent's logic is wrong. Question 3. Silently, at this moment, Zephyros felt that he should not be here. These were not difficult questions, nor were they professional at all. However, when facing them, the god of the west wind felt that he was crushed in terms of IQ. He could feel the logic between the numbers, and he could also feel that there was an inexplicable sense of disharmony in the conversation between the tortoise and the bird. However, the result was that he had no way to deal with these two, let alone the dozen questions behind. Looking around, the god of the west wind thought he was not an exception, but in the end he despaired to find that he was the only one who had no idea how to deal with it. Except for him, the remaining dozen birds were writing furiously, as if they did not feel any difficulty at all. Am I a god, or are they gods? Maybe they are all gods who turned into birds, and I am the only one who turned into a god from a bird. A feeling of powerlessness came over him. Before this trip, Zephyros had considered many outcomes. For example, being discovered, and then fighting all the way to escape. Another example is being discovered, and then trying to bribe these short-lived mortals with benefits. But what the god of West Wind never expected was that he actually fell at the beginning and couldn't even enter the gate of Silver Moon City. And the reason for his failure was that he was defeated by a group of birds.
Ahem, ha.
Brother, look here, I say. Are you really not going to learn from it, or exchange views with each other or something? A low voice came from beside him, but at this time it was like a long drought meeting sweetness, and it was like a willow flower brightening up after a dark period. At this moment, Zephyros was very grateful to this chatterbox sparrow, who was still hated not long ago. Those who have not experienced it personally will never know how much a person in the examination room desires the answer. Ahem. No need to borrow from others, but to communicate. After a moment's silence, the god of the West Wind said reservedly, "One person's ideas are still somewhat insufficient, especially since you are still too young. Well, let me give you some pointers." Sha. Soon, not long after, there was a sound of notes rubbing in this open-air examination room. This time, Zephyros said that his previous judgment was correct. It was just a question for mortals. How could it be difficult for gods? But he didn't notice that while he was writing, a silver sphere quietly appeared behind him. It silently recorded everything into its body and sent it to the corresponding place. Cheating is against the rules, but let's wait until he finishes writing. After all, if there was no uninvited visitor, where would Silver Moon City have this test? Hualala. The waves were rising and falling on the seashore. A rope tied the huge cylinder to prevent it from floating far away. A large amount of supplies were sent into it to maintain the voyage. He didn't know that a god who had gone crazy looking for him was taking his first exam in his life, and he didn't know that he was about to experience his first experience of being caught cheating. Hercules walked to the seaside and looked at the vast ocean. Compared to the land, the sea is not only wide, but also deep. Sir Andy, have you been to the ocean? No. Although more than one person who has received my power has been here, I have never been. But now think about it. If it weren't for the choice back then, maybe this would be my home. A rustling sound came, and the puppet crawled out of his pocket. He recalled the choices that had been in front of him, but he didn't know what they were at the time. Chess, sailing, opera. He chose the last one, which was good. But how do you know if the other two that were not chosen are better answers? So don't regret it, and believe in every choice you make. Hercules, one day, you will become a real hero. Speaking softly, in fact, in Anne's eyes, the so-called heroes of Khaos have never been heroes. Although he doesn't know what a real hero is like, at least he thinks it shouldn't be like this. In the past, someone told me some stories. Hercules, I will tell you some of them when I have the chance. As for how you understand them, that's your business. I will. Accepting seriously, Hercules looked at the sky. It was already late, and he had planned to go to Silver Moon City first, but now he thought it would be okay to wait. Let's wait until he comes back. After all, compared to the eye of the East China Sea, there is no one waiting for his arrival in that city. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 465, Banshee. There are not many people in the team, and there are even fewer people who would raise objections. So, after discussing with his two companions respectively, Hercules decided to set sail. The road to the eye of the sea is long and winding, and even Oileus, who has been there once, cannot guarantee that he will be able to come and go safely again. After all, they used to be able to pass by the countries that believed in Poseidon and get supplies and assistance, but now they have to avoid these places. Hercules had no objection to this either. Even though he still had a complicated attitude towards the gods, he had no doubt that the god king hated Prometheus. Tieske. So, is this the source of power for this ship? Inside this sea whale boat, several people stepped into it from the entrance. Unlike the suffocation he imagined, Hercules couldn't feel any discomfort as the entrance behind him was closed. There is no difference from the outside world. Even the air is still fresh. Looking at the interior furnishings, Amon, as a studious young man, was the first to express doubts. No matter how you look at it, this is just an ordinary furnace. So the so-called element crystallization you put in before is the fuel for this furnace? Located approximately at the middle and rear side of the hull, a structure similar in shape to a furnace is placed directly in a semi-enclosed space. It's just that there is neither fire nor temperature or cold inside it. I actually don't know much about alchemy, but if it's just this primitive element furnace, then I can indeed answer your questions. But before that, I want to ask you a question. Stopping in front of the furnace and listening to Amon's question, Aureus couldn't help but sigh at the cycle of fate. He had asked the same question before, and now he was going to relay this explanation to the new crew members. As we all know, gods possess divine power and can change all things and influence rules. They can turn dead things into living things and turn lust into oasis, and the origin of wizards is also related to this. It is rumored that the original magic power was created by the goddess of the magic network imitating the divine power. The wizard used this to mobilize the elements and affect matter and spirit. But here comes the question. Is the essence of magic or divine power a manifestation of matter or a spiritual cycle? It should come from the soul. After thinking for a moment, Hercules replied, I heard that for wizards, meditation is one of the ways for them to advance. So, compared to matter, soul is more accurate. Yeah. Nodding slightly, Aureus was noncommittal. He used to think so too, but this was obviously not the real answer. If the essence of magic and elements is spirituality, then why can they create strong winds, bring wind and snow, and even create water in the desert and let wood burn in the ocean? Actually, no matter whether it is divine power or elements, they are not purely made of matter or spirituality, but are somewhere in between. They can be easily affected by it, and can also be transformed into corresponding existences under specific conditions. Well, so this elemental furnace. Heracles and Ammon expressed their understanding of Aureus's explanation. But whatever divine power and magic is, what does it have to do with their problems? That's what this furnace is for. It burns the element, which changes its form. Turn the elements into wind, so that this sealed ship can breathe without having to float. Turn the elements into water, so that people can drink and rest. It can also bring pure energy to propel the rotation of the roulette wheel, thus allowing the sea whale boat to move forward on the seabed. The principle was explained in detail, but Aureus didn't really understand the specific content. For example, he still doesn't quite understand whether the water element turned into water or whether it gathered the surrounding water in some form. But that was all he knew, plus at most a guess he heard. This is the Forge of Elements, of course. What we see now is just an original version. It is said that the real thing is not like this, but a device that can not only turn elements into matter, but also turn matter into elements and even return elements to a more essential energy state so that they can transform into each other. At that time, water will be earth and air will be stars. As long as you keep pouring seawater and soil into it, you can bring endless energy and matter. It's indeed powerful, but it doesn't sound like something that has already been realized. If not, Silver Moon City should have already ruled the world. The studious young man joked casually, and Hercules nodded in approval. But at this moment, Ammon felt that he was becoming more and more interested in alchemy. Equivalent exchange is the most fundamental rule of all things in the world. The random transformation of energy and matter. Even God can only do part of it, and even if it can do it, it can only be done by knowing it and not knowing why. As for the concept of fuzzy information and material energy, it is the power of creation. To achieve this step with the strength of a mortal, even if it was just a guess, it was enough to surprise him. I don't know who the goddess of the magic network is, and Hermes, the inventor of alchemy, is even more extraordinary.
Tisk.
His eyes flickered slightly. As a Mon, a survivor of Meng village, he could only sigh at this. But as a Mon, the star god, he felt that he could still understand some deeper principles at a close distance. Of course, Hermes might be a little dangerous. Although he didn't find anything wrong now, he was not in a hurry to do anything. Now let's do things here first. As for the other side, let's wait until the power is restored a little before considering it.
F.
Click. Buzz. Hua. As the buckle loosened, the huge box lost its connection with the land. When the big ship called Sea Whale Boat fell into the sea, the originally slightly silent furnace finally lit up a faint light. On the inner layer of the hull, the lines used to isolate the breath began to take effect, and the energy inside and outside was completely separated from then on. Only the transmission between matter and matter continued, and the speed and direction of the ship could be changed through the transmission of gears. Soon, the ship began to move. It gradually went deep into the seabed and moved forward hundreds of cubits away from the water surface. No one could have guessed that there was such a ship carrying living people sailing under the sea. Even the passing fish only regarded it as some kind of reef moving in the sea. And through the light reflected from the layers of mirrors, the crew members in the ship could see the scenery outside. Even though he had experienced many great things, Hercules was still very curious about this rare sight. However, novelty is only temporary and repetitive things will only make people bored. Even if the air in the hull is still fresh and the food and water are fresh enough, as the days go by, boredom is inevitable. This is how sailing in the classical era was, even if Hercules' situation was far better than that of other people of his time. Even if he wanted to find an opponent to compete with, it would be difficult to do so in the depths of the sea. Fortunately, he was not alone. Whether it was Anders' story or the interesting anecdotes of Orlan's travels, they could alleviate some boredom, which was more or less some consolation. I don't know how long this kind of day lasted, until this day, just after breakfast, the great hero in the room suddenly heard a beautiful melody. It can't be described in words, let alone how beautiful it is. But Hercules knew that if he had to use something to describe the sound of nature, it would probably be this one possibility. "Oileus, did you hear it?" He shouted loudly, but got no response at all. However, soon, Hercules found the location of Oileus. In the spacious cabin, Oileus was walking forward with his eyes blankly. His hand was slightly raised, and the position was pointing to the wheel that changed the direction of the ship. "Oileus, what's wrong with you?" With a frown on his brows, the great hero strode forward. He pressed down Oileus's outstretched right hand tightly, but the other party still did not respond. His face gradually changed from blank to smiling, as if he had seen something beautiful. At this moment, a voice came from behind Hercules. "Let me do it, my powerful hero." Many times, brute force can't solve the problem. Ammon smiled and said. He held a necklace in his hand, with faint starlight flickering on it. "Ammon, do you know what happened to Orlan's?" He was bewildered. This is a spiritual bewilderment, but the interesting thing is that it does not rely on mysterious power to accomplish it. Take a few steps forward, and Ammon hung the necklace around Orlan's neck. Soon, the starlight on it began to flicker. This power is transmitted by the song, but it is not the power that makes the song extraordinary, but the song itself contains power. So the defense of this ship did not work. Of course, it may also be that he does not understand the true ability of this ship. Of course, this is not difficult to solve, because I have the treasure left by the elders of Meng village. Just as it can help us get in and out of the poisonous swamp, this song can't do anything to it. Look, he woke up. As soon as the voice fell, Hercules saw that Orlan's eyes gradually regained clarity. However, before he could ask a question, Orlan's, who seemed to have just woken up from a dream, shouted out an unfamiliar word in surprise. "Siren, it's a siren." "What?" "I mean the siren, a demon that confuses passing ships with its singing." Take a deep breath, and Orlan's gradually calmed down. He realized his current situation and then explained with some apology. Siren, no one knows their origin. Since shortly after the Typhon's calamity, their legend has been circulating on the sea. It is said that they use their singing to confuse the members of the passing ships, leading them to hit the reefs and huge waves. But logically, they should not appear here. Somewhat puzzled, Oleus continued to explain. I met them on the previous route. But at that time, perhaps because of the protection of the gods, they could not do anything and no one on our ship was in danger in the end. But this time I clearly changed a route. Why did I encounter a group of sirens? Maybe it's migration. Maybe it's just luck, no matter why. We met them after all. Speaking calmly, since he already understood the situation, the hero was no longer anxious. The song in his ears was still beautiful, but he just felt sick. Sure enough, no matter where he went, there were always demons that harmed people. Don't leave in a hurry, let me go up and take a look. With a stern look, Hercules picked up the iron rod he brought on the ship. Since they want to find me, I'll go over and take a look. If it's really like you said, although there was no god to test him this time, the hero didn't intend to turn a deaf ear to it. If he didn't meet them, it would be fine. Since he met them, he would not let these so-called demons go. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 466 Siren and Origin. On the deserted sea, the tide ebbs and flows. The sea water laps on the rocks above the water, making bursts of sounds. Under the bright moon, the sea surface glowed with silver, and some shellfish were wrapped in snow-white waves. They hit together and then turned into foam, covering the sea surface with a layer of white hair. In such silence, the sea monster with a body and a fish tail was completely naked, with only a few shells scattered here and there. She sang to the moon in the sky, and under that melodious singing voice, even the strongest hero would bend down for her. The moon and the sky, the earth and the ocean. Come, our heroes, glorious and wise men. Please stop and listen to our singing. No ship can sail past the beautiful siren, for the sea is so dangerous and infinite. Unless the helmsman listens to our beautiful river melodies, let the beautiful songs give you happiness and wisdom and accompany you to sail safely. We know that in the wilderness of earth, the eternal gods prepare heroes on both sides for the hardships of life. We know the false glory that is poured out on the bones. Come, great hero. Our wisdom is like the sun and moon shining on the world, and we know all the wars and loves in the world. The beauty sings under the moon, and the melodious voice echoes on the sea. Even the greatest artist might be tempted to praise the wonders of creation if he ignored the fish's tail beneath him. However, there is no audience here. Only the sound of wind and waves are the bystanders. They hover around this non-human existence, adding a touch of exotic style to the beauty. Wow! The singing was still there, but at a certain moment, the sea water suddenly surged. The next moment, the hero holding the iron rod jumped out and looked at everything around him. Apparently nothing in this sea is more eye-catching than a singing siren. It was she who bewitched Aureus, and beyond that, Hercules had deeper feelings. It was a kind of chill. Although he couldn't see it, his intuition told him that there was something lingering beside the siren. They exude the coldness of despair and deep-seated resentment. Are you the siren? Although he had made up his mind to get rid of this monster regardless of whether the other party was the sea monster mentioned by Aureus, Hercules still asked, if you kill the wrong one, then you will have a chance to find the right one in the future, and then kill it too. I am. Seemingly finally noticing the visitor, the siren stopped singing. The tune that seemed to shake the soul stopped, but the siren's voice was still moving. Then who are you, the hero who slays demons? It's like sarcasm, but also like praise. Under the siren's voice, even the most vicious words will become gentle. However, all this seemed so insignificant in front of Hercules. Since you are, that's perfect. You kill people, I kill you, it's fair, and just it's natural. Unaffected, the hero's blood began to boil. He had nothing to say to the demon. However, the next moment, the siren's voice made him stop moving again. Fair, and just. Maybe it's fair and just for you to kill Siren. But is it fair and just for you to kill Medusa? Medusa? The movements of his hands paused. Hercules was no stranger to this name. For the fourth generation of humans, the history of their birth has long been blurred, and only the content related to the gods has been passed down. Their most well-known starting point is the legend of the great hero Perseus. He is the son of Zeus and has made many immortal achievements under the guidance of the gods along the way. He finally ascended to heaven and became immortal, and his descendants also became kings of various countries on earth. For such a legendary figure, his deeds have been sung over and over again in the world. As the most famous part of it, the death of the Gorgon Medusa is naturally one of them. Yes, Medusa. It was once my name, and it was mine until the coming of Perseus. And even if I don't have the immortality of my two sisters, as the son of the ancient sea god and the descendant of Phorcys, the wrath of the sea, Perseus is no match for me. Yet he had the help of the gods, who bestowed upon him the weapons of the gods, and I am but the embodiment of his legend. With a long and moving voice, Siren calmly told a story. No one knows why she was chosen as a victim in the first place, and why she, with her noble birth, became a tool for Perseus to establish his power. Maybe someone wanted to warn the descendants of the ancient Poseidon, or maybe it was for other reasons. In short, just one afternoon, I was wearing an invisibility helmet, armor and sword blessed by the god of war, stepping on flying shoes blessed by the god of wind, and holding the indestructible shield of Equus. The young Perseus found the place where the three Gorgon sisters were hiding and decided to use their blood to prove his martial arts. However, two of the three sisters, Stroro and Euryale, embraced immortality, and even artifacts could not kill them, except Medusa, who did not have it. So even though she had the power to turn people to stone, with the help of the gods, she could not escape death in the end. Escaped to a deserted place, to the other side of the river Oceanus that surrounds the earth and where it meets the night. His figure was reflected by Perseus' shield, his head was cut off by a diamond sword and put in a leather bag, and his dripping blood turned into a poisonous snake in the desert. The legend records it like this, praising the fame of the son of Zeus. But until the moment of her death, Medusa unexpectedly discovered that although she did not have the immortal body of a god, this also led to the fact that her body and soul were not inseparable. I survived because of this, although in the form of a soul. As the daughter of Phorcys, the wrath of the sea, even if I die, I will not be as confused as the souls of mortals. My two sisters were heartbroken for my death, but soon they were overjoyed that I was alive again. But no one dared to let the news leak out, so we had to visit the river god Ekros and pretend to be his children. From that day on, I lost the power of petrification after reshaping my body, but I also got the name of Siren. The story of the Siren seems to have revealed a corner of the legend, and the glorious and great Perseus does not seem to be so righteous. However, after hearing all this, Hercules was unmoved. Maybe you have indeed been treated unfairly, but this cannot cover up your crimes. Perseus killed you. Is that your reason for taking action against other mortals? Shouldn't this be right? Besides, I killed them not without reason, but to make them recognize the reality. Shaking her head slightly, the chill on Siren's body became stronger. However, she didn't care and just continued to tell her story. A descendant of God who lost his body naturally couldn't easily reshape his body. Fortunately, the Gorgon sisters had a secret. During the Battle of Typhon, they were lucky enough to obtain the blood of the king of monsters. At that time, they were afraid of the horror of the god king, and no one dared to touch this drop of blood left by the great existence, until the gods stretched out their butcher knives to them in the name of heroes. With the help of the power of the king of monsters, like the rest of the monsters, Medusa obtained a new body and magical power. She was reborn with the help of the blood of God in the state of soul, so she had the singing that confused the living beings. And it was from that day that Siren decided to take revenge on Perseus and the gods who caused her to fall to where she is today. The gods are so hypocritical, and the so-called heroes are so ridiculous. So, I targeted the descendants of Perseus and the devout believers of the gods. Every mortal who is lured by my singing, I will wake them up in the end. I will give them a chance, as long as they denounce the incompetence of the gods and are willing to give up their beliefs. As long as they do this, they can survive. As for those who are unwilling, I will restrain their souls on my left and right, let them feel pain day and night, and then die in despair. The tone gradually rose, and the siren opened her arms. At this moment, Hercules saw the source of the coldness around her. They were tortured souls, and without exception, they were all devout believers of the gods when they were alive. If their gods come to save them, it proves that I am wrong. But the fact is that hundreds of years have passed, and no one has ever cared about their life or death. Things became much clearer, and Hercules finally realized a problem. Since the singing of the sirens will attract people to approach, and then kill all mortals who approach, where did this news come from? The ships protected by the gods will not be lured, just like Orlan's and his men. Since they will not be lured, they naturally do not know what the consequences are. And if all those who were lured died, how could they spread the news? So the truth is that those mortals did not all die, and some of them betrayed their faith and survived. But they never wanted the truth to be exposed. Instead, in order to cover it all up, they all created a seemingly plausible legend. Young hero, I can feel your firm will. And the reason why I came here is actually a blood connection. The power of the king of monsters guided me here, but I didn't actually notice any trace of you. The tone gradually became earnest. Whether it was Siren or Medusa, she was never a kind person. However, at the first sight of Hercules, when she sensed the demonic resentment contained in him, Siren knew that she was no match. Her most powerful strength came from her voice, but her singing could not shake the will of the great hero. So, if she wanted to escape with her life, she could only let the other party give up the intention to kill her. Great hero, do you still insist on your fairness now? The gods on the sacred mountain have never given me these. Why do you bother to cause this trouble? The fishtail swayed, revealing a charming figure. Siren slowly approached Hercules, and her tone became gentler. For the gods, there are only chess pieces and ants. People like you, or demons like me, have never been taken seriously by them. After a brief silence, Hercules looked at the demon in front of him. If the other party was not lying, then Medusa's death was indeed somewhat innocent. If he had encountered such a thing in the past, he really didn't know what decision he would make. But Medusa is dead, and the one in front of him is the siren. Medusa may have suffered injustice, but you are also creating it. From the moment you impose your will on mortals, you are no longer a victim, but a perpetrator. There is nothing wrong with faith itself, and mortals should not die simply because they believe in a god. If there is a mistake, it comes only from the gods, not the mortals who believe in them. Hercules spoke in a deep voice, speaking to the other party and to himself. These days, Ander told him a lot of stories, and he liked some of them. The strong wield the sword against the stronger, and the weak wield the sword against the weaker. If Medusa suppressed and destroyed the gods and their believers together, this would be an indisputable revenge. But her current actions are just an excuse for the demons to commit crimes. Of course, this may be because of the blood of the king of all demons. It brought new life to Medusa, and in turn affected her soul. But anyway, looking at the siren's changing face, Hercules picked up the iron rod. If what you said is true, one day I will find Perseus to find out the truth of the matter. But before that, you should also go to the due end for these thousands of souls. The great hero's mood was so complicated at this time as his arms danced. A stick hit down, and the sound spread 100 miles. The surging waves covered the moonlight in the sky. What an amazing talent, as if there is no limit. Hercules, you have become stronger again. The waves gradually subsided, and after a while, standing on the calm sea, the puppet spoke in the pocket of the great hero. Although he didn't know how he did it, at this moment, Hercules' power had surpassed the limitations of mortals. The most important thing is that he still can't see the peak of the other party's power. Becoming stronger, maybe. But compared to this, Ander, do you think the gods are really like this? Hercules asked, somewhat at a loss, after getting rid of a demon created by the king of all demons. This, who knows? You should find the answer to this question yourself. He shook his head slightly. For Hercules, Ander never intended to tell him the result. After all, people like him will always find what they want by themselves. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 467, Unqualified and Monument. After dealing with the siren, Hercules buried her body under the reef and only took her larynx with him. This was not because he had any special hobbies, but because of the siren's own wishes. Knowing that she would die, the siren left her last words. You, a self-proclaimed fair human being, you killed me because I killed innocent crew members, but do you really dare to punish the culprits who caused everything? If you dare, then I will admit your justice. But if you don't dare, then you are just another hypocritical person who bullies the weak and fears the strong, and thinks you are righteous. The great hero did not respond to the siren's last words. He only took off the siren's larynx to let it witness his future experiences. Hearing is false, seeing is true. Although he had heard about the deeds of the gods from many people, Hercules himself had never seen them once. This was also one of the purposes of his trip. After all, the creator of the Bronze Age was the god closest to humans. Soon, this episode was skipped. After the skin of the giant lion of Namisa and the fangs of Hydra, the great hero also obtained his third collection. The whale boat set sail again underwater, and the alchemical hull began to move towards the direction of the eye of the sea. After all, there was no news about the wind gods so far, so Hercules put aside his worries and focused his energy on this voyage. The sea monster was just a small episode in this journey. According to Orleans, the dangers on the sea were far more than he imagined. From a narrow perspective, the so-called ascension to the gods is just the process of mortal objects becoming gods. No matter what means or methods are used, it can be called ascending to the gods. However, from a broad perspective, the true meaning of ascending to the gods is not this. What it really points to is the transformation itself. Transforming from a mortal to a god is ascension to the gods, and changing from a true god or an incomplete primitive god to a truly complete and great divine power is also ascension to the gods. Even if you take other paths and become the favored one of the outer gods, even monsters like Typhon do the same. And to follow this path to the end and become the creator who is equal to the world, the Almighty Supreme One, can also be called ascending to the gods. Therefore, whether it is Erebus who tries to open up the world, or Ryan who tries to separate humanity and divinity, they are not pursuing a narrow version of nature. After all, they are gods, so why bother climbing the road? Of course, no matter how you understand it, for the gods themselves, since they can't find anyone to learn from upwards, and there is no precedent to see downwards, then the process of mortals becoming gods will have value. It's just that in the past, the Lord of Darkness was limited to the present world. Even though his level of personification was far less than that of Gaia, he still cannot be on par with darkness itself. Therefore, at this point, he focused more on how to escape from the constraints rather than the illusory future. So, Erebus has never paid much attention to certain things. It's just that unlike him, he is the one who really needs to consider this issue for Ryan, who is sitting in the spirit world. Integrating the Tao but not transforming the Tao, the wise men of later generations have also thought about this problem. Oh, actually, if we only stop at the realm of great divine power, I don't need to consider this issue at all. After walking out of the underground secret room, Ryan closed the door. Separate from the divine, cut the two apart. Naturally, there was only one reason that really made Ryan do this. That is how to truly integrate him with the source power so that his rationality will no longer be consumed by this source power. But actually, it's just as he said. If it were just for the coexistence of reason and strength, Ryan, who had the spirit world, would not need to consider these issues at all. So, what if reason cannot withstand the power of the source? This does not affect him from exerting his power. But with the end of Hermanu's trip, Ryan once again determined a result. That is the truly great power, which can never be controlled by people. Khaos did not manifest in human form. Even if he separated the world and the world as his two sides, he still could not do it. The 9 realms are divided into 9, and the giants on the Golden Gallon Divide are unaware. Hermione's power is the weakest, and he divides himself the most strictly. But even though he divided himself into 8 parts, he still only briefly manifested in the world as a beast-headed man in the earliest creation era. As for Amon, although Ryan has never seen him, even if he does, the result will be no different. If it hadn't been for the act of pulling, if it hadn't been for Hermione, she would have died. Even if another 100,000 years pass, Amon will never be able to escape the restrictions of the 8 Yuan-Shin and walk the world as an independent life form. It can be seen that no matter where you are, as long as the power is stronger, it will be more difficult to maintain sanity. And as the world is, so is God. Even in different worlds, gods with wisdom have made more attempts. The gods of Khaos benefited from the priesthood given by the world, while the original gods used the method of personalizing gods to avoid this problem. It's just that the price is that they are restricted by the world and can never fully exert their powers. The gods of the 9 realms took a different approach. They separated the spirit from the flesh. Gods can die and souls can fall into the underworld. Since then, the dead god no longer has the power of his life, thus separating authority from himself. In addition, the same is true for the gods of Hermenu. They use the existence of Ka and Ba to avoid this problem and use their spiritual parts to bear the pressure on their behalf. And in the end, even though the way to open up the interface is better than these 3, the pinnacle of great divine power is still an abyss that is difficult to cross. Therefore, it is imperative to separate human nature. Even if the exploration of the road is still difficult, Ryan does not choose to give up. However, many things cannot be solved by taking time. It was not until Hermione was involved and the system of the 3 worlds was combined that everything became clear. If he could see a real mortal ascending to the gods again, Ryan would dare to say that his path had finally eliminated the darkness and saw some light. From heaven to earth, and from earth to heaven. Strictly speaking, I'm actually already finishing it, but it's just incomplete. And this process has been going on since I came into this world. Looking back, the structure in my mind becomes clearer. It is the first time for a mortal to become a god. He gives up the perfection of being a mortal and falls from the sky to the earth. Then he becomes a god from a mortal and ascends to the sky from the earth. Even the moment when the interface was opened was the second time, when he gave up everything he had as a god and turned them into the nourishment of creation. When the spiritual world opens up, it will be reincarnation again. However, unlike the second time, when he got the drop of the original liquid of creation, Ryan realized why he had always subconsciously paid attention to the path of mortals to become gods. Because his spiritual instinct had long told him that his first reincarnation was incomplete. He had not reached the extreme of mortals, nor had he ascended to the sublimation of gods, but had completed everything through a reincarnation that he did not even remember. If the great gods are the pinnacle, then this does not affect it. But if he wants to continue, then this is a difficulty that he absolutely cannot avoid. Creak. Pushing the door open, Ryan walked out of the room slowly. The sky brightened, and another day arrived. So far, everything is going well. But Erebus. If the remains of Herminius are completely integrated into Khaos, he will still remain the same as he is now. Then Gaia, or Tartarus today, may be his tomorrow. The soldiers in the city began to change shifts, but most of them were full of hope for the future. However, Ryan knew that most of them might be destined to die in this war and become insignificant cannon fodder. After watching for a while, he turned around and had things to do today. As for the army outside the city, Wait a minute. How to deal with it? Let's see what Iapetus gives him. Wow. Just after dawn, the god of speech flew out of the fortress of the Igario Mountains. Now that he has understood the true inside story of this war, Iapetus has completely calmed down. The battle between the original gods may have a winner or loser, but there should be no real result. After all, except for Uranus, even Gaia has only lost some face. Two choices: start with those mortals or find some old friends. After a moment of silence, the god of speech made a decisive choice. Compared with the latter, the former is easier. After being in contact with mortals for a long time, Iapetus has more or less a lot of unique experience. As for how he should solve it, he changed his clothes with a flash. At this moment, he no longer looked like a nobleman, but a learned sage. To deal with these mortals, force is the lowest way. Now, it's my turn to perform. Waiting silently on the cliffs of the mountains outside the fortress, Iapetus witnessed another tentative siege. With the blessing of the power of the earth, Athens' defense is very solid. But the god of speech can see that this is just because the heroes of the coalition have not ended. This is obviously impossible to last. After all, whether for the gods or for their own reputation, the heroes of the kings of the world will sooner or later take action, even with the help of the gods. So Iapetus patiently waited until the evening, and he searched in the camp of the coalition for a while, and finally chose to follow one side. In the evening, in the camp of the coalition. Although it is nominally a coalition, there have been conflicts between the countries on the continent. Although some problems can be temporarily put aside under the will of God, in some places, the countries still appear to be clearly divided. Sitting in the tent, Priam frowned. He carefully checked the casualty figures in front of him and did not even notice the voice of the guards for a while. Your Majesty. Your Majesty? Raising his head slightly, awakened from his meditation, Priam looked at his guards. It was another meaningless day, with no progress except the loss of hundreds of lives. But even so, the king still rejected his son Hector's request to fight in the daytime. There was no other reason. If there must be a reason, it was that they could not be the first to go. After all, Athens was not an ordinary small country. Even a powerful hero might be defeated in front of them. Without the help of gods and absolute advantage, if something unexpected happened, Priam would never tolerate it. What's the matter? Asked in a low voice. The king knew that if there was no uncertainty, his guards would not look for him at this time. As expected, after listening to the guard's story, the king was speechless for a moment. You mean, there is a scholar from Athens who wants to come to see you? Yes, Your Majesty. Kneeling on one knee, the guard nodded and replied, Oh, this is interesting. Although he didn't know what the visitor wanted to do, the king was still interested. At this time, an Athenian dared to come here. If there was no suitable reason, Priam would not mind using him to boost the morale of the army. Go and call Hector first, and then bring the Athenian to see me. After thinking for a moment, the king made a decision. He had to meet, but safety had to be guaranteed. Only when Hector was present could he feel at ease. So a moment later, when Iapetus walked into the tent, almost immediately, he saw the tall and mighty hero in bronze armor. What a warrior! He praised loudly, but the praised person was not moved at all. Instead, in the center of the tent, the voice of King Priam could be heard clearly. Hector is certainly a warrior. As my eldest son, he is destined to conquer Athens and establish unparalleled merits. So, Athenians, are you surrendering to me on behalf of your king? If so, I accept your surrender. Priam's momentum was rising without any hesitation. In the dim tent, Hector's weapon flashed with cold light. However, facing the king's cold tone, the god of speech just laughed 3 times and answered loudly. Ha! I thought the king of Troy was a smart man, but I didn't expect him to say such a thing. Now it seems that I came to the wrong place. Huh? What do you mean? Standing up from the table, Priam looked unkind. Noticing his father's anger, Hector also stepped forward. What do you mean? It's very simple. With no fear on his face, Iapetus smiled and said, "Your Majesty Priam, I came to see you just to save you. But I am a little disappointed to see that your Majesty is still unaware of his imminent death." All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 470. Words, threats. Threats. How dare you? Inside the big tent, behind the table, when Iapetus' voice fell, Priam's face changed immediately. Death is imminent? It's a joke. Now the coalition army is besieging the city, and the gods are about to come to help. Even if he can't win for a while, there is absolutely no possibility of a big defeat. Moreover, as the king of Troy, there is a capable successor as a replacement, and Priam didn't intend to go to the battlefield in person. In this case, who can kill him, and who dares to kill him? Clang. Father? The silver-handled sword was slightly unsheathed, and Hector asked with his eyes. With just one order, he can kill this madman. However, under the prince's gaze, although Priam was furious, he hesitated to nod. Few people know that as the king of Troy, Priam is actually a person who believes in fate. Maybe it's because of his education since childhood, or maybe it's his nature. Anyway, in the original myth, his second son Paris was like this. Just because the queen had a nightmare, she dreamed that the child turned into a beam of fire and burned the entire palace. He would bring disaster and misfortune to the kingdom. So the king ordered the slaves to kill him. Of course, the final result is obvious. No one can reverse the fate that has been said, and everything he does will only make the end come faster. So Paris not only did not die, but became the fuse of the 10-year war, and made the prophecy finally come true. The high wall built by Poseidon, the Sea King, failed to protect his people after all. Under the tall wooden horse, the whole kingdom turned into a sea of fire. Of course, the story has changed now, and Troy is no longer a city-state facing other countries alone. However, when Iapetus' words were so rampant, Priam still hesitated. Because in legends, even in nursery rhymes, there have been more than one time when prophets who glimpsed the future predicted the fate of the king, but the king turned a deaf ear, which eventually led to rumors of disaster. Even if the king knew that these were just stories, so what? After thinking again and again, Priam was finally ready to listen to what the visitor had to say. Death is imminent. Athenian, I can give you a chance to convince me. But if you can't convince me, then death is your only end.
Okowa.
Since your majesty still wants to hear how he died, then I will tell you one by one. With a slight smile, Iapetus was not surprised. As long as he was allowed to speak, no mortal could refuse to communicate with him. At least to this day, he had not seen such a human being. Come, both of you, take a look. Without delay, he casually drew a sketch on the ground. There was no background or characters, only the symbols of the allied countries and gods. Picking up a wooden stick, the god of speech was unrestrained and unrestrained, wielding it with great vigor. I heard that since ancient times, when two countries confront each other, there is no war without a name. Whether it is national hatred or family feuds, or coveting gold and silver, whenever a war is provoked, there must be a reason. And this time the coalition forces gathered and the army attacked, nominally because Athens allowed witchcraft to exist, but in fact it was because of the disputes among the gods. A golden apple banquet led to the gods' mutual filthiness. As a result, this coalition siege took place. I wonder if your majesty has any objections to what I just said. Silent, Priam neither denied nor admitted, but in his heart, he did think so. Strictly speaking, Troy and Athens had no hatred, and if there was no will of the gods, they would not come. It seems that your majesty agrees with my statement. Then next, let's talk about why Troy joined the coalition forces. The wooden stick drew an arc in the air and finally fell on the symbol of Troy. Under the king's slightly changing expression, Iapetus drew two crosses, which fell on the marks of the two gods respectively. Because of the will of the gods. No, if it is other countries, it may be possible, but Troy will not. Because of interests or grudges? This is even more impossible, because Troy and Athens not only have no grudges, but have a long history. Since these two are impossible, there is only one result. The kingdom of Troy actually had to come here, and the reason you chose to come here was completely forced. I don't know how to call this, sir. Priam asked the name of the visitor for the first time after taking a long breath. And Iapetus just smiled, and the other party's reaction was completely within his expectations. Your Majesty, just call me Ilos, but it seems that I am right again? Silent again, Priam had to admit that the Athenian in front of him said it word for word. Whether it is him or the Trojans. The reason they came here was not to please the gods, or to have any feud with Athens. On the contrary, there was a statue of Athena standing in the city of Troy. It was in the original book. If in the original myth, the Trojans offended Athena because of the choice of the second Prince Paris, this is not the case now. The statue of the goddess has been protecting the city, blessing them with good weather and good wind. If possible, Priam did not want to attack Athens at all. As for pleasing the gods, it was even more ridiculous. Although Priam was reluctant to admit this, he actually knew very well that Troy had been blacklisted by the gods long before his father did such a thing. Laomedon, the famous deceiver and mad king who enslaved the gods, was also Priam's father. During his reign, Poseidon and Apollo, who had fallen into the human world for some reason, happened to come to Troy. Maybe it was for faith, or maybe it was for something else. In short, the two main gods served the king for a period of time, but only asked for some rewards that were useless to them. Laomedon agreed, so Apollo grazed for him, and Poseidon built an unbreakable wall for him. However, what Priam could never understand was that his father refused to pay at the end of everything. The gods were furious, and Laomedon's name was known to the world. From then on, few Troy clergy were willing to join, and the mad king was punished by the gods of Olympus. It seems that you understand what I mean, but I have more to say. After all, the reason why your Majesty came to attack Athens was actually to wash away the sins committed in the past. Perhaps in your Majesty's view, as long as you can stand out in this war and make contributions, then everything in the past can be written off, right? Troy will rise again in your hands and become a powerful kingdom at that time. But in the final analysis, your Majesty Priam, do you really believe in such a future? He stretched out the stick and drew again. This time, the king of Troy saw it clearly. Iapetus cut open the place where Athens was, and they were divided into 3 places. One is close to the countries, where part of it will become the spoils after victory. The other is the edge of the ocean, where it will become the territory of the sea god. These areas are also painted with the marks of different gods, symbolizing the main gods believed in by these kingdoms. As for the last piece, it belongs to the prince who stabbed his father in the back, and it is also the remaining territory of Athens. However, as he looked at it, Priam couldn't help sweating, because he had realized why Iapetus said he would die. Yes, he did nothing wrong. If Athens was destroyed, Troy might really be spared by the gods. After all, it is better to incorporate a kingdom into one's own beliefs than to destroy it. So the question is, what else needs to be done before this kingdom becomes the property of the gods? As you think, the gods need Troy, but not the son of Laomedon. The gods need faith, but they also hope to deter future kings before that. However, the gods cannot kill you directly. After all, that will hinder them from establishing faith in Troy. But they cannot let you go either, because there is nothing they cannot do as long as they want. So, your Majesty Priam, when do you think you will end your life? Of course, soon, in this war with the Athenians. After the last sentence, Priam looked solemnly at the mortal transformed by Iapetus. Strictly speaking, what the god of speech said is not flawless. Or in some places, Iapetus did not intend to delve into it. He is the god of speech, not the god of strategy, the goddess of wisdom. What's more, the bystander is clear and the authorities are confused. Priam may not be unaware that he is in great danger, but he cannot solve it, so he subconsciously ignores these problems. Iapetus only considered the problem from the perspective of God, and naturally, he could find many things that were overlooked by others. However, even though there were many flaws, at this moment, Priam was still convinced. He was shocked by the wisdom of the god of speech from the bottom of his heart, and he also deeply understood how he was in danger. Looking around, the only person who could help him at this moment was only one person. "I was so rude before. Please save my life." The king bowed and was convinced. Well, after all, Troy has also been protected by the goddess. In this regard, we can also be regarded as a family. Although the Olympian gods are numerous, Her Majesty Athena is not without means to deal with it. "Your Majesty, I wonder if you still remember Achilles?" "What?" Hearing this, Priam was shocked. Although he had never seen the real person, he was not unfamiliar with this name. Achilles, the man who severely injured Agamemnon with 3 moves and 2 styles, is actually Athens' trump card? Haha, it's good for your Majesty to know. So, don't be anxious. Although the coalition forces of various countries are numerous and powerful, the final winner will only belong to Athens. By then, I am afraid that Athens alone will not be able to occupy the territories of the Western countries. Smiling silently, Iapetus did not admit the relationship between Achilles and them, but the hints in his words were so clear. First make a good first move, then exaggerate, and finally describe the prospects to lure them. This is enough to deal with a mortal monarch. It's a pity. That person is definitely blessed with great divine power. Otherwise, how could I not be able to see through his mind and influence his judgment? Seeing that the task was completed, Iapetus was relieved. But at this time, he thought of the human who represented the abyss. Great divine power. If there was such power, why would there be such a need to rush around? All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 470, 1. The advantage is mine. The next day, outside Agario Fortress, the center where the coalition camps of various countries intersect. In the makeshift meeting room, the king and generals gathered here again. Noises and arguments arose one after another, and from time to time there was the sound of shields clashing against each other. It was the heroes of various countries who were wrestling with each other. Since words couldn't tell the difference, they could only use their fists to solve the problem. For a long time, accompanied by a dull shout, the meeting hall was quiet for a moment, and then the noise returned again. However, after a while, Odysseus strode out of the side entrance of this temporary building. There was nothing strange about his expression, as if he just chose to leave because of something temporary. However, as a friend of Odysseus for many years, Maud, who had been waiting for a long time, saw something was wrong at a glance. "What, are you hurt?" As he stepped forward to greet her, Maud looked uncomfortable. But Odysseus just waved his hand to stop his friend's unreasonable suspicion. "Nothing, is just a conflict of interest, and it will not develop to this point. But I have to say that there are so many heroes in the world, and I am not the only one with extraordinary talents." He nodded in agreement, knowing that Odysseus probably did suffer a little loss, but he could understand it. After all, he knew very well how eloquent Odysseus was. When it came to sophistry and strategy, few could match him. However, this is Khaos. If they cannot gain the upper hand, most people will choose to resort to force. And at this point, Odysseus really doesn't have the upper hand. It doesn't matter, relax, it's just some fruitless arguments anyway. It doesn't matter whether you participate or not. Although the Igario Mountains are not an insurmountable natural danger, if you want to conquer them by force, I'm afraid everyone will have to bring their elites to the table. But who is willing? Rather than attacking by force, it is better to wait for the gods' help. However, some people are reluctant to make this choice. For example, the king of Mycenae, Agamemnon, has the title of leader of the coalition, but has achieved nothing so far. He does not want to just wait for the help of the gods. And those stupid Spartans. Other countries have more or less sufficient levies, but they don't have any. I feel funny when I think about that tradition that can be called suicide. But what's even funnier is that when everyone thinks that such a style can only be done by worshipping the god of war, who would have thought that they are actually from the sun? Believers, huh? Maud couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was a little hard to understand. The Spartans had a long history of madness, and it was said that they began to eliminate babies when they were first born. Newborn children would be soaked directly in wine. If they suffered convulsions or died, then the child was not worthy of growing up. And if they don't have a healthy enough body, their only end will be death. As for those who pass the test, it doesn't mean they can sit back and relax. They will be trained as soldiers. Starting from the age of 7, these children who have just begun to understand the world are taken away from their parents and put into military education. Whipping, physical fitness, obedience. At the age of 12, before they could leave any offspring, these teenagers were asked to make a living on their own in the wild. Eventually, most people die from it, and only a few survive to adulthood. Only after such elimination can one be qualified to be recognized by the Spartans and become a real soldier from then on. Such a cruel system brought out the wildness and strength of every Spartan, but it was inevitably regarded as a laughingstock by some people. Without the need for outsiders to take action, their own people killed many more of their own people than natural disasters and man-made disasters combined. Of course, the most inconsistent thing is that compared to Ares, the status of the sun god Apollo in Sparta is actually higher. Whether it is culture or festivals, he prefers to sacrifice to the sun rather than the god of war, who also likes cruel killings.
Ha!
Maud, don't talk nonsense. The Spartans are not easy to mess with. If they really come to us, the most I can advise them is to be gentler. A different smile appeared on the corner of his serious mouth, and Odysseus shook his head. In fact, to be honest, he didn't really understand the Spartan brain circuit. After all, isn't population the most valuable asset for a kingdom? But this was none of his business. Although the Spartans had a small population, no one wanted to provoke them. What really bothered him at the moment was what happened in the camp just now. Okay, Maud, that's not really what I'm worried about. Actually, the countries have just reached an agreement. The king of Troy relented, and he was actually willing to take on the main attack. Although he also demanded that the countries must show some real strength to wear down the Athenians' defense, this still makes me not understand. The tone was slow, and that was what Odysseus objected to. He thought it would be better to wait for the arrival of the gods before launching a real offensive, but the result was not satisfactory. Because even if the gods come, the real siege still requires the countries to pay a heavy price. Now that someone is willing to take the lead, there is no reason to refuse. So Odysseus's idea was refuted on the spot, and some people even laughed at his cowardice on the spot. So Odysseus simply came out to look around. Since he couldn't change the outcome, he chose to reserve his opinion. Troy. Maud raised her eyebrows slightly and was a little surprised. However, the name only flashed through his mind and was then tossed aside. I remember you said that the previous king of the Trojans had served the gods. It is not surprising that they now choose to atone for their sins. Priam is not a fool after all. Besides, what does what he does have to do with us? Maybe I'm overthinking it. After all, no one can truly see through everything about another person. Perhaps my understanding of the son of Laomedon is indeed a little shallow. After a moment of silence, Odysseus still felt a little bad, but he couldn't tell what the specific problem was. If it were simply explained as this is not a choice that the king could make, it would seem a bit too arrogant. It is up to him to judge what other people will choose. This is one of the reasons why Odysseus did not continue speaking, but left decisively. Okay, that's it. Let's go prepare what we need to do. A real siege requires more than just the main attack. Speaking in a deep voice, Odysseus turned around. The Trojans are willing to be the main force, and they must also cooperate well. And besides that, he also had to give instructions to his troops. Regardless of whether there is a problem or not, taking more precautions will never go wrong. Ha 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 ha. Well said. Yes, let me tell you, he was probably frightened to death by that lunatic who didn't know where he came from. Now, it seems that everyone has to retreat a bit. I have heard of his name. When he was still a prince, his wise name had been circulated for a long time. But now it seems that intelligence does not equal courage, and knowledge may not be able to make correct judgments. His Majesty Priam is already willing to take on the heavy responsibility, but he is asked to deny it. Could it be that without the blessing of the gods, we really have nothing to do against the Athenians? It's a joke. If we can't get through here, how can we break into Athens, which is even more dangerous? In the hall, people were drinking and drinking. Odysseus' departure did not affect the atmosphere inside at all. Kings and heroes from all over the world were drinking wine and celebrating their long-lost agreement. As for Odysseus, who left, he naturally became the butt of the conversation and was scorned by others. After all, there is no shortage of heroic spirited heroes in the world of Khaos. Those who must be cautious in everything will be regarded as a model of cowardice. Your Majesty Priam, the bravery of the Trojans really surprises me, but as long as this fortress is successfully breached, you will be the first to win this battle. I believe that by then, the gods will also see your devotion and give Troy the due reward. That couldn't be better. Priam raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Sitting on the main seat, Agamemnon finally relaxed a little. As the king of Mycenae, Agamemnon was not without doubts about this 180-degree change of attitude. But just thinking about it, he knew it was nothing to worry about. On the one hand, although Priam did not come here voluntarily, it was precisely because of this that he had the motivation to perform meritorious deeds. On the other hand, no matter what results he will bring, what does it have to do with him? If he succeeds, then as the nominal temporary commander of the coalition forces, it will be a reflection of his ability. If it doesn't work, anyway, when the gods arrive, it won't be his turn to make the decision. So why should he care about the consequences? Anyway, the worst outcome wouldn't be too outrageous, unless the Trojans want to betray the Olympus gods.
Oh.
Thinking of this, Agamemnon shook his head secretly. This is impossible. After all, there is only one person, Her Highness Athena, the goddess of wisdom. With such a huge difference in the number of main gods, how could she possibly win? Everyone. Rising from his seat, Agamemnon raised his glass. The tall, middle-aged king was solemn and majestic at this moment, and he slowly swept over everyone present. Boosting morale was the last thing he needed to do. Everyone I know, it is no secret that the Athenians are powerful. On the contrary, my own men suffered a defeat not long ago. He failed to anticipate the tricks of the Athenians and ultimately failed. Our recent sieges have also been unsuccessful, but what I want to say is it's different now. The voice gradually rose, and Agamemnon himself felt a little hot blood. If the fortress was breached, perhaps he would also put on his armor and mount his horse, trying to capture the newly succeeded king alive. A few months ago, we originally belonged to various countries, but on the same morning, the oracles of the gods came to the world. Since then, the coalition forces have gathered together and pointed their swords towards the east. By comparison, the Athenians' first king is dead, and their soldiers may be elite, but they are outnumbered and unable to support themselves. After drinking all the wine in the cup, Agamemnon drew the sword from his waist. Powerful blood ignited in him, spreading his voice in all directions. No matter how you put it, this battle is between countries versus one country, and I have the advantage. As long as you all try your best, the final winner will naturally not have a second choice. Agamemnon said so, and thought so. If everyone had not been unwilling to give their all before, how could they have dragged on until today without being able to break the city? Listening to the shouts outside the tent, Agamemnon slowly sheathed his sword. Listening to these countless sounds, how many people are defending the city in Athens? Even if it's 10 against 1, this time, they will definitely win. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 470, To Charge. After many days of delay and waste, today the siege strategy has finally paid off. So when the countries dispersed, they immediately returned to their positions to reward and encourage their soldiers. Although the Trojans were willing to take the initiative to undertake the most critical tasks, this did not mean that other kingdoms would be free. The large number of recruited troops would become the most tragic forerunners of this battle, paving the way for the offensive launched by Hector, the son of Priam. So when the sun rose from the east again, countless black spots approached the pass on the Igario mountains from afar. There was no communication and no extra movements. The sound of shouting and killing went straight through the clouds and slowly approached the fortress. Under the gaze of the church priests, the soldiers with loose formations hit the stone walls like a tide hitting a dam. The rain of arrows attached to the elements fell from the high walls, and then was weakened by 90% by various spiritual lights and the blood energy that soared into the sky. Only the remaining force hit the scattered soldiers, leaving dozens of corpses on the ground. Sure enough, it seems that just as Lord Ilo said, the coalition forces are really ready to launch a real offensive. At least with the current posture, they really don't care about suffering some casualties. Dressed in military uniform, with a sword hanging from her waist, Andrea stood on the tower sentry of the fortress, looking down at the whole situation. Unlike the previous times, this time the coalition forces obviously no longer stopped at testing. Just looking at these charging soldiers, they are different from the previous ones. Our knights are ready. As long as there is no problem on the other side, we will follow them as soon as possible. Of course, the Trojans are not stupid, and their current king is not a madman like his father. It's just that between the life of his own line and the kingdom, he will eventually choose himself. After all, only when he is alive, Troy belongs to his country. Also looking far ahead, as the proposer and executor of the whole plan, Iapetus is also watching here. Everything is just as he said, the coalition is moving in the direction he wants. However, while responding to Andrea, the god of speech also saw the caution and suspicion she kept in her words. Yes, suspicion, but this is also a very normal thing. After all, even if I don't mention myself, Priam's position alone is actually a difficult thing to determine. No one knows whether he has really made a decision. Except for Iapetus, who is sure that his speech has taken effect. Even the wisest monarch will doubt whether this is a false surrender. The Trojans can change their positions at any time, but Athens has no chance to make mistakes. Your Majesty, please wait. Priam is not a man who is ready to die. Otherwise, he could have used his life to apologize to the gods on the day he ascended the throne, which would be enough to redeem the prejudice of the Olympian gods against their kingdom. But since he didn't, it proves that at least he doesn't want to die. Iapetus said slowly in a gentle voice. Anyway, the two sides of this battle are unintentional, fighting with elite troops without preparation, and the advantage is mine. As long as we find the right time to go out of the city and fight, although it is impossible to completely defeat the armies of various countries, it can also make them suspicious from now on and never trust each other again. Well, indeed. Lord Ilos is right. Nodding gently, after all, in various senses, the god of speech who is now incarnated as a human being is a vassal of Athens. So Andrea decisively expressed trust and recognition, but also silently clenched the sword. Theseus's relic, the symbol of the future king of Athens. The feeling of blood connection came from the hilt, and the power of inheritance continued to surge. No matter what the result is, Andrea will go on the battlefield in person today. If Priam acts as promised, it will naturally expand the results of the war. She will go to the battlefield in person and do things she didn't like to do in the past. But if it is fake in the end, it doesn't make any difference. After all, as a monarch of this era, no matter success or failure, there is no reason to sit back and watch the soldiers fight for their lives. Shh, quiet, he scolded in a low voice, releasing his breath slightly. A few miles behind the coalition army, Hector reached out to soothe the horse with the blood of the sixth generation of gods under his seat. Watching the ongoing war in the distance, the young hero's eyes were bright. It won't be long before he will fight there. Father, have you really made up your mind? Thousands of the most elite knights followed Hector. Strictly speaking, they were all blood relatives of the same origin. After all, most of the nobles of this era had divine blood flowing in their veins, but there was a distinction between strong and thin blood. The blood of the same origin and the training day and night brought about a unified momentum and indestructible power. Hector was not surprised. If he did not care about the lives of the knights behind him, when he led them to launch a desperate charge, the fortress built on the Igario Mountains would also be breached by this powerful force. This was exactly what the coalition wanted him to do, but it was also the point where they had been shirking responsibility. After all, the effect of power is never one way, so when the ground veins of this high mountain are broken by the power of the demigod blood at all costs, the feedback that follows is definitely not something that ordinary people can bear. Hector may not die, but he will definitely be injured. And the one who is injured on the battlefield is often the most dangerous one. And the knights behind him will not be easy, and the momentum of unity will be briefly and completely broken. And the scattered knights are just ordinary soldiers who can fight a little. Father, I rarely question your decision. But you must know that the kingdom is far away from Athens, but very close to the sacred mountain. If we really take this step, then, unless the goddess of wisdom and Athens really win the final victory of this war, no matter what the result is, Troy will definitely pay the price. I know. Speaking in a low voice, Priam looked at his son. The armor and helmet covered him, and his original appearance could no longer be seen. But in the gap on the mask, Hector's eyes could still be seen. My child, I hope you remember that we are descendants of gods. God King Zeus is our ancestor, just like those other kingdoms. We are therefore able to become monarchs of a country and rule them until today. But what does this have to do with Dash? Of course, because there were descendants of gods before there was a kingdom. The voice was not loud, but very powerful. Taking a deep breath, Priam told his inner thoughts. There were gods before there were people. So, if people cannot give faith to gods, then their existence is meaningless to gods. And as an existence between humans and gods, there were descendants of gods before there was a family and country. If the kingdom cannot be used by me, what is the point of having it? So, my child, ask yourself if this is not your kingdom, if it is for Phoenicia, Qatar, or some other country. Are you still willing to fight to the death until the end of your life? There was no response, and Hector's eyes under the mask looked back at his father. He didn't know whether Priam really thought so, or simply cherished his life. But in any case, if he could give up his father's life, how could he be qualified to fight for Troy? If he could give up his father for the kingdom, he could give up the kingdom for mankind. Hector thought he was not a man with such noble sentiments, so he just nodded and tightened his weapon. I will bring victory, father. Go. Nodding with relief, Priam promised. Go, and win the glory that belongs to you. Victory will eventually belong to us, but I will eventually grow old, and you will be crowned king. Without replying, Hector wanted to say that he was not for the throne, but after thinking about it, he did not refuse. He raised his spear slightly, and the next moment, the surging blood flames ignited around him. As if receiving a signal, almost at the same time, the uniform sound of metal collisions sounded in an instant. Thousands of heavily armored knights put down their masks and raised their weapons. Even if they had no extraordinary powers, even if they were placed in the human world of the future. When thousands of heavily armored knights began to advance, few countries in the same era could match them. The chaotic fate allowed the scene to be staged in this classical mythological era, and the battlefield under the Igario Mountains was their platform for galloping. Justice. Mercy. Fearlessness. Sacrifice. 7 consecutive divine lights fell on thousands of people. At this moment, the priests sent by the coalition forces of various countries had no idea what the knights in front of them would do. They just followed the requests of the kings of various countries and gave them the gifts of the gods. Until all the blessings were over, Hector's eyes finally turned cold. Because he knew very well that these priests were not gods, nor were they the few priests who could communicate directly with gods. Although they could use divine arts, they were limited to manipulation rather than perfect control. They can guide the effect of the magic before it fully takes effect, healing pain or causing death. But when the magic really works on the recipient, they lose the ability to control it. After all, these are just some priests who have not even entered the realm of legend. In the realm of clergy, legend is not much more than the demigods among the descendants of gods.
Kill.
So the horses began to trot and kept accelerating forward. Thousands of knights followed behind Hector and started charging at the same time in a cone. The priests of the gods were in front of him. At this moment, Hector felt that what he was doing was no different from his grandfather. One refused to deliver the reward given to the gods, and the other was ready to slaughter the servants of the gods. May the goddess of wisdom protect me. There is nothing wrong with the servants of the gods slaughtering the servants of other gods. The next moment, the sharp spear slashed across the throat of a priest. Hector saw the unwillingness and disbelief in the other's eyes, and he also saw more priests struggling to release the magic. But when the charge begins, all that awaits a knight is forward. Charge! For Athena! Shouting slogans that he didn't even believe in, Hector stepped over the corpses of the priests. Thousands of knights went all the way east, aiming directly at the coalition forces under the fortress. The coalition forces at this moment probably don't know what's happening here, and Hector doesn't intend to give them a chance to react. No wonder that from ancient times to the present, there has never been a shortage of monarchs and heroes in the world who have challenged the gods. Because only kings and heroes have the possibility of getting close to God, and getting close means the occurrence of grudges. No matter whose problem it was in the first place, when Laomedon blasphemed the faces of the gods, he might have been destined to do what he did today. As for his final fate, a warrior doesn't need to think too much, so Hector presses on. All credit goes to the original author. Young man, I think you may have a little misunderstanding. While it's true that we just make some fabrics, the fabrics that our sisters weave are not ordinary things. Destiny spoke in a deep voice, leaning on crutches. At this moment, Atropos reason told herself that there was no need for her to debate such a thing with a mortal. With a lifespan of less than 100 years, he lives and dies at dawn. He is weak and has no qualifications to have any perceptible impact on his destiny. Destiny really couldn't think of any reason why she should care about his opinion. But for some reason, Atropos feels particularly competitive today. It seemed that no matter what, she didn't want to be compared to the mortals in front of her. Our silk thread is tangible, and it changes into thousands of colors in the hands of my sister. Our silk thread is invisible, and no one can pull it up except Clotho's skillful hand. No matter how long, narrow, or wide she is, Lachesis can always draw the most perfect shape, not missing a foot or a hair. My hand holding the scissors never wavers. O man on earth and gods in heaven, as long as it is the finished product I weave for them, there is no one who does not want to see it, and we are respected by others. Young man, let the sun, moon, and stars bear witness to me. Everything I said is true. So now, do you still think you are stronger than me? After Atropos finished speaking, his old face rose. In a bush not far from the pool, something shook slightly. Here we are, the person we've been waiting for is right there. However, at this moment, the goddess of fate was staring straight into Ryan's eyes without any deviation. The appearance of this human being was an accident. According to the original plan, she should not have been arguing about these useless things here. However, at this moment, Atropos just wanted to hear this mortal's bow and recognition. Even if it was very unreasonable, as the god of chaos, she had to do this. The god of chaos is like this. If you want to do something, then do it. Even if mortal recognition meant nothing to her, that was still the case. It sounds a bit skillful, but even if you say it like this, it doesn't make any difference. As a craftsman who has worked hard for many years, how can he be compared to a weaver? He spoke with a smile, as if he had taken Atropos' words as a boast. There was no more movement from the bushes in the distance, and Ryan pretended not to notice. Anyway, after a while, it will be his turn to appear.
Wow.
The breeze blows, and the sound of the pool is clear and moving. The fragrance of tea flowers surrounded the tip of his nose, but Paris was not in the mood to enjoy it at all. Paris, the second son of the Trojan king and the brother of Hector. He also has a handsome appearance that is recognized by the world and can easily make others fall in love with him. However, at this moment, hiding in the bushes beside the pool, Paris was particularly excited. Perhaps it was because of the unevenness of the constants, or perhaps it was some other influence. This mortal who originally influenced the whole world in his destiny has not been very famous so far. At least no god has favored him. He should have been chosen by the goddess as the person who decided who the golden apple belonged to. He should have faced 3 rewards and made a choice between wisdom, power, and beauty. Helen, who smiled and made hundreds of thousands of troops eliminate their murderous intentions, should have been his wife. After Hector's death, he was also eligible to inherit the throne of Troy. However, Paris now has nothing, and he was even sent away from the fortress in advance to keep him away from the dangerous battlefield. This seems to be protection, but it is also a shame. No heir to a kingdom will escape war and life and death. At least on the surface. No royal family of this era will do so. Angry but powerless to change, after all, he really has no strength. So the angry Paris left the camp prepared for him and wandered aimlessly in the mountains. Maybe it was a coincidence. When Paris woke up after a nap, he unexpectedly found that there seemed to be 2 unusual guys beside him. The people on the earth and the gods in the sky, as long as I weave the finished product for them, there is no one who doesn't want to see its face. Every word was so clear that Paris couldn't help but lie down in the gap of the bushes to peek out. An ugly old woman and a young man in black clothes and silver jewelry. But no matter which one it was, Paris knew that this was probably not an ordinary person. In the old woman's body, in Atropus's eyes, he clearly felt a familiar taste. That was arrogance and disdain, just like the nobles looking at the common people under their feet, or the king treating the servants around him. It doesn't mean cruelty or evil, it can also be tolerant and kind. But the reason for this kind of kindness is definitely not kindness. I never thought that I would encounter such a thing during just a nap. Who are they? Could this man be a famous demigod hero, but I have never seen him. As for this old guy, could she be an evil wizard? Hiding quietly aside, in Paris's impression, the wizards described by the priests were like this. Or arrogant, trying to compete with the gods in some aspects. Or cold, ugly faces hiding evil intentions. Or dirty and lonely, not taking a bath for decades, eating mud and filth. Sniffing with his nose, the faint decay in the air and the stench that went straight to the soul once again confirmed this possibility. No wonder they appear in these remote places. Wizards are indeed so evil. But no matter who they are, what does it have to do with me? It would be great if gold could fall from the sky. Try to hide well. Paris silently pricked up his ears. He has heard of the skills of this old witch. What about this young man? Even if it was just to flatter and compete with each other, it was just to kill time. As for me, since you claim that your fabrics are so excellent, how can my work, as an excellent craftsman, be inferior? The voice spread from Shout-An to the bushes, and Ryan's voice was clearly audible. Add eyes to the clay figurines, and the gods cannot separate them from the living. Draw a plate in the sky, and light will really come to the world at night. Build a house that belongs to me, and everyone in the world who knows it will follow suit. Atropus. This is the skill I have worked hard for many years. There is still no lie, just like the goddess of fate just described her own truth, and Ryan is the same. It is only when the first clay figurines were born that life exists in the world. If there were no plates he painted, there would be no light in the night sky in ancient times. As for the house he built, there is only one replica built in the world so far, but Atropus probably can't see it from fate. Young man, sometimes it is better to seek truth from facts. Atropus's eyes gradually couldn't maintain the false gentleness, and he was sure that the human in front of him was just talking nonsense. Just kidding, let alone achieving the extraordinary skills described in his words. Even if he was just a well-known craftsman in a country, It was impossible for his presence in fate to be so weak as if it didn't exist. Respecting the elderly is sometimes not a bad thing. Atropos glanced at the bushes beside him and said slowly, "Speaking more modestly may help you avoid unnecessary troubles." All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 475 Scissors. Hurry up, fight. One death is good, and dying together is better. If you all die, then I'll see if your wealth is worthy of the achievements you talk about. There was only a change in the shape of his lips, but no sound was made. With his eyes wide open, Paris in the bushes was afraid and excited at the same time. Like the old witch, the young man was indeed not an ordinary guy, but this was interesting. As for whether they could fight, Paris said that he was just thinking about it casually. It was like the fantasy of an ordinary life was suddenly broken, and someone told him that he was actually the son of the god king who was stranded in the world and was destined to become a hero who would go down in history. The probability of success was almost zero, but this did not affect people's imagination. So he smiled subconsciously, and the expectation for the future was always beautiful. But the next moment, the Prince of Troy suddenly found that the environment around him seemed to have changed. Shocked, the sun shone on Paris, but it could not warm his body. The bushes in front of the prince disappeared without a trace, and he was exposed in front of the two people by the pool. Paris came back to his senses and slowly raised his head. Looking at the two beings looking at him, the prince tried to squeeze out a smile. Hee, don't be nervous, handsome young man. I am not a big shot, and there is no saying that I can't let others stay with me." With a smile, the old face looked more and more ferocious. Atropos didn't seem to see Paris's subconscious disgust, but continued to smile and asked, "I don't know what you think about my proposal just now."
What?
After a pause, Paris was a little confused, because he didn't listen to what they said seriously just now. And the goddess of fate, who was leaning on a cane, saw the scene, and her breathing stagnated, and then she swallowed the breath again.
Huh.
This is a mortal. Even a mortal favored by fate is so foolish. But fate will never favor an existence forever, and mortals are even more so. Thinking of this, Atropos' mood recovered a little. She forced a smile again and repeated what she had said before. "As you can see, I have some conflicts with this young man on some things. We both think that our abilities are extraordinary, but we can't convince each other. This is a difficult thing to solve, but fortunately at this time, we found you on the side. Nothing is fairer than the judgment of a stranger. After all, you don't know us. So we decided to give you the qualification to judge. What do you think?" "Of course. My name is Paris. For this matter, I think I can really give it a try." His expression changed from nervous to calm, and then from calm to eager to hide. Whether it was Ryan or Atropos, they saw Paris's seemingly obscure but obvious thoughts at the moment, but they did not expose them. They just watched the handsome prince pretend to hesitate for a long time, and then put forward their own requests. "You too. If God lets me meet you today and make such a judgment, I naturally have no reason to refuse. But before that, maybe I should see your true level. This will also help me make the right choice." "I have no objection." Smiling and nodding, Ryan soon heard Atropos agreeing. But the goddess of fate immediately said that not everyone is qualified to watch her work. In this regard, Ryan followed suit. "Then Paris, please follow me." With a hoarse voice, Atropos waved his hand. Although there were some minor episodes in the middle, the result was no different. She came for Pallas. After all, the trajectory of fate is getting more and more serious now. Before, the goddess of fate did not plan to show up herself. She wanted to let this young man she met by chance act as a tool, and she would lure him to make a choice as a prophet and teach him the secret of prophecy. Of course, this is not a real prophecy. Because Atropos would use this secret technique to show the fate she hoped to see to the caster, and because she was the goddess of fate, almost no one could find out that it was wrong. In this way, she could let this young man guide the future king of Troy, to the right path for desire and benefit, and she could also withdraw from it. The wealth and glory he enjoyed in this process was his reward, and as for the price, it was naturally to welcome the destined death when fate required it. Atropos thought this was very reasonable. Many mortals were willing to choose to exchange their lives for more than 10 years of wealth. But the attitude of this human finally angered her, and the goddess decided to choose another path. Come here. Paris, I think you must be curious about why our sister's fabrics are unparalleled in the world. The shadow of the tree canopy hit her, making her look even darker and more terrifying. Atropos reached out and took out the black scissors from his arms. Because they can not only be worn on the body, but also show a person's future achievements. Come here, I will show you the glory that should belong to you in the future. Swallowing, looking at the scene in front of him, Paris always felt as if he was about to be sacrificed. After hesitating for a long time and looking back at Ryan, who was looming in the distance, the prince chose to step forward. Legend has it that wizards master all kinds of evil witchcraft, but their bodies are extremely fragile. Although Paris didn't know if this fragility was really that weak or if it was just weak compared to those demigod heroes. But the witch in front of her didn't look strong, and strong no matter how she looked. As a direct descendant of the gods, no matter how weak he is, Paris still has 2 skills. Besides, who wouldn't be interested in his own future achievements? Tread. For a long time by the pool. With a tangled mood, Paris came to the blue stone where Ryan was sitting. The young prince did not hide his hesitation, although he could even feel the blazing eyes watching him from behind. Investing in a king. It sounded like something like that, but he was still a little flustered. It was obvious that he just wanted to earn some benefits, but Paris never expected that he himself would be involved. Do you accept it? The prince thought so, but he subconsciously rejected it. Because even the goddess of fate, who knew everything about Paris, from birth to all the unknowns in the future, did not notice that she actually made a serious mistake, or it was a problem that was subconsciously forgotten by herself. That is, as a handsome man, as a man who loves beauty more than power and wisdom, Paris has always been a true beauty control. Lachesis can do certain things, and so can Clotho, but as the eldest sister of the goddess of fate, Atropos is destined to cause a lot of trouble. Because the throne is very tempting, the legendary beauty is also very tempting, but when these are said by an ugly old woman, even if the future scene seems so real, Paris is still suspicious. Mr. Paris, you look confused? Snap. The pebbles fell into the pool, causing some splashes. Ryan's words interrupted Paris's thinking, and he woke up from his entanglement. The prince pondered for a moment, touching the extra pair of cold scissors in his arms and thinking about the rumors about witches. Paris finally nodded slowly. Yes, I learned something from that lady. But I don't know if I should really believe it. After all, she doesn't seem that nice. So, Mr. Irvine, what is your work? Compared to her, I'm actually looking forward to your results. My results? It depends on what you want. Smiling, Ryan asked with a smile. Do you want the power of the kingdom, extraordinary wisdom, or the beauty that will dazzle all living beings? Exclamation point. Suddenly looking up, Paris didn't expect to hear such a response. Just now on that magical thread, the prince seemed to see his past. And when they were woven into cloth, the prince seemed to see his future. He saw that he had gained the favor of a beautiful woman and enjoyed the happiness and joy of the world. You know Dash. Obviously, compared to that lady's weaving skills, my level is still slightly better. Perhaps that's why she wants you to kill me, to fill the ugly jealousy in her heart. Snap. Without looking back, he threw a stone into the pond again, and Ryan pointed to the pool in front of him. This is part of my work. Cut the cloth she gave you, and throw it into the pool. Maybe you'll be able to see something else she didn't tell you. The 3 gods of Mount Nissa, Clotho made the thread, Lachesis measured the short and long, but it was Atropos who cut the fate with the scissors that finally brought the result. So fate didn't want to show Paris's original destined fate, so she didn't use it to cut it. But Ryan didn't want her to hide it, so he gave the prince a chance to watch. As for why he still participates in the affairs of these gods when he has already walked around the world as a human being. At the end of this era, these three goddesses of fate should no longer be alive. And this pair of scissors must be in hand in advance. Throwing the third stone into the pool, Ryan could vaguely see the black body through the gap in Paris's skirt. He will meet the three goddesses of fate one by one. But due to the special authority of fate, he could not let his incarnation judge them simply and neatly with power. Just like today, even though Atropos is so weak, Ryan also knows that as long as Khaos's fate in this world remains, nothing can really hurt her except fate itself. Even the other two goddesses of destiny and their artifacts actually meant nothing to her. Fortunately, apart from that, the only ones who can hurt the goddess of fate are themselves. Perhaps this is also an alternative balance. P.S. It's not advisable to stay up late reading novels, as it will be the same when you wake up the next day. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 476 Equal Price. The handle of the scissors was cold and hard at the reach of his hand. He looked back, and although he saw nothing, the young prince seemed to still see Atropos's eyes full of arrogance and disdain. So be it, since this is a gift from the other party, he has the right to deal with it. As for the future recorded above, Paris believed that he would never forget it. Instead of burying doubts in his heart, it is better to see it with his own eyes. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, the prince took out the black scissors from his clothes. Without visions and decorations, Paris held the artifact that could cut off his fate, and then took out the cloth that reflected his future. Click. A cut fell, and when the cloth scattered into silk threads, when the silk threads were hammered into the water, the prince reached out and touched the water surface. The next moment, he was swallowed by the surging pool of water. Wait, Paris, what did you do? Almost at the same time, a sharp shout came from afar. The moment the scissors touched the thread, Atropos realized what had happened. Heart-piercing pain struck her heart. As the goddess of fate, she should not have shown the future to the other party. But in order to correct the deflected trajectory, Atropos had to make concessions. However, even so, her ultimate goal was still to get everything back on track, rather than leading to a greater deviation. But if Paris knew everything, would he still follow the path he arranged? Wow.
No.
The prince's figure disappeared in the water, and the goddess of fate who came from a distance looked at the place where he disappeared painfully. At this moment, no matter how unwilling he was to accept it, Atropos could only face reality. Besides, there was also him. He raised his head stiffly, and his old face was full of anger and suspicion. Is this a trap? Who dares to plot fate? In addition to the three goddesses of Mount Nyssa, who else can interfere with the power of fate? Who are you, and what is your relationship with the Night Mother? No matter who instructed you, I hope you can understand that those who try to distort fate will inevitably be punished by fate. Even the three phases of the eternal night cannot change the destined laws. The cane hit the ground fiercely. Until this moment, Atropos was still trying to save it. However, sitting on the stone by the pond, Ryan just shook his head gently. Are you so anxious to reveal what you have concealed? Since we have embarked on different paths, why not accept its differences? Turning slightly, looking at the ugly goddess of fate, Ryan issued his first and last invitation to her. Let go of your defensive destiny. As the goddess of fate, you are just the agent of Khaos's fate. You have never been fate, and fate has never really given itself to you. What is the difference between you and Paris to him? Changing a script, changing a path, maybe another way out. Try to use the power you have to influence him. How about starting with Paris? If you are willing, let everything in heaven and earth bear witness for me. I can let him impose the backlash of fate on you on me. It's not a lie, it's not a deception. Ryan doesn't need to lie to Atropos. If she is willing to choose to believe, then Ryan is really willing to use his human body to bear the curse of fate on her. Even all this has been prepared long before the ancient years. From the time when the sacred mountain of Sinai arose, from the time when he gave his palace such a name, Ryan knew that sooner or later he would have a connection with the goddess of fate. C2-6. She stretched out her hand, not minding the wrinkled, smelly body of the other person. All this was caused by the backlash of fate, and it could also disappear because of the elimination of the backlash. However, facing Ryan's outstretched hand, Atropos raised his cane in disgust and hit it hard.
Snap.
Enough, who do you think you are? How dare you say you can change the trajectory of fate? From the beginning to the end, the order of all things originates from this. No one can change him, and no one is an exception. Without the slightest trust, the goddess of fate would not believe that anyone could bear the backlash of fate for her. She just felt that Ryan was laughing at her, trying to ridicule her ugly appearance when facing hope and disappointment. In the long river of the fate of all living beings, Atropos had seen similar things more than once. So she pushed Ryan's hand away mercilessly and then turned around and prepared to leave. This time she made a mistake, but it was just that she didn't know that someone dared to interfere with fate. However, even an outer god like the Mother Tree still needs to rely on the destined Typhon to show his power in the world. Except for the untraceable source that caused Khaos's fate to be disturbed, anyone who opposes him will only be punished by him in equal measure. Shocked at this moment, Atropos realized something she had never understood before, with the lessons of the past gods still in front of her, who dared to make things difficult for her. However, at this moment, the goddess of fate suddenly remembered. It seems that there is indeed something in this world that can do this, and it has even been doing it until today. He is a black hole in the web of fate, swallowing all the light that approaches. He is also the eye of water in the river of fate, swallowing the water continuously. All the changes in Khaos fate so far have a source. Although the goddesses of fate have been covering up fate, what they really want to do is to find this source. No, you are. Her eyes widened, and she spoke subconsciously. At this moment, Atropos was extremely excited. Although the three goddesses of fate had different opinions on the source of all the disturbances. But as their eldest sister, Atropos only wanted to do one thing. That is to find him and then use herself as a carrier to carry the true power of fate without limit. As the goddess of fate, Atropos can do this when fate itself is under great threat. In the face of this supreme power, no matter how deep the loopholes are, they will be completely filled. Maintaining fate and becoming a tool for its power manifestation at critical moments is the value of the existence of the goddess of fate. After all, fate itself will not kill anyone, but the hand of fate can, just as the laws of the world will not directly attack any god, but the king of gods can. I found you. Surprise surged in my heart. If I really found the source of everything, then maybe I can really be liberated. Thinking quickly, Atropos couldn't help but take a step forward excitedly. However, before she could do anything, accompanied by a long sigh, the old and ugly face was completely frozen there. The nameless pool glowed slightly, and Paris's existence reflected a shadow in it. The black scissors exuded the fluctuation of cutting off fate, and the silk thread given by Atropos swirled and danced, reflecting another identical goddess of fate in the reflection. It's just that her appearance is a little dull, and anyone can easily detect the problem. But people can detect the problem, but the rules can't. So a certain power is just a flash, and it returns to normal because of the safety of the goddess of fate. Standing up from the blue stone, Ryan retracted his hand that he had extended before, and it was a little funny for a moment. This was the first time in his life that a god was hit directly in the body, and the opponent was the goddess of fate, who might not be able to beat a mortal, and the weapon was an ordinary cane. I'm sorry, Atropos. You still rejected my kindness. In that case, I have to use the most troublesome method. Slowly walking forward, Ryan walked to the position one step in front of the goddess of fate. He knew what Atropos wanted to do just now, which was why he had to deal with the goddess of fate. Whether it was the god king or the goddess of fate, they could become the carriers of some truly powerful forces to a certain extent at a critical moment. It was for this reason that Ryan needed all the good medicine against them. It's just that the position of the God King has the destined, next-generation God King to target, but the Goddess of Fate does not have the next generation of Goddess of Fate defined by order. So he couldn't use his own rules to fight, so he could only go on the field himself. You will regret it, even if you imprison me. And you imprison fate will also be backfired. A vague thought came out from the still body, and Atropos seemed to be recovering the ability to move little by little. In any case, as the Goddess of Fate, although she has almost no power to influence others, it is also difficult for others to influence her. Ryan's trick is only temporary, and only her own power can truly imprison herself. And Ryan also knows that even if she does this, she will still have to pay an equal price. This is fate, a power that has always made him feel cautious and fearful. Ryan even once doubted whether he changed fate itself, or just stood on the side of fate to help him defeat the other side that belongs to the realm of the present world and whose trajectory is destined to be unchangeable. But no matter what, since he did this, Ryan has made all preparations. Splash.
Vitsat D.
With a splash of water, Paris jumped out of the pool. Not knowing what he saw, the young prince angrily pointed the black scissors at its original owner. This is the artifact that Atropos personally handed to Pallas, but at this moment, just like the god of death who was once bound by his own chains, when the scissors entered the body, the goddess of fate who was still struggling instantly stopped moving. All that was left was the eyes containing resentment and curses, still staring at Ryan. I know what you're thinking. I guide Pallas to kill you, and one day, I will also be killed. Of course, I can try to postpone it, or even delay its arrival indefinitely, but don't worry, I never intend to do so. Beyond power, for the existence that truly transcends everything, death is just a dream. And when the dream wakes up, he will return to the world in another way. Ryan reached out and tried to close Atropos' eyes, but he failed. So with a low laugh, Ryan dug out the eyes of the goddess of fate. In some ways, fate is indeed fair. Atropos tried to use Paris to achieve her goal, so she failed. She hit Ryan's arm with her cane, so she will lose her eyes forever. From then on, the blind witches lived up to their name, because their ancestors were no different from them. Mr. Paris, it looks like you have gained a lot. Atropos' eyes and heart were bleeding, but Ryan no longer cared about her. The first of the three goddesses of fate ended here. Now only Paris is left. P.S. No, I sleep during the day. Do you sleep during the day? There are still people at 5 o'clock, m. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 477 Greed and the Magic Wand. In the quiet forest, beside the calm water pool, holding the black scissors, the young prince stabbed the old woman who stood stiffly like a sculpture, as if venting his fear and anger. However, when the high point of emotions passed, Paris gradually regained his sanity by looking at the dark golden blood oozing from the old body. Golden blood, that is the color of divine blood, and the blood from the God King also confirmed this result. The blood of the gods, or the gods themselves. The reason why he couldn't be sure was because of the gray matter mixed in the blood. The prince didn't know what fate was backlashing, but his instinct told him that this was definitely not a good thing. Mr. Paris, it seems that what you see in the water is not very beautiful. But don't worry, no matter what you see, it's just a direction for the future. Just like you now, you have embarked on a completely different path. War and death are no longer with you. As if seeing the prince's confusion, Ryan smiled and comforted. No matter what, Paris helped me today, and he shouldn't return empty-handed. Maybe I can give him a good place to avoid this war that affects the world. But just when Ryan was about to continue speaking, the prince suddenly raised his head. Glancing at the black scissors, Paris's eyes slowly moved up. When their eyes crossed in the air, Ryan didn't see fear in the prince's eyes, but only desire and struggle. This, Your Excellency. She is dead, and the things she showed me should not have a chance to become real, right? As if he was choosing his words, Paris spoke slowly. Yes, you are right. At least you can understand it this way. Atropos will not come to you again. As for what she showed you, they had no chance of becoming real. Ryan nodded slightly and agreed. Is that so? With a flicker in his eyes, the prince subconsciously brushed the black scissors with his hand. Dark golden blood flowed from it, making this seemingly ordinary tool mysterious and dangerous. However, feeling the cold touch, Paris' heart became hot. Then, sir, it seems that you have got what you want and took this opportunity to kill your enemy, although this is not what we agreed in advance. I did provide you with some help, right? That's right, so if you want to know something, I'm happy to help you solve your doubts. If you want anything, I can also try to help you achieve it. Frowning slightly, Ryan nodded again. But at this moment, looking at the prince with a changing gaze, Ryan realized the other party's true thoughts now. It's easy to change the country, but it's hard to change one's nature. Perhaps some things, even without the influence of fate, are destined to happen. However, although he had already guessed it, Ryan still asked a question at the end. So, Paris, after you have accomplished all this, what do you want to gain? Is it power, wealth, or long life and eternal beauty? No matter which one you choose, I can satisfy you. No, I don't want any of them. With a firm tone, the prince slowly said, I want all of these, but I have already experienced them. Power, I was born as the son of the king, and wealth, I have never lacked it. And now I am not old yet. Why should I worry about youth? So, if I have to choose the one I want most, then I have only one answer. After a fruitless attempt, the hero temporarily gave up on figuring out how to use the looking glass on his own. He picked up the iron rod beside him and weighed it in his hand. The Caucasian eagle was flying in the sky, and its speed in the sky was no match for Hercules. However, the great hero was never afraid of difficulties. For him, this was just a test in life. Since it's not far away, let's solve it quickly. If this demon must block our way, I can only move it away. Along the way, Hercules found that he and the offspring left by the king of all demons were really predestined. But every time I encounter them, it seems that I will only bring them death. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 480 Bloodline. Hua la la. Cry. The center of the East China Sea is full of waves. Billions of tons of seawater flow from south to north continuously, and huge waves of 100 meters high are just common. This place is not far from the eye of the sea, and even the wound that was nailed into the sea has affected here. If you raise your sight infinitely, you may be able to see a huge vortex rotating clockwise that swallows everything day and night. And this place is its edge, and it is also the last chance for those who stray into it to escape. Once you continue to move forward, no mortal ship can escape the eye of the sea. It is like a black hole, endlessly devouring the universe. Cry. In the sky, on the clouds. Accompanied by a cry that resounds through the sky, the imperceptible black spot is patrolling its territory. The wings vibrate, raising a hurricane. Under the sharp eyes of the condor, no life can escape. But this is meaningless to Hercules, because he didn't intend to escape.
Boom.
With a loud bang, a hole exploded on the sea surface, and the great hero in animal skin jumped out of it. Looking up at the black spot looming in the sky, Hercules stirred up the blood around him. The strong will turn the power into a spear, pointing at the demon in the sky. If there was a choice, Hercules didn't want to fight with the Caucasian condor. Unlike the siren and the hydra, this overlord soaring in the sky didn't seem to pay attention to the intentions of humans. When it was on the land, it roared on the top of the mountains. When it was on the sea, it fought around the eye of the sea. If the other party retreated because of his momentum, the great hero didn't intend to chase. For a moment, the waves of the nearby ocean seemed to be still for a moment, and the two creatures in the sky and on the sea looked at each other. In this short moment, Hercules seemed to see a trace of anger and joy in the eyes of the condor. However, everything was so short-lived. The next moment, the demon that had stirred up the storm swooped down from the sky and attacked the hero. Obviously, the Caucasian condor did not intend to give in. It did not hesitate to attack the invaders who had entered its territory. Caucasian condor, I did not want to be your enemy. But this place does not belong to you. If you must use force to stop me from meeting the owner here, then I can only use force to achieve my goal. Shouting loudly, Hercules did not know whether the other party had wisdom or could understand his words, but he still explained his position as if he was facing an opponent. However, the condor did not stop. The next moment, it was like a black lightning streaking across the sky. Between the sky and the sea, the demon's claws and the hero's iron rod collided with a bang. Boom. Cry. The waves rose and fell like rain. The sun descended from the sky, and the bright moon replaced it to illuminate the vast sea. With another swing of his weapon, Hercules smashed the black-feathered, golden-eyed eagle into the sea. Unlike the demons he had faced before, this time, the hero did not encounter any trouble. A simple battle, no fancy collisions, a fight between strength and strength, and at this point, Hercules' advantage is beyond doubt. In later myths, as the only human who defeated the god Zeus in a melee, few beings can surpass him in pure strength. The Caucasian eagle can't do it either, so it is doomed to fail. However, standing on the waves of the sea, although the battle was so smooth, the hero was not happy at all, because this battle didn't look like a real battle at all. From beginning to end, the demon who could control the storm did not use his advantages. It neither relied on speed to maneuver nor took advantage of the sky. As the king of bird power, it fought like a beast, fighting bloody battles with a hero. Walala. Cry. A sharp cry, and then jumped out of the waves. One of the wings of the condor was broken, but there was no fear in its golden pupils. The black lightning rushed towards Hercules, but this time the great hero did not swing his stick to meet the enemy. He stretched out his right hand and caught the flying black shadow in a flash. The eagle's beak pecked through his palm, and blood flowed down. But Hercules didn't care. He just looked at the exhausted condor and asked the doubts in his heart. Caucasian condor, I have no intention of being your enemy. If you want to leave, I can't keep you. Then what supports you to fight with me to the end? Is there something crucial here for you? The result is the result, and the process is the process. Looking into the golden vertical pupils of the condor, Hercules did not move his eyes away. After a long time, the struggle in the palm of his hand gradually subsided. The great hero hesitated for a moment, then slowly loosened his hand. Son of Zeus, do you also know honor and dignity? What did you say? With his eyes wide open, Hercules' breath stagnated. However, at this moment, the Caucasian condor, which had stopped struggling, suddenly flapped its wings. A black storm swirled between its wings, and blood-red flames burned on its body. Without taking this opportunity to launch a sneak attack, the demon returned to the sky and surrounded the hero on the sea. What did you say just now? Who is the son of Zeus? Is it me? Hercules just shouted loudly, not caring about the eagle that was trying to break free. He knew that he was a descendant of gods, but he never knew who his father was. There are countless descendants of gods in Khaos world, and it is not impossible for the descendants of some gods to surpass their ancestors after several generations. So the great hero had never doubted his origins before, until this moment, he heard this strange name. Ha 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 ha, son of Zeus. Don't you know who your father is? Are you also deceiving me, or is the cunning and despicable king of gods planning some conspiracy? But whether you really don't know, or just inherited your father's hypocrisy, human, I have to tell you dash.
Ha.
The broken wings spread, and the black storm became stronger, as if 100-headed dragon and snake had returned to the world. The condor laughed wildly, looking at the hero surrounded by the breath of more than one dead demon, then rushed up to the sky and swooped down. The descendants of the king of all demons will never flee in front of Zeus' bloodline, just like those who fell in your hands. Today, Only you die or I die.
Boom.
The black wind fell, and the great hero was forced to fight back. Like a meteor hitting the sea, the vast waves are endless. Above the sea, a raging wave is set off again. After a long time, the bright moon is about to leave the sky. When this sea area gradually returned to its previous appearance, a black shadow floated up from the water and finally came to the surface of the water. The huge alchemical ship shook slightly, and then an opening large enough for one person to enter and exit appeared above it. "Hercules, are you okay?" Calling in a low voice, Orleans climbed out of the open skylight. He looked at the great hero on the sea and the corpse in front of him. Since the Caucasian condor had given up its best speed, death was an inevitable end for it. But as it said, it did not choose to escape until the moment of death. "I'm fine. It's just a hard fight, a little tired." Nodding with his back to Orleans, Hercules reached out and took out the last intact part of the condor. The bloody flames burned its blood, and its bones and feathers were destroyed in the collisions again and again. Only the brain of the Caucasian condor was intact, and the hero took away its pair of golden vertical pupils. The demon died, and its remaining magic seemed to be concentrated here. Holding it in his hand, Hercules could see through the falsehood and the truth. "Orleans, I have a question for you." Turning around and striding away, the hero returned to the ship. As for the incomplete body of the condor, he planned to find the mountain called Caucasus in the future and bury it. There was no grudge between them. If there was, it was only from his father whom he had never met. "Oleus, in your impression, in your early years, have you known about the descendants of the gods?" Of course. Although Orleans didn't know why Hercules asked such a question, the things related to Zeus were widely spread among Khaos. Just what he had heard was enough to fill a bookshelf of parchments. Hercules, you know. In the world, all famous monarchs and heroes are descendants of gods, except wizards who stole knowledge and power from gods. And the god king is the leader of the gods, and his bloodline is the most powerful. So, from ancient times to the present, none of the children of the god king has not left a great reputation in the world. The most well-known one now, His Highness Perseus, is one of them. Why do you suddenly ask this question? What about the heroes themselves? There was no answer. Hercules asked again. For example, how did they come into this world and how did they grow up? Then there are some stories to tell. After recalling for a while, Orleans concluded. Every hero has his own story, but if you really want to talk about it, they all have some similarities. For example, at the beginning of the story, the king of gods fell in love with a princess or queen, and in the middle of the story, the descendants of the king of gods established their careers under the guidance and training of the gods, or they had dark ideas and blasphemed the gods, thinking that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. The former's ending is naturally good. Perseus ascended to heaven and was given immortal divinity. He should still be alive today. The latter was punished as a warning to the kingdom of the world. As for the fate of those princesses and queens, some died at a young age, and others have never been found since then. These are what I know. Is that so? Thank you very much. After a moment of silence, Hercules thanked him. Oleus waved his hand, indicating that these were just some stories that were passed down. But now that the Caucasian condor has been dealt with, it's time for the ship to set off again. After all, it won't take long to move forward. Once they enter the escape range of the sea eye, even if they do nothing, the group will inevitably slide into the abyss. Yes, you are right. We should set off. Legend has it that the bronze creator is the wisest among the gods, but I don't know if the rumor is true. With a noise, the huge alchemical ship sank to the bottom of the sea again. The end of this trip to the East China Sea is finally coming. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 481, The Deceased is Dead. The Eye of the Sea, the Wound of the Sea. Those who have not seen it with their own eyes often try to describe it with all kinds of gorgeous words. People imagine that this is a huge whirlpool and guess the sound of seawater colliding. Poets describe it as the abyss, saying that it is the source of the darkness of the sea. Before coming here in person, Hercules had read many records related to this, or asked the elders about the true appearance of the eye of the sea. Coupled with the explanation of the eyewitness, the great hero even thought that he had known it well enough. But until he sailed here in person and faced the horror that struck his heart, Hercules realized how powerless pure words were at certain times. The sound was as if it was swallowed up, and the waves of the sea were no longer seen. The light could not shine in, because the sea's disgust for the sun gathered here. It was as if walking alone in the dark and cold universe, not knowing where he was, and not knowing whether he was really moving. But one thing is clear, that is, behind him is the increasingly distant world, and in front of him is the depth that swallows everything. Although I have made sufficient preparations and expected the situation. But at this moment, I still feel a little afraid. Although I can overcome it, it still exists and becomes stronger. Oleus, do you think my will is not strong enough? Or is there something wrong with this sea area itself? In the cockpit, holding the iron rod in his hand, the great hero is asking his teammates, and it seems that he is asking his heart. At this moment, everything outside is projected in equal proportions. And where the group is at this time, there is only endless darkness and emptiness. Staring at the instrument in front of him, at Hercules' self-questioning, Orlins shook his head slightly. He knew this mentality because they used to be like this. There's no need to belittle yourself, Hercules. It's not your fault. On the contrary, almost everyone does this. Believe me, your heart is not afraid of the darkness, nor of the sea and the blue waves. You're just afraid of yourself, afraid of what you don't know, those forces beyond your control and understanding. But people are afraid of the unknown, and people are afraid of the sudden changes that may happen at any time. Even if I've been here once, I still feel terrified here. Slowly raising his head, Orlins looked at the dark front. Here, no light can work. Even if it is an alchemical product, it cannot violate the special rules of this place. There is no other reason, just because I know that the decision of whether I can get out of here alive is never in my hands, but in the thoughts of others. You are the same, Hercules. Believe me, as long as you can't shake the entire sea, when you see this scene, you will definitely have a panic from the bottom of your heart. This is the common nature of human beings, and it is a weakness of all intelligent life. Fear of the unknown and respect for those who do not understand things come from this. You are right, Orlins. Compared to the whole sea, I am still too weak. Nodding slightly, the great hero accepted this reality. However, looking at the darkness in front of him that seemed to swallow everything, Hercules couldn't help asking. The eye of the sea is the wound of the sea, and I can't shake its existence. But if that's the case, then even if we meet the bronze creator, how can we take him away? Orlins did not respond, and the great hero did not ask again. He probably didn't know, but the creator of foresight might have a way himself. So in silence, the huge eye of the sea, bearing a huge tear, the alchemical ship continued to sink. Tick, tick. In the cold and silent space, there was nothing. There was only the sound of liquid dripping, day and night, never interrupted. Enjoying loneliness alone, Prometheus closed his eyes. For thousands of years, apart from the mortals who strayed here for various reasons, only some guests with ulterior motives would come here. As for the rest of the time, all that was left for him was the grinding of the boundless sea. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Another year. In the darkness, a hoarse voice came from the chest. Perhaps it was because he hadn't spoken for a long time, and the tone was a little difficult to recognize. Opening his eyes, Prometheus tried to look up. Without a timekeeping tool, he used the number of times his blood dripped to count. For thousands of years, the divine iron that pierced his chest allowed his blood to fill a pond. This was the most insignificant part of his criminal law, and it was even regarded as a convenience by the fire thief. As he said, another year has passed. But at this moment, Prometheus looked up for another reason. Because at the edge of his perception range, a familiar thing approached. When was the last time? Maybe a few years ago, maybe decades ago. When those who were driving the ships appeared here, Prometheus was surprised to find that humans now had built ships that could sail underwater. Just a few hundred years ago, they had just learned how to use sails and how to use the stars in the sky to guide their course. The fourth generation of humans is far more intelligent than the humans of the previous 3 eras. Although this also brings more shortcomings, Prometheus thinks it is worth it. Nothing is perfect, and if there is, then its shortcomings may be the most important piece of the puzzle that makes it perfect. So instead of rushing to continue to look at the things behind, the great hero shifted his attention to another picture. There is nothing else in this picture, only a winding river. Millions of light spots flickered in it, and vaguely, it seemed that billions of souls could not bear the passing of memory, crying loudly in it. The second way, go to the underworld and go up along the river of oblivion. Before the souls of the mortal world are thrown into the well of reincarnation, the water of the river of oblivion will cleanse their memories. Follow the river water and avoid the inspections along the way. You can directly come to the 4th level of the spirit world. This way has a chance to be realized, but you need to have the ability to get there and avoid the power of the river of oblivion. If you can do this, you have the possibility of reaching the end. Compared with the previous one, Hercules undoubtedly thinks this method is more reasonable. However, for some reason, the great hero has an inexplicable intuition that no matter what he chooses at this moment, he will eventually go to the spirit world along the correct path. Since he can't make up his mind, he might as well take a look at both. Hercules was about to do it, but the foresight beside him suddenly signaled him to stop. Don't worry, child, I know you may have seen something, but while keeping vigilant, I will tell you some of my understanding of this book in recent years. It can answer your doubts, but it can only answer one of the most wanted questions in a short period of time. Of course, this does not mean that it is useless in normal times. It's just that apart from this question, if you want to get any more information, you must read it bit by bit and try to absorb the vast knowledge in it. I don't know how much content it records, but it is definitely beyond your imagination. So grasp what you want and don't waste the opportunity it provides you. I know. Take a deep breath. Hercules didn't expect that the Book of Purgatory has such a rule. He then calmed down and silently chose the second path. Although he didn't know whether he would embark on the first path in the future, at least at this time, the great hero wanted a more likely answer. After making a decision in his heart, the next moment, one of the 2 portraits on the page in Hercules' hand disappeared, and a medicine bottle appeared on the other one. Under the great hero's gaze, the medicine bottle gradually became empty and some liquid appeared. As the liquid rose, Hercules' mind also gained a lot of corresponding knowledge. This is a special potion that can avoid the erosion and perception of the water of the river of oblivion. As long as it is made, the door to the spiritual world will be open to the great hero. But this material... With a look of hesitation on his face, Hercules frowned slightly. Everything else is easy to say, but the main medicine is not so common. Or its existence itself is just a legend. Your Highness Prometheus, I wonder if you have heard of the golden apple? After a slight start, the god of foresight nodded. I know and have seen it. Why are you asking this? I want to know where the golden apple is, or at least something that is tainted with its power. This. After a little hesitation, there is no doubt that Hercules' question must be related to the book. The golden apple, if it was in the past, it was related to the Earth Mother. But now it should belong to the god court. As expected, is this to lure him to go against the god court? I don't know if this is the case. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But after careful consideration, Prometheus still gave a roundabout answer. It's probably difficult for you to get the real golden apple. But I still know the inferior ones that contain its power. It is said that when the god king and queen of heaven got married, Zeus gave a piece of golden apple branch to Hera. It fell into his hands at the end of the Second Age, and the queen of heaven finally planted it and turned it into a small fruit tree. It is now on an island in the west of the continent, on the West Sea. The fruit it bears should be able to meet your requirements. Nodding, The hero breathed a sigh of relief. The real golden apple is hard to obtain, but this one is still possible. My goal finally came to fruition, and Hercules felt that his depressed mood had improved a lot. After returning from this trip, he already knew what to do. But, Your Highness Prometheus, do you know the god of the west wind? In theory, the other party still has the so-called trial to award him. Although Hercules didn't want to complete the trial at this moment, he still planned to make it clear to the other party. Although Zeus's image has fallen again and again in his heart recently, the hero's mood is a bit complicated when he thinks that the other party may be his father. Fortunately, he doesn't need to deal with the king of gods, and there is a god beside him who even knows the details of this. You mean Zephyrus? The pale face moved slightly. Prometheus didn't know why the other party asked about the god of the west wind. But since Hercules spoke, there was nothing he couldn't say about Zephyrus. Achu. At the same time, when Hercules started to return, around Silvermoon City, the bird's mouth opened wide, and Zephyrus couldn't help but sneeze. It's really strange. What kind of feeling is this? Could it be that because of the recent test, my body has some deficiency? All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 486, Trisection of the Angle. A lot has happened in the world over the past few months. On the mainland, soldiers from various countries were fighting on the battlefield, and the goddess who walked down from Mount Nysa could never go back. In the Golden Palace of Olympus, the banquet celebrated by the gods had just ended. Although the tragic defeat in the world has been conveyed to the ears of the gods, they are about to receive another new force and are full of confidence in this. On the East China Sea, Hercules finally brought Prometheus out. He recovered the alchemy boat he was on and prepared to return to the mainland. In addition, there are countless plans going on secretly in more corners. Although no one thinks that the God King who is at the height of his power at this time will fall, and no one thinks that another era is about to come to an end. But for some beings, this in itself is not important. After all, the weak wait for the arrival of the general trend, but the strong themselves are the source of everything. However, during such a period of time, as a close minister of the God King and the arranger of Hercules' trial, the god of West Wind failed to accomplish even a single thing. Even in an unfamiliar building, once again, Zephyros felt that his experience in the recent period was really terrible. Aw, damn it. What a ruined city. That's enough. You people from Silveria City are inherently evil. I have to admit that you have angered me again. One last time. I'll give you one last chance. If you are unwilling to take control, then I will risk my life. In a separate room, the god of West Wind spoke fiercely. However, perhaps considering the place he was in, Zephyros kept his voice as low as possible. You know, although he is sure that there is no life around him at all, let alone being overheard, the god of the West Wind still wants to be cautious. After all, as a god who is unique in the world in his ability to disguise himself in stealth, Zephyros does not want to capsize in the gutter. But strictly speaking, from a bird's point of view, the service I received from Silvermoon City is quite good. There are hundreds of kinds of delicacies they call bird feed alone, and many of them are more delicious than those made by the nymphs who feast for the gods. But then again, what does feed mean? Is it just a coined word? If you look at it this way, it seems understandable. After all, whether in the sacred mountain or in the human world, it seems that I have never seen food specially prepared for places other than gods. He lowered his head and took a bite of the colorful beans on the plate, feeling a little regretful. After all, these are food for the birds. This led to the fact that although the taste was indeed good, the god of the West Wind had some differences in his heart. After a while, after finishing the snacks on the plate, Zephyros fluttered his wings and pressed a button in the room after despising the extravagance of Silvermoon City. After a while, with a beep sound, the desktop parted. Soon, a tray floated out from inside, with 3 things placed on it: a book, a syringe made of clear crystal, and a small note. There is writing on the note, and it cannot be seen yet. But Zephyros knew why, because he had not completed his daily tasks. Stupido mans. After staring at the tray in front of him for a while, the god of West Wind sneered secretly. He grabbed the syringe with his claws and then decisively injected himself with it. Soon, bright red blood flowed out of it. Zephyros looked at it for a while and confirmed again that, just like before, there was no power that could be directly reflected in the blood. Snort. Throwing the syringe filled with blood on the table, the god of West Wind once again despised the so-called witchcraft in Silvermoon City. Zephyros just came here after failing the written examination before. According to regulations, this group of mortals will give him a physical test. In order to be able to enter the city as soon as possible, and out of fear of the power of the mystery lock, the god of West Wind would naturally not resist this test without exposing his identity. At first, everything went smoothly. However, at the blood test point, the god of West Wind was stopped again. In order to prevent his identity as a god from being discovered, Zephyros tried his best to let his blood show in the most normal form. But such behavior caused a problem. That is, according to the rigid machine, as a bird, the physical strength of the god of West Wind was extremely inconsistent with the energy contained in his blood. For Zephyros, what can he do? He doesn't understand energy and intensity. After all, the body of a god can even exist completely separated from the material form. No one will pay attention to such a useless thing. But if the test goes wrong, he can't be released. In the end, it went full circle and ended up where we are today. The god of West Wind was brought to this room, and the rigid machine gave him two choices. One is to wait for the test results of his blood. As long as all the tests are completed and proven harmless, he can enter the city. However, the speed of this progress varies. It may be a few days, it may be a few months, it may be a few quarters, it may be a few years. In short, there is no specific time. The other is to pick up the written test again and continue taking the test until the day you pass it. Considering the situation of number 001, this supervisor recommends option number 2. We will provide learning materials, relevant knowledge, and excellent living conditions to help you complete the learning of basic knowledge as soon as possible. Knowledge is the ladder for all things to advance. This supervisor sincerely hopes that Mr. 001 can get rid of the current situation of substandard cultural level as soon as possible and become a new era life with insight, culture, and etiquette, instead of spending his life in ignorance and stupidity, like some barbarians in other parts of the continent. That's what the metal ball said to him that day. After hearing this, Zephyros was furious. Then, in extreme anger, the god of the West Wind was angry for a whole day, but in the end, he still did nothing. Well, after all, he is not a human being, so those ignorance and stupidity naturally do not refer to him. What's more, Zephyros is not a god who is easily overwhelmed. Since the beginning of the Second Age, he has never done anything because of the trend of emotions. So from that day on, the god of West Wind began his journey of learning and taking exams. Except for the daily routine of drawing blood, he spent most of his time reading, answering papers, and enjoying life. What stupid humans are. Until now, they have not discovered anything wrong with my blood. But that's right. How can mortals understand the blood of gods? Otherwise, how could I give it out so easily? It's this exam. Humph, damn it. I don't know if it's an illusion. Why do I feel that it seems to be getting harder and harder? Frowning slightly, thinking for a moment, Zephyros still didn't think deeply after all. After all, although he still didn't admit it, as a god who was actually willing to use his brain, the god of West Wind was not stupid. These days, the more he read the so-called basic knowledge of Silvermoon City, the more Zephyros felt that the principles contained in it were extraordinary. Questions that test thinking, calculations and changes in numbers, mapping of various graphics, and the popularization of basic witchcraft knowledge. Let alone other things, after learning these in just a few months, Zephyros feels that his combat power in the human world has probably risen by more than one level. In the past, although the gods could use divine arts at will in the human world, most of the gods in Olympus were not very interested in those complicated things. At most, They only had a special liking for special divine arts created by relying on their own authority, and then relied on the fields they controlled to fight with the gods. As for those divine art structures that imitated witchcraft, the goddess of wisdom created them in the past, and then the smart believers among mortals carried them forward. As for himself, as long as he could provide sufficient holy power, it would be enough, and there was no need to study it at all. But now, facing those divine arts that are much simpler than witchcraft, but still somewhat complicated, the god of West Wind feels that he can do it easily. And that is why, considering that the beacon showed that Hercules was still in Silvermoon City, Zephyros was not too anxious. But no matter how anxious I am, I still feel uncomfortable every time I look at the score. Besides, it is better to do this sooner rather than later. I really want to understand these things. I have plenty of time to spend later. It is really hard to understand, just a little bit every time. Is it really not that the test paper has become more difficult, or is my level improving so slowly? It shouldn't be like this. No matter how I think about it, I should have passed it a long time ago. Gnashing his teeth, the god of the West Wind clearly felt that he had gained a lot. Why couldn't he react when it came to the test paper? But recent studies have made him subconsciously feel that Silvermoon City should be a reasonable place, so thinking about it, Zephyros just threw the syringe back to the tray. With a little bit of nervousness, he opened the note that was originally illegible. This was the score report of his previous test, a test paper with a total of 1,800 points. As long as he could answer 1,000 points correctly, it would be fine. The god of the West Wind still had some confidence in yesterday's test. He felt that this time it should be stable. However, the next moment, when he saw the clear handwriting on the note, the bird's face that was originally expecting could not help but turn black again. Because although it was a little better than last time, it was still a little far from success. 997. Damn it. The first time was 600, the second time was 800, and the third time was 900. Then it was 910, 920, 930, 990. It was obviously almost there, but the increase dropped again. 991, 992, all the way to 997, just this last little bit. Why is it like this? He almost wanted to tear up the note. Although he was getting closer and closer to the finish line, he was always just a little bit away from reaching the goal, which was too torturous. Even if he gave up, Zephyros was a little unwilling. After taking a few deep breaths in a row, the god of the West Wind always felt that something was wrong. But if he really wanted to say what was wrong, he couldn't say it. In desperation, Zephyros could only persuade himself secretly.
He was almost there.
When he reached 999, there wouldn't be 999.1 left, right? Well, it shouldn't be. If it was, then I would... Damn it. After waiting for a moment, not thinking about what to do at that time, Zephyros' bird's claws immediately grabbed the last thing on the tray. That is today's reference material. It provides knowledge based on his wrong questions, which can be said to be very targeted. For example, the first little knowledge is how to divide an arbitrary triangle into 3 equal parts using only a ruler and a pen. Tisk. Shaking his head slightly, Zephyros glanced at something with a flashing red on the side. He didn't know what it was, but like other things, he didn't feel any life breath. It was not a living creature, and it had not moved under his nose, so the god of the West Wind didn't care. He turned the pages of the book, ready to see what strange way this group of humans had come up with to divide this corner, and what specific use this thing had in reality. It better be useful, otherwise whoever asked this question is stupid. Muttering to himself, he opened the book and turned a page. Better be useful. Otherwise the person who raised this question would be too stupid. At the same moment, the core of the tower. Just when the god of West Wind turned to the next page, the same voice sounded here. Even the tone did not change at all. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator.
Chapter 487 Attitude.
Sha-sha. Sha-sha. The tip of the pen rubbed against the paper, making a slight friction sound. Without missing a word, Medea wrote the sound on the report form. The shadow of the feathers of the feather pen swayed slightly, as elegant as the wings of a bird. Although Silver Moon City is not without new writing tools, most people are still used to this old style. It's nothing, in many cases, oldness itself is also a trend. Sha-sha.
Sha-sha.
Snap. I'm finally done. After writing the last word, she put the pen on the table. Medea stretched, her plump figure looming under the cover of her robe. You can't understand the aesthetics of numbers. You are indeed a primitive man. I feel that both people and gods in the West have a kind of antique cuteness. But it's no wonder, after all, even the magic can only be mechanically applied. Sure enough, except for a few, those so-called gods are probably like this. In comparison, my nominal grandfather may still be a radical who is eager for change. It's just that the direction of his change is not very accurate, and he probably never thought that he still has any living relatives. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and the witch's face seemed to be smiling. She looked at the mirror in front of her for a while and didn't know who she was laughing at. After a while, the witch turned around and picked up a book. In the mythological world, physics and chemistry may really be useless, at least those understood by later generations are like this. After all, those are objective laws, and humans only discover and use them. Once the world changes, the rules are no longer the same. As a tool created by intelligent life to analyze the world, mathematics is meaningful no matter where it is. And she, Medea, a powerful witch who has lived for thousands of years, naturally would not have any biased views on numbers. Fingers turned over the pages of the book, but her mind was not in the book. Perhaps because of the recent contact with the gods, the witch recalled the past for a while. She was not born and raised in Silver Moon City, nor was she a descendant of the Bronze Age. Young Medea was originally a princess of the city-state of Corinth. Her father, King Eats, was even the first generation of gods. He was the son of Helios, the god of the sun, and Perseus, the goddess of the ocean and boiling water. But despite being the offspring of two gods, he still did not inherit the identity of the gods, so in the end, the king had to stay in the world as a demigod. But the demigod born by gods and gods is special after all. Even if he is not a god, Eats still has a long life and powerful power, which is difficult for other gods to reach. So, naturally, Eats became the monarch of a human kingdom and led the people to believe in his father, the sun god who drove the chariot. According to the original trajectory of fate, this king will be recorded in history, although he is a villain who prevents the protagonist from stealing the golden fleece. However, everything changed later. During the Typhon disaster 1,000 years ago, a terrible disaster befell the country. Almost overnight, all the believers of Helios turned into twisted monsters. Even Eats, the son of God, had a shocking change that ordinary people could not imagine. That day, all the normal people died, and the abnormal ones died at the hands of the gods who came to finish them off. Countless blood dyed the city-state of Corinth red, and the earth was covered with a layer of blood. Although Medea was not accidentally contaminated by the inherited blood of the gods, she would not have been an exception. But fortunately, on that day, her aunt happened to come here. So from that day on, young Medea was brought to Silver Moon City by Circe and became a member of this city. It may be the attraction of fate, or it may be nature. After growing up, this witch, who was famous for witchcraft in the original myth, once again showed her extraordinary talent. Even here, she gradually became more powerful than what was recorded in the myth. Today, Medea has become one of the most powerful spellcasters in the world and has taken the position of the keeper of the mystery lock. Of course, this has also brought some small problems. For example, after accidentally discovering the intruder, Medea did not make any decisive treatment like other tower masters. As the owner of one of the 12 clock towers outside Silver Moon City, this witch with unfathomable strength once concealed her discovery, but explored the secrets of this visitor alone. Until recently, according to the annual rotation, Medea had to give up the position of the keeper of the mystery lock. In desperation, this somewhat unreliable witch finally reported her discovery to her colleagues. Buzz. Sitting at the table and looking at her report, Medea peeked at the movements of the birds displayed in the water curtain beside her. However, at this moment, a sound came from the void, and then a light door appeared out of thin air. Soon, the door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man with a calm face walked out. Looking around slightly, the middle-aged man's eyes swept through every corner of the room and finally stopped on Medea and the report in front of her. Medea, where's your report? Another day has passed. What did you write? Stepping forward slowly, the middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the leather paper on the table. Sure enough, it is like this again. His highest expectation for this witch is that she can do more or less serious things without causing trouble. What are these? Reciting his words and deeds, recording his daily life. My respected Lord Medea, I'm afraid you don't need to trouble yourself to do such a small thing. You know, what we really need is your experience over the past few months, not these useless exercises that any apprentice can do. But I don't have any experience. Whatever I have already told you. Leaning back in the chair, Medea said, casually. Like I said, this is a non-threatening guy. Not too aggressive and emotionally stable. I have no ill intentions towards Silver Moon City, and of course I probably don't have any good intentions either. As for the purpose, he seems to be here to find someone. However, I have already arranged for people to check it from the inside and outside, and the results have been announced. There is no outsider named Hercules here at all, let alone a demigod-level existence. Obviously, if there wasn't something wrong with our own inspection, the only explanation is that he was deceived, and it just so happens that, given his level of intelligence, I'm not surprised at this ending. With a calm voice, Medea picked up her so-called report and threw it towards the middle-aged man. The paper flew through the air and finally fell to the ground with a snap. The middle-aged man didn't pick up the call, and his face gradually became a little ugly. Medea, you know that's not what I'm talking about. What I want to know is, what did you discover from his divine blood? This is a dangerous person. If we can't deal with it in time dash. Of course I haven't found anything yet. If you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. Not polite, looking at the middle-aged man whose face turned a little darker, Medea sneered, then reached out and pointed forward. The silver light flickered, and the next moment, it was like being forcibly expelled from the host's room. The middle-aged man's figure flickered slightly, as if he was trying to resist Medea's spell, but ultimately failed. Teleportation countermeasure. The powerful spell directly sent him back along the previous space traces. Soon, the silver light faded, and Medea was left alone in the room again. Tisk. The corners of her mouth curled up, and the witch once again focused her attention on the behavior of the birds in the light curtain. He is also a dangerous person. Is this guy also called dangerous? What's more, she really thought she didn't know what these people were thinking. Everyone was already at the top of the current spellcaster field, and no one knew anyone yet. As the inheritors and promoters of the knowledge passed down by the goddess of the magic network, the powerful wizards in this era can be said to be more or less familiar with astrological predictions. Although some are more accurate and some are not accurate at all, at least one thing can still be done. That is, after discovering such an unexpected visitor, who is obviously a high-ranking being, the wizard can use prophecy to judge the approximate strength of the other party and the level of the existence associated with the other party. The more powerful beings are, even if they do not control their own destiny, their existence will be as huge as a rock in the long river of destiny and have as far-reaching influence as a dam. So in this way, they can figure out the general attitude towards the other party at the first time, unless the other party also has relevant abilities and actively hides traces of their own destiny. However, this time, with this guy who is probably the main god of Olympus, this tried-and-tested move had a big problem. Because in Zephyros, these great wizards, without exception, felt a power that they had never felt before. It seems to come from the past, but it runs through the present and intersperses into the future. It is so far away and so profound. Therefore, the fate of this god was changed long ago. It is precisely for this reason that almost everyone who still knows about it in Silver Moon City keeps it secret. Modifying destiny, even if it is not a subjective change, is enough to make them scruple. This uninvited guest instantly became a hot potato. Someone wanted to tell the goddess of the magic network about his existence, but the goddess was usually not at home. No one knows where he ran, and even if he knew, he might not be able to find him after waiting. Others want to test it out, but are afraid of causing any big problems. After all, it is a god, no matter what. Once he is angered to the point of not caring about the cost, I am afraid no one will benefit. So over and over again, things just stagnated. It wasn't until someone remembered Medea who had concealed the news that she came to ask her if she had done anything about it. So, without hiding it, Medea bluntly stated her search for the opponent's divine blood, and then told everyone who wanted to know the result to get out immediately, as they were not welcome in her tower.
Bite.
Connect. Another light screen beside her made a warning sound, and Medea turned her head slightly. After thinking for a while, she finally did not reject the communication. As her voice fell, the light screen flashed. The next moment, a wide hall appeared on the opposite side of the light screen. 5 or 6 beings with different appearances and dresses emerged from the scene, including the middle-aged man who had just been expelled. Seeing Medea appear, he obviously wanted to say something. "Shut up." Being one step ahead, the witch interrupted the other party lightly before she could speak. "Or I can help you shut up one day later." "You dash." "Okay." A voice came out of the light curtain, and then the other side became quiet. Soon, a familiar voice came into the witch's ears through the alchemical light curtain. "Medea, as a loose organization and a platform for communication, no one will force you to reveal your findings. Since you don't want to announce it, so be it. Just about this uninvited god, do you have any suggestions on how to deal with it?" My opinion? Subconsciously sat up a little straighter. For Medea, she didn't care about some people, but she still needed to pay attention to some. The middle-aged man before was actually just a young man who had lived for 200 or 300 years. In terms of level, he was not of any level at all. In comparison, the old man who is speaking now is different. He is one of the first humans to receive knowledge from the goddess of the magic network. No one knows whether he is the most powerful, but judging from the results, he must be the most survivable. My opinion is that he is not a threat. On the contrary, if I don't consider the other gods of Olympus, I even have a little bit of a good impression of him. It would be interesting to let a god join the ranks of spellcasters. Of course, I know you won't agree. Medea changed the subject and said seriously, "If I must say that I have any specific suggestions, it is to find the human named Hercules. Let him enter the city and let him take this god away so that you don't need to worry about this time bomb. How about it?" Worth considering. The response came from the mirror. If they changed the object, changed another god, then they really couldn't say what choice they would make. But this guy who turned into a bird, the danger on him is a bit too great. When exploring the endless unknown, caution is the greatest way to save life. Therefore, before the source of the abnormality in this god is determined, no one is willing to further irritate his nerves. Anyway, this is my opinion. You can discuss the rest by yourselves. As for the recent period, I will continue to watch over him. Anyway, if it were you, you would probably just maintain the status quo. With a slight smile, Medea did not know that in her original destiny she would become Hecate's priest on earth. But it must be said that she was indeed influenced by the other party. Afterwards, she even planned to personally contact this god. Thinking of this, it was still a bit exciting. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 488 Undercurrents Under the Sea. The East China Sea is vast and cannot be crossed overnight. The distance between Silver Moon City and the ocean is even farther, and there are reefs blocking the way. Without the familiar operator, Hercules may need more time to drive the alchemical ship back to land than when he came. The great hero was not idle. On the ship, He tried to ask Prometheus for old knowledge, history, writing, and what gods are like, and the foresight man knows everything. Like water in a sponge, Hercules absorbs what he lacks. There is nothing to interfere with the ships under the water, and the great hero has a long-lost peaceful time. However, compared with the entire sea, the small alchemical ship is still too insignificant. Not long after Hercules left the sea eye, at the junction of the southeast ocean of the continent, a tall and rugged blue-haired man strode into the underwater palace complex. The aquatic creatures of different appearances bowed to him, and the beautiful nymphs came forward to greet him. However, the blue-haired man just waved his hand, and a stream of water surged up, moving them away from his sight. The sky-blue bricks and stones paved the ground, and various gems were inlaid on the pillars in the palace. However, at this moment, the Sea King only felt that they were an eyesore. Once upon a time, this palace built on the sea was his most proud achievement, symbolizing the result of his making the original sea god lineage submit. But as time passed, Poseidon no longer felt a sense of accomplishment from it. There was no other reason. Since he obtained this palace, the field controlled by the Sea King has stagnated since then. The ancient sea god lineage gradually recovered from the wrong choice in the alternation of eras, and the Ocean Lord was as powerful as ever. Except for the great power, no one can defeat the combined Oceanus and Theseus on the sea, and Poseidon is even less likely to do it. So the ambition of the Sea King came to an end, and Poseidon could only stay in his own little piece of land and make his own contribution to the species' diversity of Khaos world. There was nothing wrong with this. After all, compared to his brothers, Zeus and Hades did not have a good life at the beginning. It was not until the god king defeated the Earth Mother on Mount Olympus that Poseidon suddenly came to his senses. He might really just be working hard, but Zeus was definitely not. But consciousness is consciousness, and Poseidon looked back at the four seas, and the environment he faced was still dangerous. So the earth-shaking gods had to pretend that nothing had happened and continue their lives for thousands of years. But maybe it was the inequality in his heart, and he felt that he had missed the position of the god king. Every time he met Zeus, Poseidon would be in a bad mood for a few days, and this time was no exception. With a stuffy chest, the Sea King sat alone on his throne. Zeus became more powerful, and even this time, even the original god came to visit him, the god king in person. Damn it! As the king of the sea, why don't they obey my orders? And Zeus, you won, but don't expect me to bow down to you. The unwilling roar continued in the palace for a long time, shaking the sea surface within a radius of dozens of miles. It was unknown how long it took before Poseidon calmed down. Inside the temple, there was silence. Humph. With a cold snort, he released some of the accumulated emotions. Poseidon's face looked a little better. He thought about it and then prepared to continue his favorite work. Anyway, the current Zeus is not something he can catch up with in a short time, so he might as well make more contributions to the sea. As a qualified Sea King, Poseidon felt that he was still very capable. At least in terms of optimizing the bloodline level of marine life. Only the father of 100 monsters could compete with him.
Voilà.
On the sea surface thousands of miles away from the Sea King Temple, the sea breeze blew over, bringing up several layers of waves. At the same time, when Poseidon's chariot came from the horizon and fell into the sea, the ocean currents rolled several times. In the waves, a grand thought seemed to be projected from a distant place, and then attached to the waves. And after a while, from the direction of Poseidon's return, another stream of light crossed the sky. After a while, the stream of light fell into the sea, then made a turn, and then came straight to this wave. After a while, the old man with a kind face emerged from the bottom of the sea. With a little induction, he found the object he was looking for. Although strictly speaking, the control of this sea area has long been given to Poseidon as a gift by the old man. But in fact, tracing back to the source, even he himself is not the real owner of this sea area, and this gift naturally has some loopholes. Even if he is the eldest son of the ancient sea god, he is not Pontos himself after all. So, from this perspective, the ancient sea god decisively chose to sleep on the concave surface of the earth, Perhaps it is also to avoid the separation of power. After all, if he was still awake, the ownership of this sea area would probably be given to Poseidon forever. Your Highness Oceanus, it's been a long time since we last met. Speaking of which, we actually have the same mother goddess and are brothers connected by blood. For so many years, we have been hostile to each other. Who would have thought that we would regain our blood relationship? The eyes moved and finally stopped on an ocean current. Looking at the sea, Nereus smiled friendly. The next moment, the ocean currents vibrated, and a face condensed there. The voice of the great ocean god came from the opening and closing of the big mouth where the sea water gathered. Nereus, the gentleness of the sea. Mortals call you the old man of the sea, but we all know what kind of person you are. Save your energy. If it weren't for him, I would never cooperate with you. Now, tell me what your purpose is. He didn't say his name, but both of them knew who the great ocean god was referring to. The original god who visited both of them was the beginning of all this, and the danger they faced together was the reason why they met here now. Great divine power, a word that makes people excited even if they think about it. Even if there is another original god threading the needle, Khaos's sea has already had the foundation for achieving greatness. Even in places they don't know, the original water from the outside world is also flowing into the world, injecting more powerful power into the power of the ocean and water. But if you really want to take this step, it is still as difficult as ascending to heaven. The first question is how to converge the symbols of ocean and water into one. If a god has achieved a great symbol, he does not necessarily have to be the only existence in this field. As long as he ensures that he always has an absolute advantage in this field, his symbol will not be torn apart. But on the other hand, if a symbol is constructed from scratch, the closer the builder is to uniqueness, the less difficulties he faces. Considering that the two major ocean god systems have never had similar experience before, it is natural that they want to be as perfect as possible. Then in today's ocean, facing the combined forces of the oldest sea god and the lord of the great river and ocean current, what other forces are there that prevent them from achieving uniqueness? Poseidon, he is my target. No matter what, at the beginning of this era, I gave him a large area of sea that originally belonged to us. Although I can still find some loopholes in it with my father's power. With it, Poseidon and the Sea Clan's conventional combat power is nothing to worry about, and all subsequent investigations will not be effective. Even Khaos's goddess of fate could not get the information before the destruction of the foreign land. The only result they could get was that it came from the existence in Tartarus. Finally, you are used. Nodding slightly, with Nereus's secret help, Ryan did not think that Poseidon could avoid it. Then the only thing left to worry about is whether he will resist at all costs at the most dangerous moment. Lien was not unprepared for this, and the wooden box came for this. With the things in it, no matter what the Sea King plans to choose, there will be no second possibility. Well, the problem should not be big. 3 leaves, in fact, you don't need that many. After dealing with Poseidon, when dealing with the goddess of fate, maybe you can save a lot of trouble. It's a pity that this kind of foreign thing is one less when you use one. And, the product of the spiritual world, it's better not to take it out now. The 3 leaves carry some power with the help of the laws of the foreign land. And, because they were not originally created by Khaos, their origins cannot be traced. The disappearance of Poseidon is bound to be no small matter. After all, when the true god leaves the world, the turbulence of the law is bound to attract the attention of all gods. So before taking action, Ryan must ensure that even if Erebus takes action himself, he can only find the answer of the abyss. Okay, it's done. Put all the things away, and then smooth out the traces left behind. Ryan then pushed open the door and walked out of this remote warehouse slowly. Everything is ready, and now we can set off directly. First rush to Athens, and then wait and see what Nereus has planned. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 491 Clues. Cry. Above the sea of clouds, birds are singing. Not long ago, The Lord of Darkness was sent away in the Golden Palace, and the God King was in a much better mood. Erebus was not interested in the banquet of the gods. From the beginning to the end, his arrival was just to express his attitude again. Don't worry, as long as you get on, I will definitely follow. Although he didn't say this directly, it was roughly the same meaning. So, at the end of the banquet, Zeus reprimanded Ares for the trouble caused by Achilles himself. But the God King turned a blind eye to the root of all this. He would not take the initiative to do anything, but Zeus believed that it would not take long before what he wanted would come to him one by one. For example, the centaur who sneaked into the mountain of gods before, or something else. In a good mood, the God King came to the back mountain of Olympus. Looking down from here, you can see the 9 layers of sea of clouds falling one by one. The world seems to be shrouded in a layer of fog, but it seems to be all under your feet. Swish. Zeus looked up in surprise at the long-lost view of the sacred mountain. A light stream of light came from the direction of his sight. It was her. He was startled at first, then frowned. The king of gods recognized the visitor, who was a frequent visitor to Olympus. But for some reason, in Zeus's perception, the other party's state today made him feel a little strange. It was like a precious pearl covered with dust, and a flaw on white jade. An originally perfect thing had a flaw, and was no longer as perfect as before. And the most special thing was that this imperfection made him feel a little uncomfortable from nowhere. This intuition came without any warning, but he instinctively wanted to stay away. Welcome, Lachesis. What kind of wind today made you leave Mount Nisa and come to the land of the gods? It's a pity that you came a little late, otherwise you might be able to catch up with the banquet of the gods. Without a sound, the king of gods showed a pleasant smile. He opened his arms, as if to give the visitor a hug. A light white stream of light fell to the ground, and Lachesis walked out of it. Looking at the god king approaching, the goddess who measured fate subconsciously took a step back. The short ruler in her hand stretched forward, blocking the possibility of Zeus approaching. Your Majesty, my sister should have told you. If possible, she hopes that you try not to have any direct contact with her. Yes, that's the case. But Lachesis, I remember that it seemed to be limited to herself. Still laughing, the god king stopped. You and your sister don't have this request. I asked her why at the time, but unfortunately, she didn't tell me the reason. Silently, Lachesis knew that Zeus was right. But unfortunately, now is different from the past. It's different now. Croto is fine, but I can't contact you either. Otherwise, neither you nor I will have any good results. Is that so? If so, I'll remember that. Nodding, Zeus's face showed no sign of his thoughts. The god king easily accepted this rule, and there was no sign of any god king's majesty in him. Zeus always had the same attitude towards the goddess of fate, these 3 nominal daughters. He never took the initiative to look for them, but if they came to him, the god king would always treat them with courtesy. Some gods were puzzled by this. After all, the god king should be the one who feared fate the most. But for thousands of years, Zeus has been like this. Gradually, the gods got used to it. Then Lachesis, let's get back to the point. In my impression, although you occasionally come to Olympus, you have never specifically come to find me. Under the guidance of fate, as long as you don't want to see me, you can always avoid me. So, Lachesis, do you need me to do anything for you today? No matter what it is, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. I need you to find someone for me. His name is Paris. I could have seen him, but now he is out of my sight. Speaking slowly, Lachesis did not say anything about Atropos. Because the goddess of fate cannot speak out the fate she sees, unless she is guiding that person to the path he is supposed to take. Whether it's the sky, the earth, or the ocean, as long as he is in this world, I will find him. Now only the power of the God King can do this the fastest, and this is why I came to you. Is that so? I know. No problem. It's just a small matter. Without asking any more questions, Zeus nodded and agreed. He just clenched his fist, and the 3-color scepter appeared in his hand. The invisible waves swept across the earth with Olympus as the center, following the order established by the kingship. In just a moment, Zeus found the person mentioned by the goddess of fate. Is it so easy? It was a bit unexpected that there was no obstacle. At first, Zeus thought that this human being who could not be observed by the goddess of fate was protected by some existence. With a slight movement in his heart, the king of gods wanted to investigate the situation of that person for a while, but soon, this idea was interrupted by himself. No, there is no need for this. He drew a circle in the air with his scepter, and the next moment, a picture emerged from it. Zeus immediately spoke and pointed out the location in the picture. This is the human world, near the royal city of Sparta. The person you are looking for is there. Lachesis, do you need me to bring him to you? No, I will handle him myself. She refused flatly, but as soon as she said it, Lachesis felt that she was a little too indifferent. Anyway, Zeus has provided them with a lot of help in many things. So after thinking about it, the goddess still explained. He is in big trouble, but it cannot be solved by force. If your majesty intervenes, it may make the situation even more unpredictable. Don't worry, I understand. Waving his hand with a smile, Zeus immediately invited. Then Lachesis, do you want to sit on the sacred mountain for a while? No, I have to deal with this matter quickly. The whereabouts of Atropos is still unclear, and Lachesis just wants to find her sister as soon as possible. Waving her skirt, the goddess hurried away. Soon, the top of Olympus returned to peace again. The god-king smiled to himself as if nothing had happened, and then continued to enjoy the scenery of the Sea of Clouds. Human world, Laconia Plain. East bank of the Eurotas River. A hurricane blew in the sky, and thick clouds piled up together. Under the gloomy sky, there was dry air without water vapor. Driving the wind and rain, the prince with a changed temperament fell from the sky. Across the wide river, Paris looked at the huge city built on the west bank, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. In that illusion, in the so-called future, it was here that he and Helen became closer and closer. And this place was also the source of his subsequent pain. Because of this relationship that should not exist, he and his kingdom finally paid the price with their lives. His brother and father also died because of this, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were stained with blood on the city walls. But what does this have to do with Helen? She is so beautiful and so kind. She should belong to me, and I am her destiny. Spartans, a group of barbarians who eat raw meat and drink blood. Ridiculous traditions, ridiculous countries. Such a place is worthy of Helen staying? Step by step, the prince strolled along the river. Although it was just a false future, it seemed to him like a real experience. Everything else was like an illusion, and Paris could not remember what he encountered in the so-called future. But there was one thing he was sure of, that was that he and Helen were indeed in love with each other. Of course, there was nothing strange about this. After all, no matter how you think about it, between the handsome Paris with a wealthy family and the plain-looking Sparta with cruel traditions, most people would make the right choice. Paris waved the elder wand in his hand, and his heart moved slightly. Then, under his will, the mud on the shore gathered together. They turned into stone bricks and finally built a wide arch bridge. Walking on the arch bridge, the prince's face was full of joy. He liked this feeling, and liked the beauty of his dreams coming true. Wait a minute, who are you? How dare you build a bridge on my body privately? Suddenly, an angry shout sounded. The prince frowned, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Turning back, in the river not far away, a middle-aged man with rough blue hair was looking over here. Paris felt a little threatened by the other person. Heh. Laughing softly, the prince had roughly understood it these days. These existences that made him feel threatened were actually threatening only his normal self, not the self holding the magic wand. And in front of this magic wand that belonged to him, the so-called threat was just that. Who are you, and dare you block my way? The young prince asked with a playful tone. Mortal, I am Eurotas, the god of this river. It is named after me, and only those who have my permission can build a bridge here." Not wanting to make trouble, the river god continued to warn, "There is a bridge not far from here, and there is a temple belonging to me next to the bridge. Just pray in the temple for a while, and you can cross the river at any time." As a regional god spread all over the world, the most insignificant and important member of the oceanic god system, the river god is not qualified to establish a formal church and faith. Or in other words, with their meager divine power, they cannot do this themselves. But with the rise of the age of faith, many river gods and lake gods more or less hope to accumulate more divine power. If their bodies are destroyed in the future, they may be able to rely on their past accumulation to survive the backlash and not fall into eternal sleep. So situations like the Eurotas River became common, whether it was irrigating the riverbank, passing through the river surface, or even catching fish. These regional gods, whose real combat power is not necessarily that strong even if it is not restricted, coexist with the human kingdom and become an indispensable part of the human world. Now, destroy this bridge. Mortal, this is also the agreement between me and Sparta. As if he saw the extraordinary of Paris, the river god was quite polite. As an immortal but weak regional god, Eurotas was unwilling to cause trouble if he could avoid it. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 492 Helen. Temple.
Pray.
Sparta. Paris repeated these words on the banks of the Eurotas River. In theory, as a prince, Paris should have been accustomed to such things. After all, even the wife he was supposed to marry was the son of a river god. But at this moment, Paris instead developed a sense of malice. In the future, he saw, he was shot by a poisoned arrow. At this time, he had clearly repented and hoped that his wife could save his life at the end of his life. But the vicious woman did not do so. Instead, she angrily denounced Paris's ruthlessness and disloyalty. Although he was the first to abandon the other party, it was only because Helen was the destined true love. Since he had already known his mistake, why did he refuse to forgive him? I've heard that Apollo, who drives the chariot, also made a mistake and was punished in Troy with Poseidon. He was attracted by Oenone's beauty on Mount Ida and taught her a good way to cure diseases and dispel poisons. With a sneer, holding the elder wand, Paris's heart was filled with strong confidence. Will I be wrong? Maybe. So even if Poseidon did not express any attitude directly, the envoys of various countries still gathered in Pylos to discuss how to recover the lost interests in the past. At first, Nestor was actually not interested in this matter. The king, who was gradually entering his old age, only wanted to sit back and watch the fights between the kingdoms on land until he returned to the embrace of the gods. However, as his successor, Antilochus, the prince of Pylos, did not think so. For hundreds of years, the royal family of Pylos, as the descendants of Poseidon and humans, were born with the ability to control water flow and detect changes in weather and tides. Even those strange beasts with the blood of the sea god can often be influenced and controlled by them, and this is also the foundation for their foothold on the sea. Inheriting the blood of his father, the prince also has such power, and he is even better than his father, with a perception ability on the sea that makes many gods amazed. This is an extraordinary talent and a proof of the power of the blood of the gods. But to the surprise of many people, Antilochus did not seem to be happy about this, and this is the fact. Because in the prince's view, although blood can bring them strength, this power from reproduction will only continue to decline. Only the power that can be truly controlled is real and eternal. So Antilochus collected knowledge from Silvermoon City and bought a lot of expensive alchemical products. He sent people to study their principles, even if it cost a lot. Some people questioned his position, but the prince had no intention of repenting. After all, learning from others' strengths should never be criticized, and the prince was even more disdainful of arguing with them. The only thing that made him feel embarrassed was that as a country under the traditional belief in gods, it was difficult for pilots to obtain enough valuable information. What they could buy were often finished products, but the real principles and techniques were often not learned. This problem has troubled Antilochus for a long time, and this is also one of the important reasons why he recently advocated attacking Athens. Attack and plunder are unnecessary, and killing is not the goal. General, remember what I said before. We are not going to attack Athens on this trip, but to make them aware of our threat. The land of the mainland does not belong to us. Instead of coveting their land, we should think about how to obtain enough wealth and knowledge. Let the people on the mainland bleed themselves. Compared with Athens, these so-called friendly forces are actually our real competitors on the ocean. Reiterating his own thoughts, the prince has said his views many times. Just to prevent the generals of these kingdoms from not understanding his thoughts, he still has to repeat them again and again. At this moment, countless large and small ships gathered densely on the wide sea around. Most of them are put together by small and medium-sized kingdoms who want to get a piece of the pie, and Antilochus, the Prince of Pylos, is their nominal commander. Of course, the prince is also very clear. These kingdoms seem to respect Pylos as the leader and recognize their status on the ocean, but in the final analysis, they just want them to attract the hatred of the Athenians in the future. Besides, if something really happened, I'm afraid that not many people would obey orders. The prince never counted on them on this trip. He just wanted to win a victory and then get what he needed through negotiations. As for what will happen next, it has nothing to do with him. Even in his heart, Antilochus has made preparations. When they negotiate with the Athenians in the future, these followers may become abandoned pawns to appease the other side. As long as the countries on land have not been unified, they will not pose a threat to the kingdom of Pylos. And Athens today obviously does not have this ability. Hadash. That's it. But speaking of it, how are the priests prepared? The prince let out a long breath and stopped thinking about the future. His brows slightly frowned, and he looked at a sea surrounded by many ships. There, an altar transformed from the sea itself was floating there, and hundreds of priests in robes seemed to be singing songs loudly. The fish-headed monster danced there, as if to please the gods. Well, the prince himself had doubts about the last point. Although he was also a descendant of the Sea King, no matter how he thought about it, Antilochus could not see how those strange creatures could please the gods. Opportunities don't wait, but we have waited too long. If it weren't for the priest's request to prepare a ceremony to worship the gods here in order to seek shelter from the sea and storms, we would have set off long ago. But after so long, I still don't feel any decline in the will of the gods. Instead, the armies of various countries are gathering here more and more. According to common sense, this sea area is actually not suitable for so many ships to be stationed here. But because of the priest's request, the prince still agreed. There has never been a lack of wizards who can manipulate the waves among the Athenians, but in this regard, they can't do better than the priests of the sea god. So Antilochus only sent patrols on several nearby routes, and then waited patiently. But he didn't expect that this wait would take many days. General, is there any movement from the Athenians?
The prince asked.
Although he had the advantage, Antilochus did not underestimate the enemy. Especially since they gathered here recently, he couldn't relax his observation of the enemy. No news. Our people have observed their movements out to sea, but it is difficult for us to follow their whereabouts in the vast ocean. Yes. Nodding slightly, the prince said he understood. It's not a big problem. With the help of the priests of the sea god, Pylos is hard to be defeated on the sea, let alone attacked. Even at critical moments, they can try to summon the incarnation of the gods. Unless these Athenians happen to appear in front of them now and take action while the priests are busy offering sacrifices to the gods. But how is that possible? According to the time they left the port, even if it is the shortest route, it will take a few days to appear here. This is still based on the premise that they dare to invade the waters of the kingdom of Pylos in turn. So, Your Highness, look, what is that? The prince's thoughts were interrupted by the adjutant's reminder. His brows frowned slightly, and then relaxed. Why? What happened again? Following the direction of the adjutant's finger, Antilochus looked into the distance. That is near the northwest. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Lord of Ocean Currents fought with the enemy. The power of the ancient sea god remains there, creating the endless raging waves there. Even as descendants of the sea god, the Pylus people are unwilling to get close to it. There is no human presence in that sea area on weekdays, but at this moment, the prince saw a black tide there. That is. Antilochus was stunned and did not react for a while. In his usual impression, there was no one there. However, it was only a moment before the prince suddenly came back to his senses. The blood from the gods surged in his veins, and he jumped onto the flagpole of the ship. Enemy attack. The enemy is in the northwest. Form an array, pay attention to protect the priests. There was no time to think about why the enemy came here and how they passed through the old battlefield of the gods. After loudly reminding the surrounding fleet, the prince was not too panicked. The so-called array formation is not a special method of warfare, but just a dense array commonly used on the sea today. Later generations called it the Greek formation, but it is actually not particularly powerful. Although the formation is nothing special, and Pylus's warships may not be better than those made by the Athenians using alchemical technology, Antilochus' mentality is still as stable as a mountain. As a descendant of the Sea King, he is not willing to regard the power of blood as the only hope, but it does not mean that he will not use his own advantages. The priests are not free. I don't know whether astrology has predicted this, or the Athenians have used some other means to predict our situation. But if you really think that you can defeat us on the sea without the priests, you are wrong. Unlike on land, perhaps because the god king's control over the sea is not so strong, and the countries on the sea do not believe in Olympus very much, so that Zeus's kingship does not have such a strong influence here. The result it brings is that extraordinary power will have a greater impact here. The blood power flowed more and more violently. The prince stood at the bow, and some invisible power emanated from him. In the fleet that was somewhat confused because of the sudden discovery of the enemy, there were also responses of blood breath one after another. Thanks to the source of blood, there are actually many beings with the blood of the Sea Emperor on the entire sea, and many of them are not human. Although most of them have thin blood, through thousands of years of research, the royal family of Pylus has also invented a way to use this power. Unlike the nobles on land, they integrate the connection between the same blood in the form of knights and are led by heroes to launch attacks. They are more likely to borrow the divine power of the Sea Emperor to control the climate, storms, earthquakes, and tsunamis, and create favorable celestial phenomena on the sea to gain an advantage in the war. At this moment, what Antilochus used was the one they were best at. On the wide sea, with the resonance of the noble blood in the fleet, a thick fog began to emerge. The sea surface became rolling, making it difficult for the weapons on the ship to aim steadily. Thick fog covered the sky and the sun, encompassing the entire sea area. After jumping down from the rail, the prince's pale face showed a smile at some point. Although I don't know how these Athenians got here, I'm afraid they made the wrong calculation. I know they have advanced weapons. Especially the thing called the magic crystal cannon is extremely powerful. Each shot is comparable to a divine arrow shot by a hero. It can penetrate the hull of a ship and penetrate armor. But on such a sea, they have no way to aim at all, and in such heavy fog, they may not be able to move. The prince was actually very interested in the alchemical equipment in Athens. It's a pity that even if it's just a backward and defective product, he still has no place to buy it. But it doesn't matter. Since you can't buy it, just grab it. Antilochus doesn't care how he gets it. That is to say, the priests have no time to take action, otherwise they can drive away a large number of sea beasts for my use. That's it, this is enough. In this heavy fog, even I, who has the blood of Poseidon, have limited vision, let alone these Athenians. Inform the entire army that no matter how they cross the sea area of the god war, since they are here, we will treat them well. Yes, your highness. The general, who was the prince's adjutant, bowed slightly when he heard this, and then took the order and left. Antilochus was right. For a kingdom on the sea, many things are of no use to each other. But for the kingdoms on land, as long as the enemy is not a fierce man like Theseus, who can withstand the harassment of hurricanes and sea beasts, and enter and leave the entire fleet 7 times, then there is nothing to fear. In the worst-case scenario, with the help of the heavy fog inspired by the power of Poseidon's bloodline, they could assess the situation and advance and retreat freely. Wow. The flags were fluttering and rustling in the strong wind. After being on tenterhooks all the way, Khaos didn't feel relieved until he safely sailed out of the sea with treacherous orange clouds. 1 second it was peaceful and normal, and the next second it suddenly turned into a huge whirlpool. Huge space cracks appeared without warning, dividing all life that passed by into several segments. After several fruitless protests, General Khaos risked his own life and sailed the fleet into what was said to have been one of the battlefields where the ancient titans fought for hegemony. But what shocked him was that from beginning to end, those so-called dangers never fell on any soldier. Even if the space gap opens right on the face, the final result is that it passes by the cheek without any damage. At first, Khaos thought it was luck. But later, the middle-aged general couldn't help but secretly speculate. Did the commander sent by the new king carry some valuable treasure from the goddess or the royal family? But no matter what, they arrived at their destination safely. But before General Khaos could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the coalition fleet converging in the distance, as well as the gradually spreading fog and waves. They are actually here? Incredibly, Khaos had not expected to see them here. But just by looking around, he recognized the flags of several kingdoms. It's incomprehensible, but it's true. However, looking at the covering fog, Khaos's expression became solemn again. Your Excellency AI, although I don't want to admit it, your judgment is indeed accurate. But actually, I'd rather not run into them here. The Athenians were not unprepared for the special bloodline secrets of the Ocean Kingdom. With the high tower in the city of Athens as the core, the famous wizard Hermes had already made arrangements for this. So if it is in the sea near Athens, they are not without the ability to resist. With the help of some special alchemy products, they can actually find ways to reduce the impact of the fog and use the power of the tower to lock down the enemy. But now, it doesn't matter. Waving his hand slightly, he held the conch in his left hand. Looking at the heavy fog coming towards his face, Ryan said he was not panicking. How can a person who has all the maps turned on be afraid of the fog of war? Don't panic, General Khaos. Everything is under control. But it's time. In order to satisfy the strong request of the son of the ancient Poseidon, Ryan could only regretfully attribute all this to his commanding ability. There is nothing I can do about this. Since I can't say that I cheated, it can only be that every move made by the opponent has already been predicted by me. Khaos obeys the order. His expression was calm, as if all he saw were chickens and dogs. Ryan raised his hand to signal the general to listen. Now, I will make the following arrangements. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 497 Art. The fog was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Even a low-ranking non-commissioned officer who had just started his extraordinary career could only see the situation on his own ship in such a climate. The waves around the warship were getting bigger and bigger. Looking around, he couldn't see the rest of the friendly forces around him. It was as if there was only one ship left in the world, sailing in this endless fog. With both hands on the calibration mirror of the magic crystal cannon, even though he had been in battle for a long time, Dominator still felt an unspeakable fear. More than 20 years ago, he was just a soldier. At noon in the middle of the sun, he had also participated in a naval battle with the kingdom of Pylus and witnessed similar fog. However, at that time, they had the help of the great wizard Hermes. Although the vision was still blurry, they could always roughly see the shadows of friendly forces and enemies approaching. But now it was different. Dominator knew that they were in an unfamiliar sea area near the enemy's capital. And this time, They no longer had the powerful king who could kill the incarnation of the gods. Whoosh. Whoosh. In the distance, the sound of arrows breaking through the air could be heard faintly. That was the enemy trying to find their position. After all, although they had the blood of the sea god, it did not mean that the enemy was completely unaffected by the fog. In the final analysis, this was not a fog released by a single person, so naturally no one could be immune to it by their own strength. But listening to the sound of arrows breaking through the air, Dominator became more and more frightened. Not only him but also his deputy. If the two armies were fighting head-on, they would all be fearless warriors. But now they were trapped in the fog and had no power to fight back, and the real fear often came from the unknown. They didn't know where the enemy was, when the danger would come, and what they could do to save the defeat. At this moment, Dominator couldn't help but curse this meaningless march in his heart again. It was so stupid to fight a naval battle in the territorial waters of the descendants of the sea god. Dominator, main gunner Dominator. The alchemical communicator has received the latest combat order. Please execute it immediately. The depressing atmosphere became more and more intense as time went by, but at this moment, a messenger suddenly came trotting in the fog. Although the Athenian fleet was equipped with an alchemical communicator, which could transmit messages within a certain range through the frequency and amplitude of the magic net string, this high-end creation was obviously only implemented at the ship level. Specific to internal transmission and operation, it still needs to be conveyed by the messenger. Especially in this fog that contains extraordinary power, it is especially so. Order, what order? The sudden order broke the silence, and Dominator was a little confused. According to common sense, even if there is an order from the commander, it is at most to instruct how their warship should move, or which enemy ship to focus fire on. As for how to attack, I think it is all their free play. From ancient times to the present, no army general would refine the command to a three-person combat team. By analogy, naturally, no one has ever heard of any naval commander conveying orders to a gunner. But no matter what, Dominator still took over the wartime order urgently copied by the stenographer. 2. Gunners of battleships number 157-3, 157-5, 159-2, and 218-6. Within 7 standard reloading times after the order is issued, deflect the muzzle to the east -12.15 degrees, west 7.02 degrees, 3.61 degrees, 18 degrees, and fire uniformly 3 rounds of rapid fire. After execution, reload and wait for further instructions and... Silently, Dominator stood there, not knowing what he was reading. The above parameters are said to be the standards brought back by the great wizard Hermes after studying in Silver Moon City. Later, in order to better use these imported magic crystal cannons, the gunners also urgently learned relevant knowledge. Therefore, Dominator naturally knew what this was talking about, but the problem was that this was clearly the design parameter that they adjusted based on experience, after using the alchemical mirror to measure the distance between the two sides. The real shooting parameters are much more complicated than this, but the instructions only require adjustments to the current muzzle direction, which is simple. His thoughts stopped here, and Dominator felt that he really couldn't make it up. It's funny. Even when shooting at fixed targets during normal training, considering the wind direction, sea conditions, and the degree of ups and downs of your own and enemy ships, you can't guarantee the accurate position. What is going on now, setting off fireworks? Ahem, Gunner Dominator, 3 standard reload times have passed since you received the order. Do you think you should start working? With 2 low coughs, the messenger could probably guess what the gunner in front of him was thinking, but he still reminded him. No matter what, remember to execute the order. In fact, the captain also received an order. The content is to deviate 1.5 degrees to the left and reduce the speed to 70% of the peak value. The messenger didn't know how the captain thought of this order, but in the end, he obviously chose to execute it. Okay, I understand. With a grim expression, Dominator felt that his death was really coming. However, as a member of Athens, he believed that if he died for the royal family, he would definitely be reborn in the goddess kingdom after death. It was just that this way of dying was a little ridiculous. Brother, if you can go back alive, remember to build a monument for me and write a line on it. Fuck him. Deliotis couldn't help but swear, and turned around to adjust his magic crystal cannon. Forget it, since I can't see anyone anyway, it doesn't matter where I shoot. If I'm lucky enough to hit it, and I get to the goddess kingdom, then he will have something to brag about. Finally, to the 8th gunner of the ship. Move the gun position 50 cubits to the left, raise the elevation angle by 0.81 degrees, and fire 3 rounds in a row. At this point, the fleet has formed 17 local combat positions, with the primary goal of encircling and annihilating the enemy's main force to complete the combat plan. I will follow up and make arrangements for the specific implementation of the strategy. General, do you have any other questions? A clever, phantom sound technique was conveyed in real time by dozens of communicator users at the same time. Ryan was still a little unsatisfied until he finished talking about the next arrangement. This scene reminded him of some strategic games in later generations. It's just that the one in front of him was played by real people. No more. But Lord Ivan, have you received some gift from the goddess to see through the fog of the battlefield? As soon as he asked the question, Keeman regretted it, because he knew that his question was a bit stupid. Even if this airborne commander really had such a treasure, he couldn't explain the arrangements he made. After all, no one can accurately predict where each enemy ship will be at a certain minute and second, let alone the position of one's own side. The ocean is not land. Here, a small wave may cause the attack that should have hit to pass by and return in vain. But it doesn't seem to make sense to say that the person in front of him just wants to make a joke with the life and death of the entire Navy. It doesn't matter, General. Soon, you will see the result. Oh, by the way, the task of the gunner on this ship is quite critical because the target of his attack is a future king. Whether it can be killed or not, as long as someone is hit, it is a great achievement. Calculating the time, it has been a while since the first order was issued and executed. Ryan raised his hand and made a telescopic gesture. However, there was a thick fog in front of him, and Keeman also took a look, but he saw nothing. Silently calculating the time, it seemed that it was almost time for the attack to start. Some light gradually appeared in the surrounding fog sea, and various colors came out. Keeman knew what it was. This was the scene of the magic crystal cannon charging. This special weapon essentially fired the elemental energy extracted from the magic net in the simplest and crudest way. The advantage is that it does not require wizards to control it, but it has a lot of disadvantages. For example, the charging time is too long, and the energy utilization efficiency is extremely low. Now, the dispersion of this light is the manifestation of a large amount of elemental energy leakage. Another example is that it cannot be fired continuously, otherwise a large amount of high-concentration elemental energy may be ignited by the activated magic crystal cannon, evolving into a local instantaneous elemental tide, directly destroying everything on the warship. There are many similar problems, which is why this weapon is called a defective product. But no matter what, in today's naval warfare era, where defense capabilities are almost zero and hits kill, this is an epic-making weapon. And according to legend, on the tower of the great wizard Hermes, the thing that can destroy the incarnation of the gods can actually be regarded as an extremely special magic crystal cannon in essence, but it cannot be mass-produced at all, and it must be assisted by such a powerful wizard to use it. However, Keeman obviously didn't know much about these things. 10. 9.
8.
Raising his head again, the general watched the airborne commander count down bit by bit. At the same time, the light around and the sound of arrows breaking through the air became more and more obvious. Obviously, the elemental light leaked when the magic crystal cannon was charged also attracted the attention of the enemy, posing a threat to them. 3, 2, 1. Counting to the last number, Ryan paused, then made an onomatopoeia. Bang! Hundreds of streams of light illuminated the entire fog sea in an instant, each containing an energy torrent close to a 9-ring witchcraft. For the real strong, the power of this divergent elemental impact may not be as threatening as the casual sword of the legendary knight, but for large mortal artifacts, this is a destructive attack. No sound was heard at the first time, because the wooden hull would only be pierced at the moment of contact with the elemental torrent. It was not until a while later that Keeman heard the sound of seawater pouring into the cabin amidst the noisy shouting and yelling. He didn't know how many enemies were hit, but there was no doubt that at least more than a dozen enemy warships were destroyed by the previous attack. At this moment, the knowledge learned in the past seemed to be useless. And looking at the figure in front of him, who was still looking at the foggy sea, Keeman followed and looked again. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Lien was a little surprised when he turned around and saw this scene. With the help of the sea god, these thick fogs were of no use to him. He was just looking at where to let the waves push these ships to appear next, and it would be best if he could shoot through 2 or 3 ships with one shot. But the guy behind him couldn't see it, so what was he looking at? "I don't know." In response to Ryan's response, Keeman first responded, and then hesitated. After a while, he slowly said, "But I think maybe I'm looking at the real art of war. Just be happy." Not knowing what to say, Ryan never thought that this general named Keeman would work hard from then on and really become a master of naval command in the future and invent many useful tactics. Even in the distant future, some people gave their children the same name and eventually became a famous general and was recorded in history. At this moment, Ryan just hoped that he would not be led too far and get stuck in a dead end. After all, no matter how you think about it, your operation has nothing to do with the art of war. Should I explain it? Well, forget it. This is also to prevent Nereus from being exposed. It is not easy for him to go back on his word on something that has been agreed upon long ago. So although helpless, he can only admit that he has taken the blame first. Alas. Sighing slightly, looking at the fog that flashed again, as the embodiment of humanity that was separated, Ryan felt that he was indeed carrying a lot of things that were not understood by others. Although these things may be very much wanted by others, there is always a difference between active and passive. Shaking his head gently, Ryan continued to observe the situation on the current battlefield. What he arranged before was only a plan of less than half a water clock. It's not that it can't be longer, but it would be a bit deliberate if it is longer. After all, even if it is the sea god, it is best to affect the position of the ship quietly, rather than doing it so obviously. So it would be more reasonable to adjust the new attack plan according to the current situation every once in a while instead of completing it all at once. General Keeman, get ready to continue recording. After a while, Ryan spoke again until the gun position of the ship he arranged last began to release the light of charging. The target attacked by the flagship seemed to be the enemy commander, the Prince of Pyrrhus, whose name was unknown. It would be best if he could be killed, but it didn't matter if he couldn't be killed. For Ryan, these were all trivial matters. But for some reason, Ryan had a hunch after taking a casual look at the enemy ship in the fog. The Prince of Pyrrhus might not die here, and in the distant future, maybe he would come into contact with something unexpected. Who knows? All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 498 Please. Your Highness, be careful. Buzz. Tear dash. The world in front of me was in chaos, upside down and shifted left and right. There was a heavy ringing in his ears, and in his daze, Antilochus tried to open his eyes. However, at this moment, he seemed to be carrying a huge burden, unable to move his body at all. I don't know how much time passed. Leaning on the deck, the prince finally regained a little ability to move. He struggled to push his body up and then observed the situation around him. There were sounds of fighting and screams, but no enemy could be seen. Rays of light penetrated the fog one after another, causing continuous explosions on the sea. Even the flagship where Antilochus was located had several huge potholes and masts that had long been broken. All the current situations are telling the prince that the situation at sea is probably not optimistic at this moment. Well, covering his forehead with his hand and looking at everything in front of him, Antilochus recalled what had just happened. At that time, He was urgently notifying the fleet to continue to disperse in order to avoid the Athenian crystal cannon that was somehow extremely accurate. However, at this moment, 6 powerful energy beams shot out from the Athenian formation, pointing directly at the warship where the prince was. If there was only one shot, then Antilochus thought he could still block it, which is why he dared to come to the front line. As long as there is not a large amount of fire, his life safety will not be a problem. But obviously, under this precise attack that was like opening the eyes of the sky, the prince could not escape at all. Fortunately, the power of the gods comes from their blood, so they can often burst out with particularly powerful potential at the critical moment of life and death. So at this critical moment, Antilochus blocked the blow. But the cost was also obvious. He was knocked unconscious by the huge impact and didn't wake up until now. The other soldiers around him at that time were probably already